Yeah, all right. All right. Hello. Hello. You know, I just now checked my email to find that the debate what 2 seconds in. 2 seconds in. Oh my god. Yeah, yeah, yeah. 2 seconds in. Yeah, I woke up to see actually, sorry guys, the modern day debate on the black pill is not actually happening today. Apparently the person I was going to debate is in the hospital for an unspecified reason. I don't know why. Uh hopefully they're okay. Unless they're a bad person, in which case I don't care as much, but I guess I still kind of hope they're okay. Then I guess we'll debate them later. Ugh. Just watched your video on the DeSantis Gitmo shit. What the fuck? Yeah, pretty sussy. Um, how's everyone doing? Daniil is okay, by the way. Yeah, sorry. I apologize for ending streams super quick like that, but he got a bit of dumb baby disease, which it turns out the symptoms of which are vomiting and shitting all on the underside of my bed, which took forever to clean. Probably just ate something that disagreed with him, but we took him over to the vet and he got some water IV'd into him. You know. Yeah. Did he eat a cable? No, he did not eat a cable. It wasn't a serious condition, though, right? He is fine now. He is A-OK now. Happy to say. Oh, my God, I'm so tired. I got no sleep. And they're out of Adderall again. The fucking Adderall shortage. Is he eating? Yes, he's back to eating and sleeping and drinking. Let us see him. He is currently napping. Sorely, I saw it the first 2 times. I got an 88% on my econ exam. Nice. So at 3 p.m., which is in 3 hours, we are talking to the one, the only, Christina Buttons, who recently left the Daily Wire. So we'll be having that conversation. And at 5, we are hosting a debate between Haas Infrared and President Sunday, which I'm sure will be entirely uneventful. Nothing interesting will happen, I'm sure. Um, why though? Because any idea what Buttons is going to say? Well, we're going to be talk. Well, I want to talk with her about like what went down at the Daily Wire because to me, Buttons represents like. So to be clear, Buttons is a reactionary. She joined the Daily Wire because she's like doing a screed against like trans children or whatever. We're not allies or anything, but I do think that what she said and what she does represents a different kind of conservatism than the stuff that Matt Walsh and the Daily Wire broadly represent because she was outraged enough at the, overtly genocidal rhetoric to leave, which indicates that she has principles outside of just say whatever aids us in the culture war, which means that she's, pretty objectively a cut above. And I'm interested in that distinction. I used to talk with more people like that. People don't, you guys may not remember, but back when I started the channel, a lot of Trump supporters actually cared about policies that Trump argued for. Like they would talk about the Rust Belt and jobs coming back and immigration and building the wall. And not all of them were honest and most of them were stupid, but there was an effort to engage with the actual like empirics of the issue. And that's just not the case anymore. Gotcha, White. Gotta survive. She probably just doesn't like them saying the quiet part out loud. No, I don't think this is some like edge case strategic difference. I think that there's more going on there, and that's what I want to talk about. Oh, we have plenty to talk about. It was rude to quit stream so quick and then tweet irrelevant BS for an hour before updating us on baby. Okay, the hour in between me quitting stream and updating you guys was me waiting at the vet. that was the hour period during which I was tweeting irreverently. No matter Daniil's state of health, I'm there with my phone. Like, I'm not gonna like look at Twitter and go like, ah, no, I can't yet. Like, yeah, gotta. What happened to Daniil? Did he fall or something? Yeah, he just got sick. He's fine. Nice, Vashishish. Happy to hear. Why were you at the vet? Pay attention. Marriage equality is under attack. Well, yeah, but I'll check. Just make sure to challenge her in her bad takes. The last thing we want is for this person to walk away with free exposure. Don't worry, Cantankerous. Always like that shirt. This is the second time that I've worn it, but thank you. We've got 3 hours. What are we going to do? We've got lots of politics to go over. I'm just kind of waiting for the coffee that I've drank to kick in a little bit. Oh my god. I need an espresso machine. I'm so tired. Holy shit. I'm actually kind of like upset about the debate not happening right away because debates really wake me up, you know? They really wake me up. When Vosh mug merch? I don't know. Do people want a Vosh mug? That could be cute actually. Artemy. Artemy, no. Oh, I wanted to pick him up. Daniil was being really cute. I slept next to him last night because, he's a kitten, so he sleeps on the bed. And because he was like kind of snotty, because he was sick, like he was sneezing a decent amount, and he kept curling up in the blankets, and he was all like bundled up, and then he would sneeze and roll down the blanket towards the lowest point in the bed, which is me, because I'm weighing down the mattress. So I would just hear a and then like a soft ball like thump my arm, and then I would open my eyes and he would just be like sleepily unfolding next to me, and then I'd like pick him up and I'd put him back there, and this happened twice in a row. It didn't happen more than twice. It only happened twice, but it was very cute. um but it happened like within a minute each other. It was very, very cute. Yeah, and then I like lumped him in the blanket in a way that he couldn't fall over. Yeah. Let me change stream title. Sorry for the deception, guys. I only saw the email right before stream started, but I guess we can reschedule for a bit later. Um, Big day, comma here. We'll just leave out. Why do I hear Artemy? Why are the cats always distracting me during stream? It's crazy how good they are at that. What is he clawing at? What is he doing? Everyone asked him what he was doing. Okay. All right, Artemis, skedaddle. You're where my chair needs to be. Move. Move. Artemis, move. Move! No, not there. Move. Artemis. Absolute buffoon. Can you expand on the reason for the Adderall shortage? The Adderall shortage has been going on for like 6 months. It has something to do with the factory. I don't know. Sorry, oh my god, I'm so tired. I really wanted that debate to wake me up. We need to look at something to wake me up. What's YouTube video? What's gonna wake me up? What? Here, I need to be gassed up. Hold on. Alright. Gas me up.
It's been a long while, Morgoth.
There's a new Vosh Bad video? What is it?
Long and hard didst thou fight. Tarnished warrior, spurned by the grace of gold. Be assured the Elden Ring resteth close at hand.
He's so fucking cool, dude. I can't wait for the DLC.
Alas, I am returned. To be granted audience once more.
I love that he's kind of the opposite of Gwyn. Yeah, every other leader in Dark Souls and all these games, every game where it's like, yeah, dude, we're like Dark Souls. The king at the end is kind of like a ruined piece of shit. You know, like they're kind of like sunken and fallen. And like the whole game you learn about all the horrible things they did. And then the whole of Elden Ring, all you're hearing about is dudes being like, dog, have you heard of fucking Godfrey? Have you heard of the fucking Elden Lord? He was so fucking cool, dude. Dude, dog, have you heard of fucking Godfrey, the first Elden Lord? He's so fucking cool. And then you finally meet him, and he's like, yeah, I am that cool. Also, I'm really nice. I'm like the nicest guy here. I'm just a really cool dude.
Upon my name as Godfrey, the first Elden Lord.
Alright, I'm gassed up. There we go. The music hits too good. His daughter's a muscle mommy too. I mean, with those genetics, right? This is just a YouTube video? Yeah, I'm not playing Elden Ring. I'm just gassing myself up. Okay, what the fuck are we looking at? Vosh is unironically evil from Devonotype. Wait a second. Is this from... Short Fat Otaku? How long? This is an hour and 40 minutes long. Man, I'm a live streamer. I have an excuse. Wait, why is this so long? Don't cover this shit, please. This channel's dying and wants attention. I can't cover an hour and 40 minutes. What? Like, that's so long. It's the only vid in his channel with more than 1,000 views. Oh shit, the Vosh bump? Wait, Vosh is a... Wait! Isn't this a re-upload? They just re-uploaded it. It's the same vid as the Doomer Politics one. Wait, really? Wait, every video on this channel has no views, and then they re-upload the existing one. This is the one where the guy, the original one, he changed the title like 8 times because a bunch of people were like, "Hey, you notice how you lied about this part and this part and this part and this part and this part?" And then it was changed to like, "Is Vosh unironically?" Or like, could, the title went through like 6 iterations and ended up at something like Vosh could be better. Um. Or something like that. It was really weird. The Doomer Politics guy was like a really funny character too. I'm trying to remember. I remember him getting like dogpiled on Twitter because he said something about poor people. What was it? He said something about like, did he do the thing where he was like, if I was poor, I would simply willpower myself to being rich? I forget what he said exactly. No hot food from food stamps. Oh, the EBT discourse. Yeah, yeah, yeah. He spoke with him about it too. It was pretty funny, yeah. Poor people have better conditions than medieval king. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. He was like, being poor isn't that bad because you have indoor plumbing, which medieval kings did not. Yeah, I remember, yeah.
Hell, my friends.
Well, then then there's nothing new here. You can't take Voch at his word ever. In his own words, he said he is a socialist to win, not to lose as a socialist. What? That's the second top Did nobody updating this look at this and go, this is fucking incoherent? That's the Maybe that's why. Yeah, I guess. All right. Well, that was something. You know, he's an ex-socialist, right? I have never met a conservative who said, "Yeah, I used to be a liberal. Yeah, I used to be a socialist," who actually was a liberal or a socialist. Usually, at most, they were kind of like an undifferentiated, empty vessel of the dominant ideology, which mean kind of like an abstract sort of non-committal liberalism, but not an ideologically like committed one. Oh, hey, Farmer Ek, thank you. Hope you're doing well. I need to tune into your stream again, and also respond to your text because I keep forgetting. Is Shuan Head the only exception? Of a conservative who used to be liberal? I don't think that Shuan Head's underlying ideology has changed that much. He's pretty consistent on the on the points, you know? Heard of this? I used to be a liberal is what people say when they thought Obama was cool when he first hit the scene. Yeah, a lot of the people when they say, like, I used to be a liberal, what I think they mean is, like, they were pro-Obama, kind of vaguely, and also they, in high school, had this, like, vague belief that progressivism is good and racism is bad. And then, like, they turn 17 and discover 4chan, and they're like, whoa, actually. And then they're like, yeah, I used to be a liberal until I saw the contradictions with my own eyes, and now I'm a based red pill. Like, but it's very, very rarely are they actually, like, you know. You guys understand what I'm talking about. I gotta perk myself up. I gotta wake up. I'm slowly waking up, okay? I'm waking up. I'm waking up. I'm waking up. So Obama Trump voters, yeah, you know, to an extent, probably not even capable of voting. I see Dennis Smash, yeah. Why you only stream 3 days a week for only 2 hours? Because my obscene wealth permits me to be lazy with my content creation. I actually feel like for the most part I've been streaming more lately. I wish I could show you guys how much non-stream work I've been doing lately, man. I've been doing so much housework. I feel like, man, I don't want to like diss fucking Canoe or Vermin or whatever, but I do like all of the like major transformative housework. So when I'm not sometimes I'll like end stream and it'll be like, all right, like clap hands, time to spend like the next 6 hours doing this, that, the other. It's mostly because of me, and it's because I have like dad instinct. I'm nearly 30 now, and I'm getting my dad instinct like kicking in. Where I'm reaching the point now where I'll see a wall where some of the paint is chipped, or I'll see some minor fault in the house that could be fixed with 3 hours of work and some power tools, and I'll go like, yeah, I think I could do that. I think I could fix that. Yep, that is nothing. Got some wood screws in the chest, got some power. Yeah, I could fix that, no problem. And then, like, invariably, it turns into, like, a 12-hour disaster. I'm reminded of when I changed out the garbage disposal, but the old one was so damaged that the ring that connects the two pieces above and below the sink was rusted. So the only way for me to remove it was to use 2 gigantic wrenches that I was prying underneath the lip of the part that goes over the sink and crimping them inwards until the entire thing could fit through the drain hole, which took about 2 hours and involved more shoulder strength than anything I've ever done in my life. And it's, yep. But I did it. No, I did it. I replaced the garbage disposal, and now it works. You hear your inner Home Depot theme song? Yeah. Vosh stomps around the house being like, why is this light on even if no one's here? True. No, actually, I leave some lights on all the time. I like the lights being on. It makes me feel happy. I do think, really quick, one thing that I never really appreciated until I left my parents' house, because my folks are, like, perfect in every way, but they're also not Home Depot people. In fact, I don't think I've ever gone to Home Depot with either of my folks. There are so many easy things that you can do to improve your house for so little effort if you know what you're doing. It's kind of crazy. I've been in so many people's houses, whether they were low or high income, with like problems in them, like squeaky doors, or like there's a fault with the windows, or like something won't close properly, or there's like the thing with the paint, or like this, that, like a million little things. And when I was younger, I would look at that and I would just think, oh, that's what the house is like. But now that I'm older, it's like, oh, if you go to Home Depot and just spend like $12, you can like fix like you can fix problems that will stay fixed for years. You know what I mean? And you can just do that. And I feel like learning those skills is actually really, really, really important. Excuse me. Crazy store in the UK right now. Don't worry, we're going to get to that. I'm waking myself up. We're like I said, we're getting to it. I'm just, you can tell I'm getting more animated. Just let me, yeah. We have a sliding door that barely opened for years. Then I added some oil to it, and it worked like new. It's worked like new for the last 2 years now. Hell yeah. You can write all that shit off. Well, yeah, but it's like $12, you know, whatever. This is ridiculous. We all know home improvement is done by mages. I do feel like a lot of people kind of think that it's magic. So how'd your parents fix things? Well, stuff didn't break that much, but if there was a real problem, they'd like call the landlord, right? But I think learning how to do that yourself is super important. Don't get in the mind of like, oh, the landlord should fix it. The landlord should fix big stuff, don't get me wrong, but realistically, if there's a minor problem like a window or like a door is being kind of like on the fritz, you know, the landlord's not going to fix that, and you're probably not even going to ask them about it. So learning the basic skills to maintain it is fine. And also, man, I'm going to drop my hot anti-socialist take here. I don't actually think landlords should be responsible for every bit of minor upkeep to a house, because if you're really on the ball with minor upkeep, this stuff can be fixed in no time with basically no money. And they would be like coming over every like other day. You know what I mean? Like, you probably don't want a landlord scheduling a $250 maintenance repair guy visit so that they can do 8 minutes of work that you could have like done a YouTube tutorial on and done yourself effortlessly with like no problem, you know? That seems like kind of a weird incentive. I think it's okay to like learn some basic self-reliance there. Excuse me. How do you feel about lawn mowing, Dad? Fuck lawns and fuck lawn mowing, okay? I don't have a lot. If I had a lawn, all right, I would strip that shit bare and I would put down like rocks or like clover or some kind of like natural wild grass. I will never mow a lawn. I will never own a lawnmower. If I ever have lawn for some reason, then I will simply let it grow, okay? I am not mowing a fucking lawn. Stupid as fuck. I cannot believe that we sold like fucking suburban cuckolds who are like whose wives are getting absolutely fucking railed, made airtight by the pool boys, on the idea of like, yeah, here's your giant useless fucking grass ornament that you keep around your house, okay? It does nothing and it can't be used for anything. It's ugly. And also, you have to spend 2 hours every Sunday mowing it. Have fun, dipshit. Oh, yeah, by the way, like, here, enjoy your fucking entire neighborhood running lawnmowers at 8 a.m. because all the boomers who have nothing to do in their lives, because their fucking grandchildren never call, because they're all pieces of shit who abused their children when they were growing up, have nothing better to do, so they just mow their lawns at 8 a.m. on a Sunday, and everyone gets woken up by the fucking resonating. And the funny thing is, these are the suburbs. The whole sell of the suburbs is that you're away from the sound and the hustle and the bustle of city life. But lawnmowers are louder than any shit you're going to deal with in the city, unless there's a fucking car crash right outside your fucking apartment window. If you live in a city, you can sleep in on a Sunday. You close the window, you close the blinds, and you have a nice sleep. But you can't sleep through your entire neighborhood running those fucking automatic lawnmowers. It's not possible. So you just have to wake up on on your at the time schedule that the boomers set for you, so they can do their meaningless social ritual that does nothing but cost them time and money that they are running out of, by the way. Electric lawnmowers are quiet though. I have never been in a suburb where people used electric lawnmowers. I'm sure they are, but you know. Use moss, doesn't overgrow and uses water better. Moss is great. It's actually like insane how many better alternatives there are to like just regular grass. Look at a moss lawn, dude. You can only do this in a wet area, but like holy shit, look at that. That's so nice. That's so nice. Like what the fuck? Clover lawns are really pretty, depending on the type of clover. Some types are like just basically on the ground. Some grow out like that. That's really fucking pretty. Clover's nice. Also, you don't have to mow it. It's just there, you know? What's that shit in the Pacific Northwest? It's like red Pacific Northwest red vine lawn. It's like a vine that grows along the ground. It's not actually a vine though. I don't remember the name. Damn, I wish I could remember. I've seen these sometimes driving around. They're really nice. Really, really pretty. Thyme lawns are so pretty when they turn purple. Thyme's really nice, yeah. Moss lawn looked gross. Kelly, you're insane. Creeping thyme. Is it creeping thyme? Is that what I'm thinking of? It is. Red thyme lawn. Is that it? Does it go, is it red? No, it's only purple. But it's so pretty though. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? That's so nice. They're just like so many cool things you can do that aren't. Is this it? Rainbow creeping thyme? Is this it? Maybe. I think you can get creeping thyme in a lot of different colors. I don't know, whatever. Okay, I feel woken up enough. Let's look at these fucking links. All right. Elon Musk is reportedly building a town in Texas for his employees to work and live in. This will not happen. Elon Musk will say a lot of shit, and then it will never happen. Until construction starts, I don't care. Elon Musk will say anything. He'll say literally anything. But if he wants to do feudalism, like, I'm going to need to see boots on the ground before I take it seriously. Do some company towns. How feminism destroys women and everything else. Michael Knowles live at University of Buffalo. Oh, yeah, I heard about this. There were some protests to him showing up at the University of Buffalo. You know, my thinking has changed a lot over the past few years. I think I'm actually kind of like against protesting right-wingers coming to university now, because it seems like 99% of the reason they come to universities is to bait engagement from the protests. It's like the protests rarely seem to be an inconvenience to them. They actually like it because it means they get more like content to farm off of. I used to not feel that way, but I think now it's like, because like I've seen a couple of times that they'll go to a university with no protest because people decide they don't care. And then it's like they're just talking to a room of like 40 people who don't give a shit. No publicity was given at the university because nobody was protesting it. Like a lot of the on the ground advertising is done by the protesters because they're like, hey, this thing is happening, this controversial figure is showing up, and then like they show up and it's like, I mean, you don't stop them, you just like show you're mad, which they know you're mad. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, we'll talk about the Tennessee governor thing in a sec. Square Enix plans to launch blockchain games next fiscal year, says CEO. I hate game dev CEOs more than you could possibly imagine. What's a blockchain game? It's like they've done this before with like NFTs or whatever. It's basically like, hey, your lives equal your NFTs. Once you run out of monkey pictures, it's all over for you, bucko. But if you do really good in the game, you get more NFTs. But it's just, it's, I don't care. Moist made a good point. What if people hack the game and yoink everyone's NFTs? Well, considering the crypto market is already full of fucking phishing schemes and scams and hack and everything, like this wouldn't be surprising. It's just really dumb. The gaming industry is desperately trying to settle on like a new money-making guaranteed formula now that all the ones that they've been relying on don't work. Like, fuck, I've been watching, I just watched these the other day. The Zero Punctuation guy, Extra Punctuation, Yahtzee Croshaw, he was talking about this, and I think he was totally right. Like, all the big AAA games that are coming out these days cost $8 trillion to make, and they require 2 years of crunch time, and half of the developers commit ritualistic suicide along the development process. And then they finally release the game. Do you guys... Okay, real talk. I'm not talking about how high quality the game is. Have you noticed how basically nobody seems to give a shit about God of War Ragnarok? But back in God of... like 2018, God of War 2018 was fucking amazing, and everyone talked about it. Like, Ragnarok might be as good of a game, but you can't deny there's a massive downgrade in how much people are talking about it. And you know why? The reason why is that because in the 4 years in between God of War 2018 and God of War Ragnarok, we saw 80 million games that were just like God of War 2018. That is to say, games where, like, they try to elevate the formula of, like, a highly linear, narrative, character-driven, like you walk along a line and your characters talk all the time and you get from point A to point B and blah, blah. It's like all video games feel the same now, and all AAA games have basically the same beats that, like, hit behind the scenes, like beat, 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 beat. So even if they're really, really good, it's not interesting. This is why I can't play the Uncharted games. It's because, like, when you're playing an Uncharted game, or, fuck, probably even The Last of Us, which I've never played, but I've seen playthroughs, I feel like you know everything that's going to happen, just because, like, these games are basically just books. Why do you think The Last of Us is doing so well as a TV show? The gameplay doesn't really serve the narrative. The narrative happens, and the narrative's good, but, like, the gameplay's just like, well, this is the part where there's going to be a fighting set piece, and, like, here's the part with the stealth action, and here's the part where you have to search the large area for the crafting materials. You may be surprised on narrative beats, but on a gameplay beat, like, everything is incredibly formulaic. You'll never be surprised. Which means that it shouldn't be a game. It should be a TV show. If the part of the media that isn't interesting is the game part, then it probably shouldn't be a game. And look how well the TV show's doing, you know? So yeah, I don't know. And like the open world games aren't doing as well lately. Guys, do you remember Horizon Zero Dawn West or whatever? Who even played that fucking game? Abysmal take that the gameplay in those is bad. No. Braves136, listen again, and I'm not going to patronize because I want you to really pay attention, okay? You're like the special needs student in the back, but I believe in you and I want you to go far, all right? I didn't say the gameplay was bad. I said it was predictable and doesn't serve the narrative. So, I know that there's, like, competent shooting in Uncharted 2 or whatever, especially, like, in the remake, because they made it so that your aim doesn't lock back to center whenever you pop up from cover. However, it's predictable. And, like, don't you all know when you're playing a game like that and you're about to get an action set piece. Like, don't you all know? Like, you're walking with your NPC support character and you're both talking, and then you enter a suspiciously large room where nobody's talking and nothing is visible, but there are a bunch of, like, chest-high walls and cover areas and stuff. And it's like, okay, like, obviously, as soon as I take a few more steps forward, like, it's like someone's gonna go like Allahu Akbar from a far corner of the room, and then there's gonna be shooting, and the support character is gonna say, damn, and you're gonna say, huh, guess it's time to go shooting again. And then like you do the action set piece, and then a helicopter shows up because it's always a helicopter, and then you kill all the guys, and you get, and then at the end of it's like, all right, and then the NPC support character is like, damn, you sure shot him again. Like, we've all played this, we all know this. It's the same in The Last of Us. Not to take away from the narrative, like, I've only watched gameplay of the God of War games, but I feel like are people playing those games for the gameplay? Because when I watch people play those games, I feel like 99% of the time people are like soying out over how cool the story is, and the like the character beats and the dialogue. And it seems like for a lot of people the gameplay itself is like, not to say it's bad, it seems pretty competently executed in God of War. Like, they put a lot of effort into it. But, like, the main thing that drives it forward is, like, the really cool interactions between Kratos and Atreides, and, like, the guy, Mimir, the eyeball guy, the, like, head lantern guy, you know? I guess in that case there's, like, enough for everyone. I guess I'm just really bored of the cover shooting, like, stealth stuff. The Last of Us 2 really was good gameplay, just outshined by the Master Story. Well, that's the thing. If gameplay's really predictable to me, it stops being good or interesting. You know, it's kind of like everything gets added on top of itself in a way that, I don't know. You're just old? No, it's not that I'm old. It's just like every game has to be everything now. You know what I mean? It's like a AAA disease, kind of. It's like how like people will say a game is a shooter these days, but no, it's not. Like Doom is a shooter, the original Doom, because all you do is shoot. You don't even talk. There's not even a fucking story, basically. You just shoot. And then we keep adding stuff onto that. And it's like, okay, well, we'll have that, but we'll have like persistent gameplay, story, dialogue, characters. We'll have like this like cutscene, actually, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, that's all good. It's not bad to have those things. But we are adding on to a basic element of the formula. And then you take a look at a game like The Last of Us 2, and it's like, okay, well, we need to have, like, basically everything people play because we're, like, spending $5 billion in this game. So let's do, okay, we have to do the stealth, the combat, we have to do the quippy dialogue, we have to do the hard-hitting, like, emotionally driven narrative set pieces, we have to do, like, the crafting and the open world segments, but not too much open world, because if you let people run around and, like, dick about for too long, then it doesn't fucking matter as much. You know, yeah, like the pseudo RPG elements, you have to do this, you have to do that. It's like, What about the new Doom games? The new Doom games are great. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying, like, man, the fuck that every game has crafting systems and RPG elements nowadays, though, is so fucking annoying. That actually does trigger the fuck out of me. That does genuinely fucking bother me. I do hate that a lot. I really do hate that. It takes away from so many games, man. Because, like, if you think about it, like, fuck, I shouldn't be doing this early. God damn it. It's going to be a long stream today, guys. Just understand that. Okay, here's a chart. Okay. Bosch, how the hell are you tired of story-driven games? Because you never get tired of From Software making literally the same game 8 times. Well, that's the thing, Salty Internet Pirate. Leaving aside the fact that there are subtle differences between the Souls-like games, those games are gameplay-driven. You know, like, lore and narrative are fun and interesting and all, but ultimately they're gameplay challenges. And they've succeeded, for the most part, I think, in keeping that gameplay challenge interesting and novel. I may know the basic beats of a Dark Souls game narratively, but I'm not playing it for the narrative. I'm playing it for the specifics of the very nuanced gameplay. And, like, the gameplay in a Souls-like game is refined enough that even if I know I'm about to fight, like, the big king who fell, you know, the specific attack patterns that he has can be, like, if they're different than what I expect, like, that to me is enough, right? Whereas, like, the the like Last of Us 2 shooting gallery set piece or the Uncharted shooting gallery set piece, like they all feel the same no matter what. I've played enough of those. You can't tell me that those don't feel samey. Like I know they do. Because it's like the same thing. It's like you run, you hide, you shoot. Like, okay, I know how these gameplay loops work. Whereas in like, you know, a Souls boss fight, like there's a really fun specific challenge of overcoming in a very direct combat arena one guy or maybe two, you know, depending on the fight. But I do kind of dislike parts of Elden Ring because Elden Ring does get repetitive, especially in its replays. And a lot of it is because of its fucking open world crafting system. And I've never liked the RPG systems in the Dark Souls games, by the way. You want consistency? I've always felt like the Souls games shouldn't actually have level ups. Because I've always felt like if the ultimate point of the game is to overcome a challenge through your skill and skill alone, going back and leveling like up to make it easier, I don't like that as an option. If you were focusing on like the pure, you know, like distilled challenge of the combat experience, I think there should be ways to choose character builds that don't actually like allocate power to your character. But that's a personal preference. That's not like me doing a huge criticism. Look, the thing that I'm trying to say about like crafting RPG elements, all right, is like, okay, super quick, all right? Modern AAA games have an unbelievable amount of time and effort put into them, okay? And this is something that really bugs me, okay? Let's say that, like, there is like, you start at point A. Why did I do X for A? You start at point A, and you want to get over here to point B, okay? Now, ultimately, the point of a video game is to entertain you and to, like, get a good cost to entertainment ratio for the time that you spend on it. Like, we're talking a AAA game. They can't release a game that costs $60, took $200 million to make, and it plays for 4 hours, right? Like, the goal here is, of course, they want to pad and stretch to an extent. That's fine. Not all padding is necessarily bad, you know? Like, this is why not all games are boss rush games. Even if a game has, like, 8 bosses, and the bosses are the coolest parts, it's okay to have, like, mook enemies between them, so you chain together the fights and get, like, a good, like, difficulty wave, you know? Like, you want peaks of difficulty, but you want relaxation, too. Video games shouldn't be, like, 10 out of 10 excitement all the time, because you get burnt out. This is why Fury is a boss rush game, but every boss fight is punctuated with 3 minutes of walking down, like, an upside-down floating prison wall while a guy in a bunny costume tells you how fucking high he is, you know? Like, you have, like, a huge fight, and it's really difficult, but then it's like, okay, let's chill out for a little bit. And then you, like, fight again, okay? So, let's say that you have, like, you got to go from point A to point B, okay? And the problem that I have is that, like, it used to be, and by used to be, what I mean is, like, even like Call of Duty, okay? I'm not like reaching high here. I'm not like reaching for the stars, okay? But it used to be like if you were going to chain together these points, you had to have like stuff to engage the player through them. You know what I mean? So like maybe you have some like easy guys to take out here, and then like over here there's like a little crate you can find with some ammo, and then over here there's like a group of guys that you can that are actually kind of like a tough fight if you don't like ambush them or like you throw a grenade or whatever. And like, you know, it holds your attention. But the thing that I despise, and the thing that I'm so fucking tired of, the thing that I'm so fucking exhausted of, I'm like I can't stand it. Like it actually fucking hurts. Like it hurts my chest when I see it now. And I see it all the time when I play games, you know, is this, okay? Where you'll have like that same kind of like path from A to B, okay? But then, oh, hey, the game's being really generous. At a point in between A and B, or possibly during all of it, okay? It's not actually a linear path. It's actually a kind of semi-open world, but not really corridor that is peppered with fucking crafting items. I am so tired because now they're like, dude, we don't even have to structure out like a bunch of combat beats. The players will get little bits of satisfaction every time they come across a consumable, because it's like a little Skinner box reward that you have to run around picking up, and you have to like grind your nose against the wall to like, so you don't miss out on any green herbs or whatever. And then it's like, you know, and like maybe there's like a fight right here or something. And like, okay, but like overwhelmingly, it's like yeah. And then like depending on the game, it's either really so like one issue here is like Horizon Zero Dawn, where it's like a lot of this is just tedious bullshit, you know. And then sometimes it's like The Last of Us 2 or Resident Evil, where it's like, okay, it's not tedious, But you do have to grind your nose against every edge of the map because like these games run you up pretty hard against your like crafting and ammunition limits, and you need to get every single one of those. You know what I mean? Bro, you're literally long. You're literally talking about game design. This shit works and is used for a reason. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's used for a reason. It's used to keep hamster-brained retards like you on your fucking treadmill. You're right, it is used for a reason. It maximizes profits for the fucking bourgeoisie. Yeah, you're like defending the fucking food pellet that you're chasing while the ground underneath you turns under, like, behind you at the same speed as your fucking movement. No, this is fucking shit. This is dog shit. You suck. This fucking sucks, bro. I can tolerate it for shit like Resident Evil 4 or whatever, because for the most part, like, it's pretty easy to see stuff, you know? Like, the items glow, and, you know, sometimes there's hidden stuff that can be fun to find, because it's like a little challenge to find it. But sometimes, man, you're literally just like fucking like, okay, pick up, pick up, pick up, at least in Elden Ring, like, crafting is totally unnecessary. There's no reason to use crafting if you don't need to, because it's honestly kind of a superfluous and underdeveloped system. But, like, oh my god, man. Dude. Is nobody else tired of this? Do you think it's part of dissolving critical thinking? No, it's just padding. It's literally just, no, the developers are just going, how do we string along a narrative sequence in a way that keeps people engaged from A to B while getting like good returns on our investment? Oh, well, rather than like structuring well thought out combat sequences that keep a good like flow of difficulty, challenge, and tension, instead, what if we just like filled everything with like fucking crafting RPG elements? So everyone's always looking for like the little XP things or the little herbs or this, that, the other. Insanity, how this makes you mad, but you're still a Souls fan? What? In Dark Souls, first of all, in Dark Souls, there was no crafting until Elden Ring. And second of all, the items in Dark Souls are totally not necessary to the gameplay experience. Like picking up consumables or whatever. Also, keep in mind that in Dark Souls, once you pick up an item, you've picked it up, and you'll often go through these areas multiple times. One of the nice things about Dark Souls is that, like, because you die over and over again on the bonfire run to get to the boss, you usually run through what is pretty short of an area, like, pretty quick, and there's usually not that much stuff along the way. The games are relatively well structured in the sense that, like, you make it a little bit further each time, and you find one or two more items. Also, Dark Souls very deliberately doesn't have any inventory limits. It didn't have crafting until Elden Ring, and a lot of the stuff that you found is just like a different type of sword. Copium, it's totally different. I don't know if you got... Maybe you guys just don't play video games, so you don't actually know what it is I'm referring to. Like, much in the same way that I can say, hey guys, wouldn't it be cool if X game existed? And you're all like, oh, of course, exactly. Like fucking Skyrim. Maybe I'm saying, like, I don't like it when gameplay developers, like, pace out their games with these stupid, unnecessary RPG crafting, item gathering, fucking time waste, and you guys are like, oh, but here's another game where crafting items are okay, but you don't know the difference because you're infants and you haven't played video games, and you don't know the difference. Oh my god. Somebody in chat, at least a few people understand what I'm talking about. What's the alternative that doesn't create a boring on-rails experience? Basically, every game before, like, 2000 and, I don't know, what, 14? Didn't have this issue. This is a modern thing. Games have gotten more and more expensive, and now all of them have fucking crafting RPG elements. This was not a problem for the majority of the existence of the medium. If you go back and play, like, really good narrative games or really good semi-linear games from basically any previous era, go back to the Nintendo 64, go back to the PS1, the PS2, go back to the Xbox, all this shit. It's like, oh, wow, all of a sudden now, we are once again playing in a game where we just played Halo. Halo isn't chalked up with a bunch of bullshit crafting fucking, oh, you found the one. Like, ammo's pretty easy to find. You're going from fighting set piece to fighting set piece. And, like, fuck, man, that's what you're here to do. You're here to fucking fight. Fighting is the point of the Halo game. You're fighting. That's the point of Halo. Not, like, gathering pieces of, like, ceramite armor on the ground so that when I get 87 of them, I can upgrade my my armor against plasma attacks by 8%, you know? And then Halo Infinite happened. And then Halo Infinite happened, right? GTA hasn't done this, for example. Yeah, well, GTA is still open world. And all open world games are bad, so. Must skill / gameplay factors. Just play chess, Vosh. You clearly don't actually enjoy video games. That's bait. Vosh, games are better when you make your own story and not follow a dull story. Okay, then make your own story of, like, fucking play Breath of the Wild and just roll off a cliff over and over and over again until you die of old age. What the fuck are you talking about? You're paying money for a product. Go play Minecraft. What did you think of Metro Exodus and its open world? There were parts of Metro Exodus's open world that kind of tried me. Not gonna lie. Was Metro Exodus really like that much better than the previous two games for its open world? I would say no. I don't think it improved on it. The open world, guys, a huge part of the popularity of the open world has been a way to force more effort on the side of the level development and like art asset teams without requiring much communication from or cooperation with the like writing and game design teams, okay? Like if you have a well-structured linear game, that means that everything that the player encounters has to be like a synchronous experience with regards to every element of the game, from story, like dialogue, like the art, everything has to come together. Whereas in an open world, right, like basically the team can just go, yeah, like we're gonna like do this part of the story in like a big snow map. So just make like a big snow map, and if you could like do a town here, a river here, train crossing here, do this, that, yeah, build all that, and like we'll like fill in basically, because it's now desynchronous. You can walk around and experience stuff in any order up until you get to like the area where the story progresses, in which case things get good again all of a sudden, crazily enough. But it's like a lot of padding, right? Like, is the gameplay experience really made that much better? Because, like, okay, so like before it was like, oh, we can have like a crafted experience in this area that goes on for 2 hours, or we can have it go on for 8 hours, and 6 of those 8 hours are driving around in your buggy car, like collecting meaningless bullshit all around here until finally you arrive at the story zone that makes the story go forward. But you can't skip all this bullshit because it contains the ammunition and the weapons and the fucking EXP and all that bullshit that you're going to need to do this area, otherwise the game will get progressively harder. Wow, now we've made 2 hours into 8 hours. Give examples? I am specifically referring to Metro Exodus here. Piss poor argument. You guys are insane. You're insane. You're all fucking urinals. Your stomachs are being used by urinals, by fucking greasy game developers who are trying to make more money off of their exploitative business practices, and you're like begging for more because you mentally ill, degenerate fucks are so starved for entertainment that you will literally play an uninteresting, dull 40-hour experience and think, wow, at least that distracted me from my suicidal thoughts for a little while longer than a good game would have. Fuck you. Fuck all of you. You're ruining the fucking medium. I wish all of you would just stop buying video games and fucking play Minecraft so you can leave actual fucking interesting experiences to people who give a shit about the fucking medium, instead of going, who cares if they're padding? I like the interesting gameplay. I want to numb my brain. I play games exclusively so I can listen to podcasts and play on my fucking phone while I'm playing the game, like I know you people do, because all of you fucking people are ADHD riddled fucking Zoomers, and you can't entertain yourselves with just one product, and you would rather satisfy yourself with 3 mediocre ones at the same time. I hate you, I hate you, I hate. Yeah, I'm awake now. There we go. All right, well, hopefully someone agrees with me. Congrats, Vosh. You managed to make your media arguments peak retarded today. You people suck. You're exactly the fucking... I don't know how I can go on Twitter and find a bunch of people eye-rolling that the new Suicide Squad game is going to be a live service action game, and then you guys in my chat are like, live service... like, I have to assume that all of you are totally okay with live service games, right? You're all totally okay with Destiny 2. You're all okay with the fucking Gotham Knights. You're all okay with that shit. Because, like, clearly, like, the only thing you play video games for is to have developers piss down your throat. So, like, why the fuck would you... Oh, no, you don't. Oh, that's a step too far. So you're totally okay with game developers using random RPG and crafting elements to elongate a game in an uninteresting, unengaging manner, but you're not okay with them using Skinner box mechanics to do it. Is that right? So so we're okay with one kind of bullshit. Correct? Okay. You are no better than them. You are no better than them. You are the same. I agree, but it hurts because I'm playing Shadow of War and enjoying... I haven't played Shadow of War. I've heard it's good, though. It's not unengaging, you fucking idiot. Wandering around a big open world? Have you played, like, Horizon Zero Dawn? No, if anyone here can sincerely tell me that they've played Horizon Zero Dawn or Horizon Zero West or whatever, and were engaged by just sort of waddling around the open world, like chest humping and jumping up on platforms to get the one of the 87 billion fucking Ubisoft collectibles that are strewn across the map. Hey guys, remember when Horizon Zero West came out and nobody fucking cared? That was pretty funny. Because a better game came out the same week, Elden Ring. That was pretty cool. I liked that. That made me happy when they spent a bunch of time and money. I lull myself to sleep with the YouTube videos of AI-generated fucking Horizon Zero West people sobbing into their pillows as they spend $8 trillion on a game that nobody played. Because I hate them. I hate them. I hate... Like, fucking... I played Horizon Zero Dawn, okay? Fucking... Here's your map, dog. Now let's sprinkle the Ubisoft bullshit. Can I, like, just get a larger tip? Hey guys, everyone, hey, doesn't your ADHD-riddled Zoomer brain make you want to fill up the map? Don't you want to do all the things? You don't want to miss out on any cool collectibles. There won't actually be any cool collectibles, okay? All the stuff that you get is basically, like, really rote and uninteresting. But hey, like, wouldn't it be cool, like, now we have to check everything. Yes, unironically. Your brain is broken, and I hate you. I wish they made books for people like you, because then at least satisfying your degenerate perversions would be less expensive, okay? I wish, but it was just a book that has nothing, and 98 pages of build-up, one cool action scene, and then they just copy-paste the 2 pages of action scene across fucking so thick of a text you rival, like, the Harry Potter series, okay? So open world games need to die? Yes! Vosh doesn't like map exploration, that's it. He always wants to be engaged on useless, dull, repetitive content rather than finding or making new things to push you. You're defending map exploration as an alternative to useless, dull, repetitive content? What the fuck are you? If your game is so uninteresting that a direct engagement with its mechanics is dull and repetitive, and map exploration, so you can find new things to push your characters a bit. Hey, if the map exploration was so fun, why the fuck do you need the incentive to push your character's abilities, huh? Why the fuck do you need... Is that really why? If it's fun for its own sake, then why do they need to add the little Skinner box completionist bullshit to it, where it's like, oh, that dull, repetitive content that you don't like? Well, they have to tie fucking rewards to it. Because it's all part of the same brain exploitation system. I feel like I'm doing a screed on them putting, like, fucking addictive chemicals into all the food we eat. And you guys are like, no, we like those addictive chemicals. It's good. We want literally everything to be full of trans fats. And we want literally everything to be full of high fructose corn syrup. We don't care that it's killing us. It's good. We like it. We like it. We don't care. Vosh just likes superfluous bullshit when it's Japanese. No, I hated Persona 5. We literally just want healthcare, my dude. You don't deserve it! What are you gonna do with your longer life? Play Horizon Zero West? No, fuck you! And fuck free healthcare. Wait, oh, dude, thanks to our $8 trillion healthcare spending, now people can get 100% in every Ubisoft game before they die. Fuck you! Will you play Baldur's Gate 3? If Baldur's Gate 3 was so good, they would make a Baldur's Gate 4. The whole argument comes down to Vosh being a hipster. I genuinely do hate you guys. I hate you. You've no fucking idea how sincere the hatred is. It's veiled behind irony, but I do genuinely. I hate you. The game industry is literally imploding right now as they shut down live service game after live service game, and developers are fucking hanging themselves in their bedrooms for their children to discover them on the crunch times that they're doing to build up these Cyberpunk 2077s, these Horizon Zero Wests, all these gigantic fucking open world crafting RPG bullshit games, and you guys are I am suicidal, so longer game times, the completion time, that's pretty much what I'm looking for here, because it does distract me from my... So, like, but quality doesn't matter, because you're just looking for a fucking distraction. You're looking to numb your feelings. A lot of people just play video games to numb themselves. And I know this because League of Legends is still a popular video game, okay? I know you motherfuckers are not playing League of Legends for like a novel, innovative gameplay experience. I know you're not engaging. The whole point of art is to like experience emotion, right? Like the whole point of art is to force you to confront elements of your psyche and of the emotional experience that you couldn't just like sitting alone, sucking on your thumb. But you guys don't care about that, okay? What you care about is like, damn dog, I collected 100% of all the Riddler coins in fucking Arkham City. I'm so... Wow. Not one of them was interesting, and I didn't even read the flavor text on any of them because I don't care about it for any reason other than satisfying the ape-brained completionist mindset that is drilling into my skull like a fucking parasite. But, you know, whatever. It's fine. It's all the same. It's okay. Everything's the same. Hey, guys, how many of you have any distinct memory of the last, say, 5 games you've played consecutively? Or does it all bleed together? Video games are just something I mainly play so that I don't have to, like, you know, it's basically just occupies the time between me waking up and me falling asleep. It doesn't really matter. You do politics now? How can I do politics with an audience like that? It's like asking me to fucking paint a masterpiece when my canvas is like a flattened, dried cow pat that was left in the sun. Isn't art subjective? Some people like X game, some people like Y game. Don't you go postmodern on me. If we give up all artistic critique to the subjectivity crowd, then we'll all be chugging down live service model gameplay for the rest of our lives. It'll all just be Destiny 2 gear score grinding, okay? No. We have to have standards, and I will not have the standards of the medium set by people who have to be on Twitter to enjoy the game they're playing. What's your opinion on sports games like Madden? YouTube TOS keeps me from talking about the EA sports games. What is a good game? Play Pathologic. It's designed to make all of you as miserable as I feel right now. If art is about experiencing a range of human emotion, then let's talk about something that will reflect my emotional state. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, let's show somebody smarter than chat. With better opinions than chat. A brain-damaged infant cat. He was biting me. Good. Look at him. Yeah, speaking of Pathologic.
He's so sleepy.
Sleepy.
Put him on the blue blanket. He was napping there yesterday.
I feel really called out for that Destiny 2 comment. You deserved it. Vosh, Pathologic is good because of its open world exploration elements. Holy fuck, it's a bread. Yeah, you're catching a ban. If you, I don't care if it's bait. If you seriously think the appeal of Pathologic is its fucking open world exploration, yeah, dude, that's the point of Pathologic. You have all the time in the world to go explore the open world. Yeah, no, fuck you. No, you're not getting away. You're not getting away with that one. Not in my favorite game. Not in this house. Fuck you. Double permanent. Oh man, dude, day one, the fucking pop-up on the screen, 11 days remain. 11 days? That's plenty of time to explore the map. Let me just go out into this cool barren landscape around the city where the fog encompasses everything. Oh wow, there's fucking nothing out here. Except for Twyrene, which, good luck finding that. Does all this stuff apply to World of Warcraft? Yeah! People have been talking about World of Warcraft having an exploitative gameplay model for a long time. It's only gotten worse. Now they time gate like 50 trillion elements of progression. You can't do anything in that game without activating some kind of better play next week mechanic. So I should stop playing those games? Yes. I genuinely feel like for a lot of people, if you could just like... If you could just take these games away from them and force them to play good ones, I feel like you would all grow up. Have better opinions. Do you hate completionists? No, I'm a completionist. I like getting 100% if it's a good game deserving of it. Does this apply to The Witcher 3 with its open world and its crafting? Those elements really didn't... Those aren't the parts of The Witcher that any of you guys remember. Guys, when I remember The Witcher 3, I remember like all of the amazing narrative beats, the character moments, the dialogue. I don't remember wandering around the hillside occasionally getting molested by a group of bandits or like a group of gnolls or whatever. I don't remember any of that. Like, at all. That was the majority of the experience. It would have been better if they cut it all out. The main problem is a lot of games want to have a big open world for its grandiosity and for its size and its spectacle, but I'm not impressed by a big world. Any game dev studio can do that. Indie games are building open worlds these days. Christ. The spectacle's not there. If it doesn't serve the gameplay, then it shouldn't be used. Pathologic has an ostensibly open world, not that you'll have time to see it on your own pace, but the point of the open world isn't to give you some, like, grand spectacle to appreciate. The point of it is to give you a large environment to fucking miserably traipse around in as you try futilely to stop the worst thing ever from happening to everyone. It perfectly matches the point of the game. If the game is about the emotional experience of misery and depression and futility, the size of the map gives you it perfectly. You could not have Pathologic without the way its game map is structured. You could effortlessly have Horizon Zero Dawn or this, that, the other, or whatever without the open world, because the open world is just superfluous spectacle bait that they've drizzled on top. It doesn't in any way complement the game structures that they've provided, other than the inane crafting RPG elements bullshit, which very rarely adds anything other than like Skinner box jerk-off value. The open world boom really ruined a whole generation of gamers. Yeah, it did, clearly. What do you think of Breath of the Wild's open world? Well, the point of Breath of the Wild is mostly the exploration, and the exploration does remain fairly novel and interesting in a way that a lot of these games don't. Keep in mind that we're not talking about, like, all types of open worlds here. If Breath of the Wild is, like, able to use its open world to the benefit of its gameplay, which it does, then I think it's a lot more defensible. A ton of the open world in Breath of the Wild is about, like, not just the spectacle of having a large world, but the, like, emotional experience of like, coming across new stuff, which is not the fucking case in not in Breath of the Wild, in Horizon Zero Dawn, because I played that fucking game and there was no mystery or, like, wonder there, okay? There just isn't. Oh, Elden Ring did this too, by the way. Elden Ring did a phenomenal job creating, like, natural vistas, where when you explore... Guys, the wonder you feel while playing Elden Ring and, like, entering a new area is borderline magical. That's talent, okay? If you're gonna have an open world, and I have problems with Elden Ring's open world, but if you're gonna have one, use it for something. Don't just just like copy paste a grass texture across like 5 square miles and sprinkle a bunch of red herbs across it. Like the point of the open world in Elden Ring wasn't the craftable materials. Getting craftable materials in Elden Ring is incredibly easy. You literally, it's like you spawn a bonfire and there's like 5 trillion of them just right around. It's superfluous. It's underbaked. It's underdeveloped. But the open world there does serve like really interesting exploration. And I think a lot of the people who played that game have like magical memories of entering Caelid, for example, or of like going into the underground. Remember the Siofra River or whatever? Like, yeah, that's really nice. But those were used like meaningfully. What about the open world in Death Stranding? The open world in Death Stranding is fine because the literal point of Death Stranding is traversing and parkouring your way across an open world with packages on your back. That is a direct relationship between the open world and the gameplay. The whole point is like, which route do you take? Having that be linear there wouldn't even be a game then. It would just be a walking sim. Having it open gives you choices in a meaningful way. But this is just not... I love Vosh making constant exceptions to his dumb rules. You just don't understand the rules. Maybe there's a reason I like these games. Do you seriously think there's no distinction between the utilization of an open world and, say, Horizon Zero Dawn and Breath of the Wild or Elden Ring or fucking Death Stranding, a game which is not even remotely like the other ones we're talking about here? Like, you just don't know. You don't know the difference because you're not smart enough. You're not experienced enough with any of these games. You haven't played any of these games. You're a protoplasm. You're a zygote. In most states in the U.S., your mother could still legally abort you. I hate you. These games are so different. You can't compare. It's not even remotely similar. I hate. Holy shit. I love that Vosh is a moral anti-realist, but he apparently has very firm opinions on what essentially good and bad video game design is. The problem that I have is that like people don't even understand what I'm saying. I feel like I'm being pretty clear. They have no like it's like well, you have a problem with open worlds with RPG crafting elements. Well, what about famous RPG crafting open world game Pathologic? And it's like, okay, well then you weren't listening to what I was saying. What do you think about the open world in Shadow of the Colossus? That's a lot like Fury. The point of it is for pacing. The point of it is to like pace out like the emotional highs and lows and the gameplay experience. That's you're not meant to like search every corner of the open world there. You go from A to B with a bit of exploration and platforming, and I think it's a good way of like, yeah, world building too, yeah. My problem isn't with your general points, it's how much of an elitist prick you are about them. Whose YouTube stream are you watching? Have you played Fear and Hunger, and if so, do you like it? I tried playing Fear and Hunger too, but that game was a bit too esoteric for me. I respect the hell out of it, though. I highly recommend Cyberpunk 2077. I don't think I'm going to like Cyberpunk 2077. I don't think I will. So open worlds are good as long as they're utilized in an interesting and not tedious way. Yeah, like I was saying from the get-go, the problem that I have is with game development studios that are trying to make returns on their obscenely expensive games, padding them out by adding open world segments, RPG elements, and crafting as a way of like padding through Skinner box mechanics. It's the same thing that Ubisoft does. You can literally Google Ubisoft map screen. And, like, everyone immediately knows what I'm talking about, right? Like, the Ubisoft map screen is infamous because in every Ubisoft game, like Assassin's Creed or whatever else, like, they make a map and then they dot it with a fuck ton of bullshit. That is, let's be clear, not interesting. It's a bunch of safe houses, racing challenges, whatever, but they're like little nuggets of popcorn gameplay that don't serve to challenge, excite, innovate, or entrance you at all. They're literally just there to fill up a map screen because it draws out the game. It pads it out. It wastes your time. I don't have anything against map markers or like a map having icons to guide you towards content. That's fine. I have a problem with it just being like thrown out there. Like, here's Far Cry. Like, but again, like I'm not principally opposed Here. Okay, map screen, Assassin's Creed, Valhalla. It's like, actually, this looks not as bad as the other games. Maybe they've dialed it down recently. I haven't played recent Assassin's Creed games for obvious reasons, because it's a trash series. This one looks more manageable, yeah, than the other ones. It used to be a lot worse. If I went like Far Cry 4, Just Cause does this as well, doesn't it? Wasn't Far Cry 4 Far Cry Primal, or was that a different one? Oh, God. This is from a Reddit post. This is what a completed Just Cause 2 map screen looks like. So just so you guys know, Just Cause is like the apex of the bad design decisions that I'm talking about here. Just Cause 2's map is like 8 billion miles wide. It's huge. The game has like planes and a grappling hook and stuff. And it's like, you can get around super easy. That's fun. But most of this landscape is just empty nothing. It's like there's nothing there. It's just like spectacle for the sake of spectacle. But like, yeah. How long did it take them to do this? Who asked? I was probably around 300 out of 368 settlements complete on my most recent run. Are they truly having an innovative and engaging artistic experience, or is this something to just do? Because people do things that they just do all the time. It's fun. Is it? People will defend. Like, people will say that about WoW and then they kill themselves. I don't trust you people. You don't know what's good for you. No, it's tedious. It was a podcast game for me. Thank you for being honest. It's not like I don't play podcast games too, though I try to make them better than this. Not every game has to be art. Ooh, if you weren't a sub. See, look, being a sub does protect you sometimes. Because if you were a white name, it'd be over for you. All games are art. People can have different opinions? No. So video game taste is where you become an authoritarian, dictate what's good or what's bad. Why are all of you people getting indignant? I'm a moral anti-realist, and all of my political content is me talking with the highest level of moral authority I'm capable of mustering, that I'm about how I'm right and conservatives are wrong. You'll watch me spend 3 hours talking about how Matt Walsh is a fucking demon, and then you're, oh wow, so now we're being authoritarian about our tastes. It's all my taste. It's authoritarianism in the context of moral anti-realism. I'm just sharing my perspective. I make arguments for it, but it's not like there's any difference in like the concrete empirical moral defensibility of my positions, because I don't believe in that. This is bad. Okay. I think we're good. I think I'm awake now. That was all good. It only took an hour and 19 minutes. All right, close that. Holy shit, I'm so frustrated by the amount of people who have no idea what they're talking about. I work in the game industry, and Vosh is right, of course. Treddy, when you invariably quit the industry or KYS over how fucking terrible the video game industry is, I want you to remember all the people in chat who are like, dude, like, what's wrong with, like, stuff? I want you to remember all those people, okay? Just, I want you to remember the villains in this engagement. What are your top 3 recommendations for gaming experiences beside Pathologic? Okay, you're right. No, that's actually a good question. I should probably end on like a positive note. Not exactly hot takes here. Hollow Knight is Definitely the best Metroidvania game ever made. It's incredibly challenging from a gameplay perspective if you decide to take it that far, but it maintains its interest the whole way through. This is an example of like an open world done well, because the point of a Metroidvania is to construct an open world that like holds your interest with its novelty and the challenges that each area offers you, and it excellently paces itself with regards to its like upgrades and everything. It's a phenomenal game. There's a reason everyone loves it. There's a ton of content for it. I strongly recommend it. It's also a mostly silent game, which means that if you guys really like listening to podcasts while playing, that's like 50 hours of content right there. High quality, artistically engaging content that you can also like listen to stuff over, because it's, well, the game's music is beautiful, but it doesn't have like a ton of audio elements, you know, so you can do a bit more there. I'm just not a fan of the art style. That's okay. That's your right. And if you want like a more deliberately structured experience that's maybe a bit more retro, System Shock 2, really fucking good. It has audio elements. You do not want to miss Shodan or any of the audio logs. Like, you don't want to fucking have a podcast over that. But I feel like that game is a masterclass in like in like basically being the apex of its immersive sim genre. You could swap this out for Deus Ex. I think Deus Ex and System Shock 2 are about as good as each other. Maybe Deus Ex is better, but I have more fond memories of System Shock 2. You could go either. They're both really, 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 really good. So, you know, just it's yeah. So it's both really good. What's like a third one that I really want to? Which Deus Ex? The original Deus Ex, the one that came out in 2000, 2001, and thereabouts. Okay. Those are both really good. And then Bulblado, you're completely correct. Outer Wilds. Outer Wilds, we played this one on stream. Outer Wilds is basically like ego death that you would get from a shroom trip, condensed into a game. For a game to convey the emotional like information necessary to be comparable to a drug trip, I think, is a huge testament to its quality. It is a legit masterpiece, and more people need to play it. Outer Wilds is unbelievably good. It's so fucking good. It's ridiculously good. You can also play podcasts over it, but you probably shouldn't, because it's really good, and you probably want to listen and kind of like embrace the tone and the mood of the area that you're in. It's basically like a toy box puzzle game where you explore a universe. Okay, nice. What do you think about Disco Elysium? Disco Elysium is really good, but it's also a lot more niche, yes. But it's really, really good, but it's really niche. But it's good. It's really good, but it's niche. But it's really, really, really good, but it's niche. But it's good. Okay, yeah, those are good games. All right. Have you played Hotline Miami? Yes. Do you think video games that don't require thinking to play shouldn't exist? No, I've said, Mortaray, your brain needs a little bit less resting, because I've said multiple times now that I play games that I listen to podcasts over. I just recommended a game where I was like, yeah, you can podcast over. Like your brain needs less rest. It needs to wake up. Fucking Sleepy Joe over here. Opinions on Terraria. Terraria is really good. What do you think of Inscription? Inscription's really good. Thoughts on No Man's Sky? I don't care for it. You should play Katana Zero. Didn't enjoy it. Have you played Down 4? No, but I played Rain World. Have you played Shadow of the Colossus? Yeah, but ages ago. Do you think? What do you think about New Vegas? Does this apply to any of what you said? Yes, there are huge problems with New Vegas because it's built on Bethesda's RPG engine. Bethesda's RPG engine fucking sucks. Skyrim sucks. Oblivion sucks. Fallout 3 sucks. Fallout 4 sucks. Fallout New Vegas manages to be good because basically a team of masterclass writers, of ultra-powerful, high-tier, 9 trillion IQ writers were like, okay, this system sucks, but we're going to do the best we can. And they did. I haven't played Morrowind yet. I need to. But the New Vegas is good in spite of the ground that it's built on. What do you think of Blasphemous? It was really good. I got 100%. Have I played FTL? Yes. Thoughts on Hades? Really good. Got 100%. Have you played Stray? No, it'll make me cry. Which Metro game do you think is the best? The second one. Mario Odyssey? Haven't played it. Not interested. RimWorld? Not my thing. No Man's Sky? Stop asking me about it. Bayonetta? I'm literally playing it on stream. Thoughts on Deathloop? I played it for a bit, was instantly bored because like a lot of other games, it tries to do too many things and fails to juggle all those balls at once. Risk of Rain 2, that's a roguelike. It's fun. I suck at it. It's fun, though. How do you feel about games like CSGO, Rainbow Six, and Valorant? I don't like multiplayer games that much. I feel like they turn humans into monsters and they suck away your life and life energy. But if you genuinely enjoy it, like with friends or in a professional setting, or like you really enjoy getting better at it, I think it's admirable. The main thing that I have no respect for is people who play these games in a non-social and like non-competitive context, because a lot of these people are just miserable suicide cases. I've seen some, like, hey, if you play League of Legends or whatever because you're actually really good at it and you really like refining your skill, fuck, okay, like that, whatever, man. And if you like playing with friends, yeah, great. Anything with friends, you know? But if you're like just grinding out game after game in silver and you're just not even having fun, you're just like, man, maybe one day I'll get gold. My dude, do yourself a favor. In the time it took you to play 3 games, you could have played a really interesting indie game that could have left an experience in your mind that you'll remember for the rest of your life, okay? Like, seriously, 3 games, like, that's, what, 4 hours if it drags long? Like, fucking 4 hours is enough to play some really fucking interesting games. Like, just one. You could literally just go, like, popular, like, $5 or less indie game, like, short. Oh, wow, this is really good. Play that. It's like, oh my fucking God, that was really good. And you could really enjoy it, you know? What's your opinion of replay value in games? I don't think replay value is that important. Though it depends on the game. Sometimes with, like, really expensive games, I think it's more important, but I think people overemphasize its importance. I would rather a game like focus on being really good its first time, unless it's a kind of game that is modeled on replayability, like say Hades or a roguelike or whatever. What are your thoughts on automation games? Being autistic is valid, and I support their right to exist. I did get I did finish Dyson Sphere program. So do you like the Resident Evil games? I do. I think that, well, it depends on which one. But yes, I think that RE7 and 8 are really good. Mostly because they use their pseudo-open worlds to the benefit. They're not open worlds. They're more like open areas. And the open area is mostly like you kind of like trying to do resource management and like get chased around by the big bad of that area. And I think like that's interesting. It's not really like an open world. And the collectibles or like ammo you find really matters because like literally like you need every bit of ammo you can get. And I think that like drives engagement a lot more. You're not really wasting time in those either. What about fighting games? Not my thing. Prey 2017, I've played it. It's really, really good. You ever play Moonlighter? No, but I did play Reciteer, a item shop tale, and I got bored of it. So maybe I'd like Moonlighter more because the dungeon segments would be less boring, but I'm not sure. What are your opinion on the Total War games? I've played the Total War Warhammer games. I think they're pretty good. I've beaten a couple campaigns on very hard, but that's probably the farthest I'm going to go. To beat those campaigns on Legendary requires some cheesing that I'm just like not willing to do. I have not played Dying Light. Vosh, you're literally describing my entire life. Fuck. Yeah, stop playing fucking League or whatever. Stop treating games like something to numb your mind. You wouldn't treat anything else like that, would you? When you guys pick up a book, and I know you guys don't do that often because nobody does anymore, but when you do, I imagine like the book you pick up, like this is something that you read because you're interested in it. There is so much media out there made by talented, smart people that you could be consuming, but instead you're just getting bland, repetitive recitations of the same gameplay loop over and over and over again because it's what you default to. Your life will be the patterns that you set, all right? Your life is what you default to. The days that you spend are the years that you spend are the life that you spend. Every day that you waste doing something you're not passionate about is another day that gets added to the week, to the month, to the year, to the lifetime of time you spent not being passionate and a finite span that you get before you inevitably die. Stop wasting that time on stuff that merely holds your attention. Anything can hold your attention. Roadkill on the side of the highway can hold your attention as you stare by it. That's not enough. We live in an era of unprecedented access to incredible things. You owe it to yourself to look those out. It's not even like a money thing anymore. There are incredible experiences out there that are literally free. Like, not even to speak of torrenting or ROM, what do they call emulating. Not even to speak of those. Like, a lot of these indie games are like $2 and they're really good. Yes, but you don't always need to challenge your brain. I'm not saying you always need to challenge your brain. I'm saying that you need to engage with interesting artistic experiences that are not dragged out into a bunch of addictive, homogenous gray sludge by greedy game developers who want to get a return on their overpriced AAA project. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that like you can play games and listen to a podcast over it, you know? Like, what do you think when I was playing like Hades for the 58 hours it took me to get 100%? Do you think when I got 300 hours into Binding of Isaac to get all the achievements that I was like doing it dead silent? No. But Binding of Isaac requires a lot of thought when you play it, you know, because the way the mechanics work with each other, like it requires a lot of like game knowledge and planning to really get out a build, you know? And Hades requires a lot of mechanical moment by moment engagement that can be really fun and intense and engaging. And I enjoyed my time with that. And I finished. This is one of the reasons why I'm so insistent on playing like games that end now, because there are only two ways that you can stop playing a video game. Either it ends or you get tired of playing it. Those are the only two ways. And overwhelmingly, I think I feel a lot better when the game ends and I can think, ah, man, I wish there was more, but like, I really like that. Rather than like everything being dragged out. It's like every game has like a fucking end game now, or like infinite. It's like this is why I can't stand like Diablo 3 and Path of Exile. Like they can't just have a game that ends, you know? Or even a game that ends and then has like kind of iterations on that ending. It has, you go into this like, you were able to beat like warp level 56, but can you beat warp level 57? And it's just like it will never end. It will never end. Live service games, man. I thought you were a fan of Diablo 3. No, I'm a fan of Diablo 2. Did you play Repentance or just Afterbirth? I was playing Binding of Isaac back when it was a Newgrounds game, okay? I played everything. Vosh, completing 100% Binding of Isaac is exactly the same as playing a League of Legends. I disagree, but I enjoyed the time that I spent with Binding of Isaac. What's a good source for those indie games? I don't know where to look except Steam. Well, gonna be like that, huh? Oh, that's a bit annoying. I do not understand why it's doing that. I do not understand why it's doing that. I've never had this issue with OBS. Maybe it's your internet. No, my internet isn't crashing. It's OBS. OBS is crashing. Oh, now they're saying F again. Not F. Okay, great. It's not where to get those games? itch.io. Get your indie games from itch.io. Is it your graphics card? No. The program OBS is crashing. It is not my graphics card. It's Windows 11. It might just be Windows 11. Nice on Sugar Hill. Just tell OBS to stop crashing. Windows 11 upgrade's really unstable. Full reinstaller, don't do it. I had similar issues as well. Do I seriously have to just go back to Windows 10? Because I don't like Windows 11. How do you go back to Windows 10? Ask nicely. You have to do a full reinstall? I'm literally running OBS on admin mode, on compatibility mode for Windows 8. I don't know how to make it more stable. On Windows 8. It was recommended if it crashes. It was recommended. For Windows 8. It was recommended. It said if it crashed, you run on compatibility mode for Windows 8. If you recently upgraded OBS, they note some plugin incompatibility issues on their website. With what? Oh, hold on a second. Now that you mention it, I notice one of the plugin windows that's normally on the side there isn't actually there on my OBS. Hold on. Let me see. Well, if it's not there, does that mean that it wouldn't be affecting anything? Tools, scene collection, docs. If it manually uninstalled that, Temple OS wouldn't have this problem? Maybe not. I'm not sure. Well, I hope the goddamn OBS doesn't cut out while talking to people. I'm gonna laugh so hard if stream goes down while he's trying to fix it. Well, I don't know how to fix it, so I don't know if there's anything I could even do along those lines. Let me see. All right. Well, y'all are jerking yourselves off about being more tech literate than me right now. OBS crashing Windows 11. Little bit? Smidge? Oh, they can't even hear me, can they? Am I even live? Why the fuck did it take me that long to come back live? I hit the button like 30 seconds ago. Marco? Oh, it's all fucked now. Okay, how about you guys try and be a little bit helpful and actually assist me in fixing this problem? You know, we have an interview with a former Daily Wire persona in a little bit. It would be nice if this actually functioned. Unless you all want me to do it offline. Disable the plugins. How? Just say how. Disable plugins. How do you do this? Just do a clean install of Windows 11. How? I don't... People are still saying Polo. Describe the exact issue that you are having. OBS is randomly crashing. Show your OBS? I'm not showing you my OBS. Rave Dooman, don't provide anything unless you have... Do you have NVIDIA plugins? I don't know what that means. Try resetting the graphic card app on your computer. I don't know what that means. Fix your graphics card app? Probably just restart the PC. You know, fuck, that probably would be the best first thing we could do, huh? What is a graphics card app? It looks fine now. Yeah, because it ain't crashed yet. GeForce Experience. NVIDIA control panel. All right. If you've restarted since this problem started, it probably won't help. Yeah, I don't actually know if I have, is the thing. You know what? We're just going to try it. I'm restarting the goddamn computer. I'll see you all in a second. We got to get this fixed, okay? There we go. All right, well, that's probably not going to fix anything. I've had a look at Reddit. Rolling back your graphics card driver should fix it. Also, can you tell me the model of graphics card you have? I'll provide a link to an older version. Well, I can't roll it back while I'm streaming, can I? It doesn't seem advisable. Don't I have like a 3080 Ti or something? 3090? What do I have? Did you update your drivers? They were already updated. Don't run OBS as an admin and run it in Windows 10 compatibility mode instead of 8. Windows 10 compatibility mode was not an option. It was only Windows 8 and earlier. Look again, maybe? Why would looking again fix it? Compatibility. Run in compatibility mode. Yeah, Windows Vista Service Pack 1 and 2, Windows 7, Windows 8. I don't know, I'm not a tech guy. Okay, people in chat are crazy desynced. 1 second. There we go. It's not desynced. It was for some people. I advise running Linux. Okay, thank you. You're all very helpful. I know it's only a matter of time until all this crashes again. Restarting the graphics card probably won't fix it. You need to find out if OBS throws an error when it crashes. Check out the event log for any OBS reference. Use this guide. Okay, hold on. View, edit, show recording. Somewhere here there should be a crash reports. Show crash reports. Please. Wow, cool. Nope. OBS is not generating crash reports when it crashes. The last crash reports were from 2022. Well, hold on. There's one here from 2023, but this was 2 weeks ago. I don't even know if this is the same issue. I don't think it is. 2 weeks ago this wasn't happening. Check Windows crash reports. But the computer ain't crashing. Go to a Windows Event Viewer. All right. Hey, why is it that when I type in the search function down in my computer, it never actually shows anything that I want to see? Like, ever? Oh, that's cool. I just typed in Event Viewer, and then it refreshed and got rid of the text that I had typed. It went back to the default search screen. Because it's Windows? Well, then how do I open Event Viewer? Hold on. There we go. That'll improve things. Errors should be under administrative events when you get to the Event Viewer. I can't get to the Event Viewer. Windows key plus R, eventviewer.exe. Windows cannot find eventviewer.exe. All right. Windows 11. Okay, could you help me by telling me where it would be? Like from the top, PC, users, drive C, like that event viewer? Eventviewer.msc. Okay. All right, event viewer. We're looking at event viewer. Hold on. Windows logs. Go to system log. Nothing here says system log. Application. Application and services logs. Windows log system. Open. Open saved log. It would be under application log, not system. Oh my god. Guys, can you please not say... Don't you all have an investment in, like, making sure the stream doesn't crash? Why else are you here? Please don't say anything unless you know what you're talking about. We can't use OBS Log Analyzer because OBS isn't generating crash logs when it crashes. Just use an online log instead of random chatters. Have you ever tried Googling for tech advice? Do you know how useless it is? Okay, applications and services log. What? Hardware events? The only thing here that has any listed events are Windows PowerShell with 192 events. How am I even supposed to read this? Drivers are updated, Zinx. Yeah, because Event Viewer is not going to help you out. Okay. Well, then what will help me out? The Windows log system log should have several thousand events. Yes, that is correct. But so we're doing system log then, not admin log? When did you last upgrade your app? The drivers are updated. Yes, the system log. Okay, so let's just look through 2000. Open. Okay, I'm seeing errors. Let's see. Hold on. When was the last crash? Did you update OBS? Please don't ask me questions. Error. Galaxy client service terminated unexpectedly. Okay, that's GOG, I think. That doesn't matter. Galaxy client service seems to be crashing pretty often, actually. Why? It's done this 558 times. Okay, I don't think this has anything to do with OBS, but noted. Yeah, I don't see anything here that relates to OBS. Yeah, sorry, nothing nothing here relates to OBS. Did it actually crash? Maybe the Galaxy crash fucks with the stream, I don't know. I don't see how that would... Hold on. We're going to have to start doing this. Thanks, Dana. The galaxy crash has nothing to do with it. Okay. What do you expect to happen before the crash and what happens during the crash? The crash is OBS just freezes. Freezes. Stops moving. Was there an actual report prompt that came up after it crashed? No. I have to go into Task Manager and force quit it. If OBS is freezing, it might not well crash, hence no logging. That might make sense because it's not like, yeah, I have to manually close it myself. Could you install a previous version of OBS? I don't think that would fix it because the previous version of OBS was having this issue, and then I updated it thinking that it would fix the issue, but it has not. So I don't think the OBS update is the issue here. Seems pretty stable right now. It only crashed an hour and a half into the stream, remember? It might be a RAM issue. How long was it since you last rebooted? I rebooted 15 minutes ago. I would suggest uninstalling OBS, doing a fresh install, but you'll have to set up your scenes. I don't think it's OBS though, because it when OBS is crashing, does it use a lot of CPU in the task manager before you kill it? Yeah. More than it should. Right now, it's using about 17% of the GPU and about 2 gigs of memory, which is normal. But I think it was using more when it froze. Also, wait, why am I running this off of my CPU and not my GPU? My GPU is way stronger than my CPU. Whatever. That's just an encoder. OBS usually crashes for me because the CPU is overheating. Everything in my computer is running icy cool right now, don't worry. Maybe that's the issue. No, it's not. CPU encoding is just fine for live streaming. Disable your OBS plugins. I don't know what that means. Have you disabled Windows Game Mode? I don't know what that means. Disable core isolation. I have no idea what that means. Intel. Sable. Anything else freeze or just OBS? Just OBS. Disable GPU hardware scheduling. I don't know what that means. Okay, this is useless because everyone's spouting bullshit. Yeah, but it's a collaborative process. This is communism, okay? What drivers are you using on NVIDIA settings? I don't know what that means. I don't even know how to open up NVIDIA settings because the Windows search feature literally just does not do anything other than advertise Microsoft Edge. It literally just does not refer to anything within the computer. This was after a recent OBS update. It was after moving to Windows 11. Should be in the right-click menu on desktop. Oh, that's really cool, guys. Wow, I didn't know that. Oh, Windows 11 is so cool. Guys, check it out. So in Windows 11, if you right-click the desktop, you get a cool new fancy right-click that looks nicer, but shows you less. And then when you click Show More Options, it just gives you the original right-click, except it relocates where the right-click menu was to the new position of the mouse. That's so cool, dude. That's awesome. That's fucking incredible. Literal bloatware, dude. Holy shit. It's like, yeah, it's like pre-installed fucking taskbar add-ons. Yeah, it kind of seems like the issue here is literally just Windows 11. Okay, so like just reinstalling Windows 10. Does that mean I like lose all the data in my computer? I've never downgraded an operating system before. Not necessarily. Yes. Okay, thanks for the consistent info, guys. To return the old right-click menu, you have to edit the registry. Oh. Dude. Depends on how you do it. You'll need to get your stuff backed up. Check your C drive for a Windows old folder. Is there a way to install from that? Like, is there an... This is why everyone said not to install Windows. Nobody said that to me because I never said I was going to update to Windows 11. They only told me that afterwards. If the update was within around the last 2 weeks, then yes, it wasn't. This video is on Windows 11. It has a few easy potential fixes. Fix OBS Studio keeps crashing on Windows 11/10. I don't think this... Fine. Open settings, system recovery. Okay, I'll just check to see if it's even possible. Settings. By the way, one of the reasons I upgraded to Windows 11 is because I was having a fucking issue with Windows 10 out of nowhere, where whenever I clicked on the search menu in the bottom left, it would like freeze the computer for a second, and then eventually would open up the taskbar menu, but it would go all the way to the top of the screen. Did anyone else have that issue? I would click in the bottom left, and everything would freeze for a sec, and then when the thing finally did come up, it would go all the way to the top, and then it wouldn't be usable. I couldn't type anything into it. I fucking hate Windows, dude. I know they're the butt of every joke, man, but I miss Macintosh computers so much because like it's like, damn, I know they're not compatible with anything and they're overpriced, but holy shit, at least they function internally. Whereas like every Windows, like it's all like internally packaged with bloatware, and you have to be a fucking tech magician and like every once in a while do like fucking YouTube surveillance in order to find out what's wrong with the shit they keep making worse. Yeah, also the Finder on Mac actually works. Okay, what am I looking for in the folder? In system, display, sound, storage, Windows update. You're up to date. That's great. Cumulative update for Windows 11 version 22H based systems. Pause update, update history, advanced options. Download updates over meter. Recovery. Help with recovery. Creating a recovery drive. Okay, that doesn't fix it. Advanced startup. Restart your device, change startup settings, starting from a disk or a drive. Go back. This option is no longer available on the PC. Yeah, okay. All right, what is this fucking video?
Everyone, hope you're doing good. If your OBS Studio is crashing, not opening, or if any errors coming, we will be doing only 3 to 4 simple steps to fix this.
Nah, this isn't going to do it. It's saying like crashing or isn't opening. This is like a catch-all. It's going to describe the easiest, simplest things you could possibly do to fix any issue with OBS. I'm out, Indian guy. Yeah, don't make fun of Indian tech support dudes. There's a reason why so many of them come over on H-1B visas. You can't search for crashing, you need to search for freezing. This is making me tired again. I got energized yelling at chat, and now I'm tired again. Change the program's compatibility settings properly. Well, it's set to Windows 8 compatibility right now. It's running with admin settings. Uninstall your graphics drivers from your manufacturer, not Windows. My graphics driver should be fine. I'd wait till it does it again. Yeah, but what if it, like, if it cuts out during a conversation that I'm having with the Daily Wire person or whatever else, then OBS is recording too. If it crashes, I lose the recording as well. Like that, you can understand that's quite anxiety inducing for somebody with my job, right? Change compatibility to Windows 11. That's not how that works. Change your NVIDIA settings driver to Studio driver. What the fuck does that mean? Set up an extra program to record? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I was kind of hoping by this point in time there'd be somebody who was in chat who would be like a standout advice giver, but honest to God, you're all just being exhausting. You're the professional streamer here. I can't plan around Windows being incompetently designed. Uninstall the missing plugin. I don't know how to uninstall something that's missing. Next time OBS crashes, don't kill it in Task Manager. Leave it like that for at least 5 minutes. Okay, but you realize that would just mean losing viewers, right? Allow OBS through Windows Firewall? How could it be a firewall issue? It's not a firewall issue. It's not. I've been using OBS for ages. There's no way it's a firewall issue. But I'll check. Huh? Where where's OBS here? Allowed apps and features. I'm on the O section. Where's OBS? I don't even see it on the list of apps that I can. You can add it. Allow another app. Okay. Yeah. Path, browse. Okay. Tiring. Tiring, and I was already tired. I just wanted to yell at chat. It could have been so much fun. It was so much fun while it lasted. Local disk. Program files. OBS Studio. Where's the app? What? Wait, where? Program files, OBS Studio, bin, data, OBS plugins, uninstall. Where's the actual application? Here it is. Under bin? 64-bit? Stupid. Dumb. Buffoonish. Okay, OBS Studio. Add. There. It was not previously allowed public access through the firewall, but now it is. I fixed it. Maybe that'll do it? I mean, it can't hurt, right? Plugins folder. Okay, we'll check the plugins folder. Sorry about the low energy, guys. It's a long stream. I'm not going to be done here for like 5 more hours, you know? It's just, oh man, this stuff. I was already tired, but this stuff is exhausting. It's just innately anxiety inducing. You can never trust any of this Windows bullshit because what should be like a sturdy foundation isn't there. Like there's nothing you can trust in a fucking Windows install. It's not like, okay, you know, well, you're having issue with X programs, so, you know, it's got to be X. It's got to be that or Y because it can't be Z. Well, it can be Z actually because everything fucking breaks all the time. All right, plugins. OBS plugins, 64-bit, and then it's like 5 billion files. I think it automatically uninstalled the plugin that I had. I don't think it's there anymore. I think when I updated OBS, it purged the plugin. Yeah, I don't see it there. Make sure to also install DirectX. I'm pretty sure I already have that. Disable hardware acceleration. Where do I do that? Hardware acceleration isn't on. If it is, turn it off. Settings, advanced video, and then okay. Settings. I have to like keep tilting my head so chat doesn't say F, you know, because I don't know if they know. Settings, advanced video. What? Wait, what settings? What? Settings, advanced video. Settings where? In the system? What? What's advanced? Hello? In OBS? Oh, okay. Settings. All right, well, novel update. I clicked the settings button. That took a good 3 seconds to open up. Advanced. Wait, what? Video. Where's video? Settings advanced. Hotkeys, network, sources, automatically reconnect. Retry delay, maximum retry. Okay, stream delay. Recording. Video. Ah, of course. I can't edit anything in video. I'm currently Streaming. Renderer Direct 3D 11. That sounds about right. I don't see anything here that describes hardware acceleration. Yeah, there isn't a hardware acceleration setting here. I'll ban you for spamming. Look for hardware scheduling. I don't see this either. Advanced? Yes, we're looking at advanced right now. It's an output. Set encoder to software for now. It is the software. I don't see anything here that I don't see anything here named hardware acceleration. OBS hardware acceleration. Oh Christ, we're having the conversation in 40 minutes. What is hardware acceleration? Well, where the fuck is it? Advanced section of an app set. Okay, well, it's not. Settings app system display. App system display. What are you talking about? App where? Are you in advanced or advanced video? Are we talking about the OBS settings? You click on settings, and then there's a tab called advanced, and then there's nothing further to tab down into. Windows settings? Then why have I been told that I'm looking at OBS? Multiple people insisted OBS. Artemy is really patrolling. He must know. He knows something's wrong. Well, at least OBS hasn't crashed yet. Okay, system, display, graphics, change default graphics settings. Hardware accelerated GPU scheduling is turned off. It is not on. Okay, what's the report thing you wanted me to look at? Check reliability history. What is that? Have you checked OBS logs, the regular logs, not the normal ones? Log files, show log files. Yeah, I have log files here. Can he share his screen? I'm not risking sharing information. Might hurt me in some way. Control panel, security and maintenance. Maintenance drop down, check reliability. Okay. Think of it. Do you think control panel will show up if I search for it? Oh, it did. Nice. A big dub for the Windows search feature. Maintenance, security maintenance. You mean system and security? Security and maintenance. Maintenance drop down. View reliability history. Generating the report, please wait. All right, I am now looking at a thing. Not really sure what to make of it, but... How many Chrome tabs? 12. What does the thing say? Find the red X's if there are any. There are red X's. Under source, check OBS. Okay, critical events. There are 40 critical events. Okay, almost all of them are the Galaxy client service. Stop working. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Let me just uninstall that really quickly. There's a fucking war going on my computer right now, and it's GOG's fault. Where's GOG? GOG Galaxy. Crash reporter. Yeah, I don't want that. I'm just deleting all of this. Setup/uninstall. GOG Galaxy is currently running. How is it running? What? Oh my god. There's like 5 fucking... End task, end task, end task. Oh god, it's reappearing as fast as I can end task. There we go. Holy shit. Okay, uninstall, please. Are you sure you want to completely remove GOG? Yes. Goodbye. Waiting. Did it uninstall? I'm just going to delete the folder. Goodbye. Okay, cool. All right. Successfully removed from my computer. Okay. So leaving aside the Galaxy client services, we still have some other things here. Bad module info stopped working. Start menu experience host.exe stopped working. System settings.exe stopped working. Armory crate user session helper stopped working. Windows start experience host. Windows start experience host. Windows start experience host. Bad module info. Nothing here says OBS. What the fuck is start menu experience host? Check the ones around the crash. When did my shit crash? Uninstall Armory Crate? Alright, I will do that. When was the last crash? It was, Saying crash is confusing chatters and never crashed. The freeze? I guess? No, it's not a network issue. Just TV316. It freezes on my end as well. It's not just the output internet-wise. It's the actual program. I wish I'd made note of the actual time. No, I don't think there's anything here that corresponds to the freezing. The only cluster of Windows Start Experience stopped working notifications that could have been around that time would have been at 1:42 p.m., in which there's a cluster of them. But I had 2 crashes, not just one. Last crash was about 45 minutes ago. Yeah, then I don't think there's anything here in the reliability monitor that corresponds to the freezing. Sounds like OBS is hanging rather than crashing. Yeah, but it's like really hanging though. I'm talking about the regular OBS logs. Okay, well, I have the regular OBS logs for the previous session pulled up here. I don't know how to read these though. Find your OBS file and Google the error codes. No, we're saying there are no error codes. There is no OBS crash log. Show on stream. I don't know if there's anything like IP-wise here that I can't show. And, okay, here, hold on. Hold on. Okay, this was the log that was generated. This was the log that was generated when for the brief period of time that I streamed, when I had the double crash. When I crashed, then I came back and it crashed almost immediately afterwards. Let me see. At 1:39:08, unable to load AMFRT64 DLL, error code 126. AMF test failed due to one or more errors. Failed to initialize module. Skipping modules as they're not OBS plugins. Version 2.19.0. Texture. NVIDIA denoiser disabled. Redistributor not found or could not be loaded. This is at 1:39:08. That probably sounds not good. And then there's a bunch more stuff that happened. Setup complete. All scene data cleared. No, wait. This is from the load. This isn't from the crash. Because then time continues for a bit. And then later down it says... User stopped the stream. Okay, OBS will not tell us anything. It's literally not logging any errors. Look, right here, it continues, and then there's nothing of note. Streaming start at 1:39:12, and then at 1:42:40, user stopped the stream. It's like a regular log. It doesn't register there being anything incorrect here. So OBS has nothing to do. What OBS encoder? NVENC, the CPU one. If you crash, you can save in a video format. You won't lose. Yeah, I can save in a video format. I won't lose, but the editors can pull it from YouTube just fine. It's more like the time lost. Can't you, like, share desktop? No. NVENC is NVIDIA's GPU encoder. Okay, I'm using... Love how when I click settings, it lags like that. Software X264. That one. Driver issues or encoder? God damn it, my camera reset is... Oh my god. I'm gonna lose it. Ugh. Well, I gotta say, maybe it's a good thing that the debate got canceled. No, that's okay, Archrav. We have 30 minutes till the convo anyway. Have you considered calling an exorcist? Okay, well... Out of focus? Yeah. Here. Okay, so if nothing else, we have confirmed that it's not OBS, because literally nothing in OBS is registering a problem. It literally just it's just not working. So that doesn't confirm that. NVENC coder is better for NVIDIA. So wait, you're saying I should be using a different encoder? Worth a shot. Wouldn't hurt to try a different encoder. We can. Bosch does not need more memory. No, we have 32 gigs of RAM, and the GPU and the CPU are fine. Okay, well, we'll try switching the encoder, okay? So hold your horses, I'll be right back. Because I obviously can't do that while streaming. Only 32? Yeah, I had to remove the other 32. One of the sticks was broken. Dun, 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 dun. All right. That was pretty fast. It's pretty quick to change your encoder. You know, it's just flipping a setting. So we'll see if that makes a difference. Issue permanently resolved. Congrats, everyone. Oh, please, God, let that be the case. Can we just... Can we just... can we pretend this has never... Can we pretend this didn't happen? Oh, my God. I sent you an email. I'll check emails. Can't do it right now. Check GPU usage. Where do you check GPU usage again? It's not in the task manager, right? Because that just shows CPU, memory. Task manager. It is? Task manager. All I see is CPU, memory, disk, network. Task manager performance tab? Performance. There we go. Okay, for our GPU, we are using 63% on the video encoding. Seems a little bit high. I think generally people use CPUs for their streaming, not GPUs. Seems a lot for a RTX 3080 Ti. Say the GPU name. 3080 Ti. That's a lot. Do you have any games open? No. Let's see. 3D video encode. Oh, sorry. Wait, hold on. Copy video decode. Okay, utilization 58%, dedicated GPU memory 1.7 out of 12 gigabytes. So wait, does that mean it's only using 57% of the tiny portion of the GPU? Core isolation. This is core isolation, isn't it? It makes it so your cores can't talk to each other, which slows your PC down a ton. It's just in the basic Windows settings, please God. Okay, so we want to get rid of core isolation. We want to de-isolate the cores. We want to socially integrate the cores. We want to make them smooch and kiss, right? Okay. We're going to do multi-track drifting. So how do I do that? It's in the basic Windows settings. Okay, but where? It requires a restart? Okay. I'm not playing any video games right now. My GPU will be fine with me not doing this right now. I'll do it when I'm not streaming, okay? We've done this enough. We've bled enough viewers. This was supposed to be just a big day of us having fun. It's been mostly annoying so far. Half of that's my fault. Okay. Core isolation Windows setting. Let me just see where it is so I can do it after stream. What is the benefit of core isolation? Why would this be on by default if it slows the computer down? Wait. The page you're trying to access has no supported features and is not available. What? What? I got that too. Well, then how? Okay, let me just check something really quick. Okay, if this is okay right now, okay, it's using 63% of the allocated memory, but my graphics card right now is running at 51C, which I'm sure you guys know is nothing. That's like the Arctic. 51C, 63% 51C. Like the temp is what we're looking at here, right? And the temp is nothing. So let me just really quickly boot up a graphics intensive game. And I want to see what happens. I don't actually know if I have any graphics intensive games that are currently installed. What do we have here? Dishonored 2. Oh, we have Total War Warhammer 3. Wait, hold on. That literally has a stress test. Perfect. If anything's going to cause an issue. Come on. Come on. Yep. Whoa! Okay, there we go. I think there's a bit of menu lag, like, no matter what. Advanced, benchmark, battle benchmark, go. Alright. Let's see if running streaming on GPU causes any issues here. Okay, dedicated GPU memory is going up. We're now at 6.8 out of 12 gigabytes being dedicated. It's running at enough FPS. I don't need it to run super high. I think we're on ultra settings right now, so it running at like 60 FPS at peak is still fine by me. How's regular memory? 15.4 out of 32 gigs being used. Lag? Are you guys getting lag? No? Why is everyone saying no? I'm not getting any stuttering on my end. I don't see any dropped frames. It's now using 90% of the available GPU space and running at 75 degrees Celsius, which is fine. Basically anything below 90 is okay with me. Is there audio? No, there's no audio. Wait, why isn't there audio? These tests don't use audio? I swear I remember there being audio, but I guess I don't. Average FPS 83 while streaming on the GPU encoder. Everything on Ultra. I can take that. That's fine. Okay. All right. Well, if we don't have issues, we don't have issues. Oh. The audio is just very quiet. Yeah, I probably just had the audio down really, really, really low. Your CPU is AMD, not Intel? Yeah, I lied. I tricked you. So we back to streaming? I mean, dude, if it freezes again, then I have to do like the full like backup reinstall thing, which I really, really, really don't want to do. But I guess we'll see. All right, well. Oh, Artemy's been sleeping there this whole time. That's nice. Okay. All right. I'm going to close all this crap because there's nothing more we can do. It's 18 minutes till the thing. It's not even like a huge deal, this conversation. It's not like just fucking... My fingers are crossed for you. Well, now my fucking computer fans are blowing because I fucking ran Total War. That shit will get your temp up. Can you have another app record as well, just as a backup? Do I have any other apps that can record? I'm pretty sure you can just auto-record with Zoom. Oh man, the GPU is already back down to 47C. I really need to fix the fan cooling like rate or like the curve because my shit is blowing really hard right now. I can hear it blowing and it's at 46C. Like what are you doing? That's what it's supposed to do? It's because you just did a stress test? It's down to 45! Chill. Yeah, I have the BIOS. I got to adjust the fan curve. That's why it's down? Yeah, and it's down now, so it can chill again. MSI Afterburner. I have the program, yeah. I have it. Are we good now? Yeah. Okay, I just typed in Zoom on the search menu thing, forgetting that that doesn't do anything. Windows can't find zoom.exe? Why not? How do I find anything? Your Windows install is friggin' borked? I appreciate the way you type that. It's definitely a Windows issue? Okay. You should get the software search everything. Okay. Can my fans quiet down, please? Oh my god, I'm so triggered. Oh, where's Zoom? I have to like manually look. This PC, C drive, program files. Nope, not there. Program files x86. Also not there. Press start menu button on your keyboard, type Zoom. What do you think I've been doing? Zoom software program. Oh, did you want to open a Microsoft Bing search? I hear whistling in my brain right now. Go to start menu, then all apps. What the fuck does that mean? Installed apps, you mean? All apps. 149 apps found. Search apps. Zoom. Wow, there it is. Unironically, thank you. I don't know why I had to open a settings program to find, like, from apps that I've downloaded. Oh, can I not open from here? I can only find it. Oh my god. You can't open it from here. It doesn't even have a start menu. The only button here says uninstall. Literal malware. My entire fucking computer is malware. Users, okay, users. Fine, you find user data. Sure, what user? Yeah, user data. Why is it under roaming? Yeah, there's Zoom. Okay. There's the installer. Where's the actual data? Oh my god. I'm like actually not going to be able to get it in time. Bin? There it is, bin. Under this PC, local disk C drive, users, my username, app data, roaming, Zoom, bin. Finally, now we find zoom.exe. Thank you. Thank you, Windows. Thank you, Windows 11. Create shortcut. I don't want to have to create a shortcut for every fucking program I use. Okay, schedule. Zoom meeting in 12 minutes. Then fix your indexing. Why should I have to fix my indexing? It doesn't take a fucking computer genius to integrate a search bar that actually finds programs you've downloaded. How hard can it possibly be? Apple did it decades ago. It's not like the system has gotten more difficult. We use the exact same system for like program indexing that we've been doing for ages. Computers have been built on this. The fact that Windows is relying on third-party programs to do it is unironically fucking disgusting. Windows 11 should have it. I refuse to believe that I'm at fault for not thinking that the more modern iteration of a program would be malware. Indexing files takes so fucking long. We're only looking, it's just like a basic app search, man. I only have so many apps. People don't have that many apps in their computers. There are hundreds of thousands of files and hundreds of apps. It's, okay. Zoom meeting lasts for 1 hour. Save. Scheduling. Okay. And by the way, it's not like Windows 10 was great about this either, okay? I'm not saying that Windows 11 isn't worse than 10, but it's not like 10 didn't constantly have issues internally searching. I would also get Windows Edge and constant ads all the time. It's just Windows. Windows is shit. It's better than 11, but still shit. It's all shit. The only good operating systems I've ever used are Windows XP and like some iterations of Apple's or Macintosh. Not all of them, though. Yeah, 7 was pretty good. Oh my god. Okay, this is all giving me like, this is giving me anxiety over nothing, man. Even Vista was better. Just try. I did use Vista for a time, and I genuinely do think that Vista was better than this. Vista was like full of shit, but I think a lot of Vista being full of shit was a product of like, I don't know, terrible design planning or ambition or whatever. Whereas this literally feels like they were just like, let's just make it all malware. Just literally bloatware and everything. How else do you excuse this? This is insane. Look at this. They created a new right-click desktop thing And if it's like, oh yeah, what, like, this is indistinguishable from malware. And the second one that opens up is down here rather than at the initial click. What if there was a small thing I was trying to click on and now it's like, oh, it's here now? How do you even, if I wanted to like get one specific file, do I have to like right click here and then like get it, like fucking angle the second right click? Like that, this is psychotic. You can bring back the old right click. Yeah, you just have to go into the fucking ultra menu. You have to, yeah, I know you can do anything you want if you know how to fucking break and recompose all of this, but you shouldn't have to. The average, we're all proletarian in our politics. We recognize that these programs are marketed to a mass market and should be accessible to a mass market. I have nothing against the intelligent people who can make these programs more accessible and more usable to themselves, but that doesn't excuse like literally everything functional being fucking broken on start. Yeah, imagine if cars worked that way. Like, yeah, okay, like, bro, you can literally just fix that. Like, oh, yeah, for some reason they shipped this car and all of the spark plugs are on backwards. And also all of the, like, doodads in the engine are, configured so that it, like, has objectively suboptimal performance. Well, you can just fix that. Okay, I don't want to. No, fucking ship it to me not broken, actually. That's Tesla's model? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's true. I don't like Tesla, so. Vosh has never heard of BMW. You mean the Nazi car. Wait, is that BMW? No, I'm thinking of Volkswagen. Right? No, that is Fiat. Oh, it's both of them. That's right. They're both Nazis. That's right. Okay. Let me piss, and then I'm gonna desperately, just through sheer force of will, I'm just gonna desperately try to read some donos before we start the convo to feel like anything productive has come out of the stream so far. Yeah, because we got like 5 minutes. Okay. What? 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 There was a boop? Oh, Zoom meeting in 5 minutes. When did I give Zoom permission to send me notifications? Christ, you people are gonna give me a fucking heart attack. God almighty. God, just... I just... You know, this job is very easy in a lot of ways, but in some very specific ways, it really presses your buttons. I gotta say, the ability to succeed as a streamer is managed almost entirely by how effectively you can cope with a small number of very specific buttons being pressed. Fuck me. Okay. Oh, look, he's staring. Look at him. Okay. You should try the Power Toys app. It allows you to add functions like the MacSpot, like search in Windows, very, very easily. It does sound nice. RealPixP with the $5. We get MSFT should fix it. Linus from LTD complains about his board. Okay, thank you. I'm going to start from the beginning of stream, so I'm not reading tech advice donos for a bit. I just want to think of something else. Remember, after this conversation, we're moderating Infrared and President Sunday debating, so yeah. Coca D's, thank you for the $5. Currently camping in below freezing temperatures, and I got enough signal to drop by for your base video game take. Stay warm, comrade. Holy shit. Imagine being trapped on a freezing mountain and you tune into stream and it's this stream. Hope you're well, man, even though you're definitely not here anymore. That guy named Ray and Wooby, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Isagas, the $5. Would you play Risk of Rain 2? I like Risk of Rain 2, but games that have a really strict time limit make me anxious. I like playing games like that thoroughly, like clear every enemy on the map, then move on. And you can't do that for Risk of Rain 2, of course, because they're infinitely spawning and it's always getting harder. Sir Brethren, thank you for the tier 3 sub. I'm behind on stream, but I assume you heavily dislike JRPGs based on these takes, or are there some you generally like? Generally, I dislike JRPGs, but a couple are good. I'm actually really enjoying Earthbound right now. I am did Pathologic make you very anxious? Yes, but that's like a point of the game. Like the negative feelings are a component of that game's design, and they're drawn out in like a good way there. I'm enjoying Earthbound a lot. Like, I'm actually really impressed by how self-aware Earthbound is. Where you at in Earthbound? The fourth kid just learned the AoE attack from the swamp. We just made it through the swamp and met the shy purple dudes. It's great satire. Yeah, it is. I also didn't realize how, like, the only thing I knew about Earthbound was its final boss, where you fight an elder god. I didn't realize the entire plot would be dedicated to it. I kind of, because I'd heard it's like, oh, you fight hippies and stop signs, and I thought it'd be all, like, kind of wacky. It's actually kind of fucking dark. Like, the whole premise of Earthbound is basically that in 10 years, like, the universe is over because an elder god has reawoken, and it's, like, fucked. Everything is fucked. And even back in your time, the elder god's evil is infecting everything. It's causing inanimate objects to become animate. It's making, like, wild dogs attack you. It's making people worse and worse. And it's like, wow, I can now understand how this game ends with a boss fight against an elder god. It makes sense now, you know? Also, the system where you're incentivized to move quickly through the menus because your health is ticking back and forth, where, like, you can have 100 health and then take a hit that does 200 damage, but you don't instantly lose all your health slowly ticks down to that point, and if you can, like, fucking heal, you can actually, like, re-tick it back up before it hits 0. That's such a cool mechanic, and I cannot believe that's not, like, done more often, because it's, like, that's, like, really cool. It's, like, it actively encourages you to make it through faster, and it makes you stressed out. It's good for turn-based combat, man. It's really good. Okay, it's time. All right. God help me if OBS crashes. We just have to pray. Prega, everyone. Prega. We need overwhelming Prega in chat. More than you've ever Prega'd before. That's what I like to see. Yes. Okay. Hello.
Hi.
Howdy. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing wonderfully. Desperately trying to keep my my OBS functional because it's having trouble picking up the video, but I'll fix it eventually. How you doing this fine day?
Pretty good, I guess.
Nice.
How about you?
Pretty good.
Is your cat okay?
Yeah, I appreciate you asking. Yeah, just like standard idiot kitten disease, I suppose. Gave us a bit of a spook, but he's totally fine now. Running around eating and, I don't know, catapulting and all that stuff.
I'm good. I'm glad.
Yeah. So, I'm actually really surprised that you were willing to talk. Not that it's at all unappreciated. I think we have plenty to talk about. For those in the audience who are painfully unaware of what's going on around them, would you mind introducing yourself?
Is this live?
Oh, yes. Sorry. This is currently live. Yes.
Okay. Uh, let's see. Um, my name is Christina Buttons. I was a reporter for the Daily Wire for 6 months, covering exclusively transgender issues with an emphasis on pediatric gender medicine. And I publicly quit a few days ago.
To quite a bit of fallout.
Yeah. But
Yeah, I wanted
that's
to
okay.
talk about that. So we have plenty of disagreement, and I wanted to talk with you because the hmm, the attitude that a lot of people on the right have taken towards trans people has evolved in the
Mhm.
past couple of years. I remember just a few years ago there was a kind of paternalistic sympathy, fake or otherwise. It was like, oh, well, they're delusional on this, but we're just here to help them. Like we just want to contradict these delusions so they can live fulfilling lives. And now things are a lot more aggressive, you know?
Yeah, if we're looking at it through like a partisan way. But there are a lot of people who are sort of like me too, who come from the left, who are also concerned about, like the skyrocketing population of adolescents who have adopted transgender identities. But no, I agree with you that uh it's become less about compassion for them and more about winning.
Yeah, so I think we'll probably have time to talk about that. But I wanted to know, well, I've never had the privilege of talking to somebody from the Daily Wire before. You were, I mean, as Matt Walsh described it in his video, where he seemed quite cross with you. You were across the board from him.
Did he
Um,
make a video?
oh yeah, no, he talked about you in a live stream, I think, 2 days ago.
Oh, I didn't see it. I don't know.
He was on tone. He was consistent in his messaging for people he's upset with. The I wanted to know how exactly did this happen? So you started to work with the Daily Wire, as you said. You were talking initially about like trans youths and the like, and what initially made you feel like the tone was shifting in a direction you weren't fond of?
I had always tried to sort of keep the news outlet separate from the opinion and the media personalities. It's sort of like designed in the way Fox News is, where, we have Fox News reporters doing the news during the daytime, and in the evening time, they have, Tucker Carlson opinion shows, talking heads. I had tried to sort of keep that separate. I never really watched their shows anyway, so I didn't really pay attention. I just sort of did my job. But just recently, in the last month or so, like it felt like it made me uncomfortable, um and then it made me angry. So I decided to say something about it.
And Matt, one of Matt's complaints was that you brought that online before you talked with any of the people at the office. Was there any discourse in the Daily
I
Wire or?
I didn't work in the office very often. I was working from home mostly. But I tried to approach Matt Walsh a few times in the beginning when I did see him in the office, and he's just not the most approachable, friendly person. Like I didn't really get a good sense from it, so I didn't really try any time after that. But it's weird that he says that too, because he's the Dylan Mulvaney video he made on Valentine's Day. He's already like made subsequent videos doubling and tripling down on his position. So I don't understand why he thinks me having a conversation with him about it would have changed anything. This
Yeah,
is a deliberate direction they're going down.
yeah, that's what I said too, because he was acting like, and this was I think really phony on his part. You know, if you had come to him with your concerns, he would have heard you out. But of course, he's an incredibly wealthy, powerful political pundit. You know, working with others of the same, pushing a deliberate message. Very rarely in that environment do you get like a strategy pivot. You know, from having a concern brought to you. I imagine he probably would have just insisted that you keep quiet so as not to be disruptive to the
Yeah.
combined front.
The only way to voice my opinion was to quit. I wasn't allowed to criticize anybody. So I don't know. I just highly they have what's going on is like that video, the Dylan Mulvaney one, he made another video saying like it had like 20 million views or something like that.
Hmm.
And there was like a very strong, divide between people saying like it was too harsh, and then other people were just like loving it. And I felt like they really just sort of leaned into like what their audience said they wanted. Like, there was some audience capture going on where they're just, I mean, that's something that Trump is really good at doing. It's just feeding into what he thinks the audience wants, and they just eat it up. So no, I think this was like a deliberate path that they're taking that I just didn't want to go down, and it seemed evident when Michael Knowles gave that speech at CPAC.
Right.
It felt like he just wanted to get in on it. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, it seems like the attitude, you've probably heard this claim made by people on the left, but it seems like the attitude has gotten a lot more overtly genocidal. Less about disagreements on ideology and more the idea that transgender people represent some kind of fundamental social rot that has to be excised. And you see
Yeah.
rhetoric like that historically in a lot of bad circumstances. But it's definitely not the like mask of compassion that was more common in the rhetoric, 3, maybe 4 years ago.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I know that Knowles was specifically talking about ideology in that speech, although he chose a terrible word for it. I would never say transgenderism because people can't separate transgenderism from transgender people. So I think that was a very sloppy choice, and I think it was just deliberately meant to stir up a media cycle, and that felt really gross to me. It's I just don't understand why anybody would say something like that. They just want to scare the shit out of people, I guess. I don't know.
I know a lot of trans people in my audience were pretty scared by it. When you said you weren't allowed to criticize internally, are you being sort of euphemistic, or were they actually like internally, like very overt on the whole toe the party line thing?
Well, I just sort of thought it was kind of like a company policy, like maybe a lot of news media companies have this policy where, don't publicly criticize anybody who works for the company because it's bad for the brand or something like that. I didn't think that much of it. But no, I had to quit to be able to speak my mind and to be able to say I don't agree with this.
Yeah, I doubt they would keep somebody on board if they were being actively contrary. Very rarely. I can think of a couple of times people at the Daily Wire have argued. I remember Candace Owens and Ben Shapiro argued for a bit with
Yeah.
something to do with Kanye West. I don't remember what it was
Yeah.
exactly, but they got fussy about that. But for the
Yeah.
most part, they try to keep that really quiet, I think, that unified front.
Yeah, that's right.
And oh, no, go ahead.
Well, also too, like there's just different rules for media personalities than there are for reporters. Like I wasn't allowed to go on podcasts. And
That's odd. Is it because you maybe there's like a media training prerequisite they have people do before then, like months and months of making sure you can song and dance in front of a camera?
I don't know. I just know like I was invited to go on Tim Pool's podcast, I think in the beginning of January or at the end of December. And then I was excited and I told my boss, and then he said, "Oh, we have to check with so and so." And I did, and they said, "Sorry, our reporters can't do long form interviews." And I
Oh,
said,
that
"Well,
sucks.
yeah." I accepted the terms. I said, "Okay, but I am going to be publishing a book some point in my career, and I will need to be able to go on podcasts to do that. So I'd like you to, when the time comes, reconsider." And we just never got there because I don't have a book yet. It's just not even close to being done.
I've heard they take a while. I haven't partaken myself. And that's a shame. You know, I mean, Tim's got a big old compound. He's got a skateboarding like the what do they call
Yeah.
it, a skate park in his basement. It's pretty radical. I can't believe they denied you the privilege of getting to scrape your knees on that.
I don't think I'm gonna be going on anytime soon now. I think he made a video about me. I didn't watch it. I just know that the headline said, that a Daily Wire reporter quit because Matt Walsh was too mean. I never said that. And I also didn't quit because of Matt Walsh's videos. If that were true, I would have left weeks ago when he made them. It was the
Matt
weekend
Walsh
of the Knowles speech that I had decided, like, this, it wasn't just a bit that got blown out of proportion. Like, this is a deliberate path that they're taking that I do not want to go down on. So that's,
Yeah,
but
no.
I
Well, so I'm interested in this from the outside because I don't have any professional ties. You know, I do my YouTube and my live stream, but I've never felt like I have an obligation to adhere to any kind of like template for my speech. I get in fights with people all the time on my side, on conservative side, all over the place. And I know that things are a lot more rigorous on the professional end of things. Obviously, you can't have it be totally free form. You'd have people disagreeing with each other over everything. But a thing that I've noticed is that over the past couple of years, I used to have a lot of what felt like principled disagreements with people on the right or people who had conservative, sympathies. Maybe I didn't think they were always honest, or I often thought they were kind of dumb, but they had real positions. They cared about them. They defended them. And more over time, I've noticed that there is no argument anymore. There's just like this wall of conservative hegemony, right? Like a position, oftentimes just a feeling that is not deviated from, across the board. And the trans issue in particular seems to be a huge line there. There's no room in conservatism right now if you're even like ambivalent on trans people, right? They're so insistent on that messaging. And I think they're consolidating to an extent. Like they're not allowing for any variance in that range.
it depends on who you're talking to or about. I know a lot of sort of center right people who are very, very reasonable and sort of try to address this in a compassionate way and try to say, like, adults, do what you want. Let's just be a little bit more careful when it comes to kids. Maybe don't affirm them right away. Maybe sort of try to conduct some more assessment, make sure everybody's getting the right treatment that's right for them. And then there are people who are more on the hard right side of things. And it does seem to be coming from a bit of like a place of disgust, I think. And I see a lot of memes about the slippery slope and this is when gay marriage got us or something. I obviously don't agree with that. I'm very pro gay marriage. But it really depends on who we're talking about.
Yeah, the slippery slope argument seems to be really common these days because conservatives feel like they're getting a pushback on a lot of stuff they've been seething over for a while, right? Like gay marriage is a big one. They've never liked that, at least not a lot of them, not most of them. I'm pretty sure every single Republican state party has kept revoking gay marriage on their list of priorities since Obergefell. And And now, of course, we see like, well, you allow these gay degenerates to do their thing, and then you have trans people, and you'll see those image posts online where it's like, first it was respect my marriage, and then it was bake the cake, and then it was respect my pronouns, and you see what I mean? There's like a million iterations of that image, but they keep cropping up over and over. Of course, obviously, I occupy probably maybe not the furthest, but pretty close to the furthest left position you can have on this. I'm pretty ambivalent to / supportive of the whole youth trans thing, but I do think there's a massive distinction between where you are and what your concerns are and what's happening right now broadly, because this narrative of like, okay, well, in order to undo this, we need to go all the way back. And you have stuff like the Supreme Court justices saying they were reevaluating their positions on like contraception or interracial marriage. It's like, how far back exactly are we meant to go before things are, sort of ostensibly stabilize? Do you hear rhetoric like that? Or did you hear, I'm sorry, at the Daily Wire, was there like a casual kind of like, yeah, man, back to the 1950s, here we go vibe?
No, that's the thing. Like at the Daily Wire, I mean, I had the same idea sort of about Republicans. I dabbled in social justice on Instagram. I worked for this like super progressive Instagram page. I thought all Republicans were horrible people. Turns out they're not. It's very varied. And what I liked about the Daily Wire when I was in the office, everybody was wonderful. And it seems like they were pretty like moderate, and a lot of them seem sort of like libertarian actually. But I was told in the beginning, the company stance is like adults can do what they want, just leave kids out of it. And I felt comfortable with that. But it really depends.
Yeah, well, that's, even to say, and again, not to say I agree with the stance you've taken, but what you're talking about fundamentally is like a libertarian position, right?
Yeah.
The whole, or maybe classical liberal, I don't know, like past the point, okay, well, even if I disagree, don't like it, think it's self-harm, whatever, adults are adults, let them do their thing. And that was the attitude until recently, I think.
Yeah.
But in your article, you talked about how some of the messaging that the Daily Wire folks had engaged in, Knowles and Walsh, was they were muddying the waters when it came to what you termed like the protection of youth, of minors with trans issues, because it made it like less of a concern specifically for their well-being and more of a like, okay, well, it's all just bigotry then. Like it's all just unambiguous, undifferentiated hatred for trans people. And do you think that in retrospect, the fact that this is kind of where it's ended up for a lot of conservative messaging has sort of put the lie to the concern about trans youth from them over the past few years? Like to the extent that they actually cared about it,
How much do they care about this issue?
It seems like it was
And
kind
how-
of like
is
an
it
excuse,
real?
Like protect the children, but actually they really just don't like trans people,
I can't really speak for anybody else. I do think that people really care about what's going on with kids. I think there is some really concerning things going on. I think that is valid, but for some people, for some people who are not engaged, that don't know what's going on, like it could be an excuse for bigotry, I guess.
Yeah, but it's kind of like a lot of it is really like where the underlying motivations are, because the attitude that people like Walsh and Knowles are taking with regards to trans people, this is just like this is in no way beneficial to young people. If your attitude was that, okay, well, maybe a lot of young trans people are deluded or whatever, and again, I don't believe that, but if you did believe that, right, the idea of like, well, how will we address these issues? Well, we'll put out content talking about how they're like degenerate, they're ugly, they're disgusting. This seems like stuff that isn't really rooted in saving anyone. It's more like a kind of blanket disgust, like you said, like disgust, But that approach seems antithetical to the Save the Kids ones, right? If it's something that you
Yeah.
adopt, I don't think you would ever go about thinking like, well, how will I save these youth? Like, all right, well, I've got a video coming out about how ugly they are. That'll really bring them on board.
It felt very detrimental to what I'm trying to accomplish and what all the people who I talk to, parents and doctors and mental health professionals who are sort of trying to talk to others about this stuff without being accused of being anti-trans, but just sort of, maybe we should proceed with caution. Uh, People who are trying to have those conversations like this, that kind of inflammatory rhetoric coming from conservatives, it does not help them. And then, when you have to ask, like, who does it help? Like, it helps them. It helps invigorate their audience, helps draw people in to their channels. Like, it's just not helping anything that all of the people that I know are trying to accomplish. And what that entails is, talking to the US based medical organizations and trying to get them to consider conducting a systematic review of the evidence, just like the UK and Sweden and Finland and now Norway just recently have, and trying to find a way that helps safeguard children, I guess. We have like a growing population of detransitioners, and most of them are autistic. I'm autistic.
Hey,
I
me too.
didn't get it. You did? You are?
Yes.
I I didn't get diagnosed until I was an adult. There's a serious problem with like we just it used to be thought of as sort of a boy's diagnosis. Like the ratio they used to say was like 4-to-1, male to female. And now we're finding out that it's much more evenly matched. So we need to develop better diagnostic criteria to detect it in girls much earlier. What I see the problem being really is that we're getting all of these autistic kids when they're a teenager who are hurting, they're struggling with their identity. They know they're different from everybody else, but they don't know why. They don't do well in social settings. They want a community, and then they see, the trans community. They're introduced to the idea that they might be born in the wrong body, and that might explain everything to them. They tend to fixate. They tend to prefer simple, sort of black and white solutions. They get it into their head that they're probably transgender, and then they're sort of immediately affirmed through counseling and through the medical establishment. And that is sort of what I see is specifically something that we should be talking about, not eradicating transgenderism from public life. That's why I'm doing this. Is I'm in it because it's my community. It's I don't want people to suffer and get the wrong diagnosis and then end up medically harmed from it.
Of course. Now, what you open with there, with the disproportionate rate of diagnosis between boys and girls when it comes to autism, totally agree on that. It's a real issue. Yeah, there's a lot of understudied medical stuff when it comes to women. I remember there was that talk of heart attack symptoms being different for men and for women, but because medical, like studies have been conducted primarily on men, and with the expectation that men would be reading them, there was like a set of inaccurate expectations across the board, stuff like that. I think we're getting better. Certainly there's more work to be done, but I am curious because, I have looked at a good bit of data when it comes to transition with youth or adults, and I'm pretty sold on the affirmative care model we got right now. I wanted to know what exactly would need to be demonstrated for you to feel confident in our current approach towards trans-affirming care for youth.
Are you referring to like the studies that show that there's like a 1 to 2% rate of detransition?
Yeah, that's one of them.
So I feel like they're surveying adults and not the current cohort that people are most concerned about is teenagers in those studies. So they don't really provide that much information. There's a great Reuters article that came out recently that looked at a lot more studies.
I'm
I could
familiar with
send
that
you.
Reuters article, but
There's
I
a
wasn't.
few that,
Oh, please.
well, there's at least two from last year that found that the rate of detransition in their particular studies, they had smaller sample sizes, but it was much higher. It was like 30%. I personally have talked to dozens of detransitioners with very similar stories. They were actually similar to mine growing up. I had a really, really tough time in adolescence. Um, I mean, I'm in a group chat with like 60 of them who are gone through the same thing and were sort of medically affirmed, and they realized they made a mistake. They were actually on the autism spectrum.
Well, here's my concern. As I understand it, the earliest pillar of medical intervention you get if you're a trans youth is usually hormone blockers. Yeah, obviously, right? You know, they give you a bit of time to decide if you want to continue on to cross-sex hormones. You know, they're reversible. You can take them for some time. And it seems like most, from what I'm familiar with, something like 98% of youth who go on hormone blockers then go on to actually take hormones, which suggests to me a level of consistency in their willingness to transition. Because we have kind of limited data on this moment to moment, because usually like medical data on large groups of people to get really strong answers on like demographic tendencies, those take a little while to come out. And this whole trans youth panic thing is relatively recent. The information I've seen seems to be pretty consistent in the idea that detransition is relatively rare. And even when it does happen, it's usually not because they actually, you know, have doubts about their identity. It's usually because they can't keep up the cost of the medication, or they can't, they're not being accepted socially. So they sort of dejectedly go back to where they were. The reason I bring this up, like the real reason I'm concerned, is it's all well and good to spin a story. And I understand there are risks of overdiagnosis, but there will be thousands of detransitioners with regrets, even if youth gender transition is held to an incredibly high standard with regards to diagnosis. Medical regret's pretty common, unfortunately. Even if we just had 1% of people who regretted it, detransitioned, whatever, that would eventually be thousands of detransitioners. How do we arrive at a model you think would be good for children?
Well, I want to go back to the irreversibility part of puberty blockers. I don't think that's actually true. If you're talking about puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones, if they're started at Tanner stage 2 of puberty, like they will be infertile. It causes sterility. There's all kinds of other studies coming out about cognitive delays. And I mean, even just your genitals don't grow if you take puberty blockers. If you're a guy, we're talking about, there's a loss of sexual function.
The hormone blockers can have these effects during the time you take them, but that's because they're blocking the hormones, right? It would make sense. It's a natural consequence of their design. But once you stop taking hormone blockers, I'm pretty sure the research indicates that fertility will return. And
But you said they all almost always certainly go on to take cross-sex hormones. There's a bit of like iatrogenesis going on.
Well, that will cause you to be infertile, sure. But that's the point of them, right? You take the hormone blockers till you know that you're ready to make a real decision, and then if you make that decision,
kids
that may
don't
not be
know
fully
how to make
reversible.
real decisions.
Well, wait.
That's what I'm.
Well, we're talking about the reversibility of hormone blockers, right? If they then go on to take estrogen and that has long-term effects, I mean, I get that, right? But that doesn't mean the hormone blockers aren't reversible. That just means a lot of people choose not to reverse.
I've seen a lot of other stuff that suggests to me that they're not as reversible as people claim. But I don't think that kids know what they're getting into. I think that a lot of them are on the autism spectrum and they are being misdiagnosed with gender dysphoria. There's a lot of body dysmorphia, for example, that goes on, especially autistic adolescents, and that could be confused for gender dysphoria.
Sure, it could be. But when it comes to claims like that, I haven't seen any research to indicate it. I mean, certainly when it comes to stuff like hormones being taken by 17-year-olds or whatever. I mean, there's room for mistakes to be made here. But that's why I'm so supportive of hormone blockers, because
But it's
it
not,
gives you
there's not a
time
lot of
to
research
decide.
yet because this is just sort of happening right now. I mean, there's studies that are being conducted, but we're kind of just like, people are just, this is all just happening right now.
Well,
I
the
mean, the
studies,
concern, sorry.
oh, just the studies we have seem to be positive. The studies on like the likelihood of continuing on to take hormones, the low rate of regret. I mean, a lot of these do include youth. If people take hormone blockers for a bit, then stop. It's fine, right? That's just a part of medical decision making. But I just worry about basing concerns about the process on the stories of what seems to be a relatively low regret rate in people, a small proportion. Because if you do that, you can get people upset about any medical procedure, right? There are folks mad about hip replacements, heart surgeries, nose jobs. But if you just take those stories, I mean, you're not really getting the full picture.
It's consistently the same story though. It's a lot of people. I talk to a lot of them. I follow them on Twitter. I interview them.
But right, but so you acknowledge then that at most we're talking about like a collection of anecdotes in the absence of data, right? Because even if everything was working well and fine, we would still have hundreds, even thousands.
Detransitioners are evidence that it doesn't work well, and it's not fine.
There are people who regret any surgery. Like, we couldn't use those as a argument against any kind of medical intervention. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to do anything.
But they're evidence that gender identity is not fixed. They were medically affirmed because they were told that their gender identity is innate, and they're living proof that there is a flaw in the system.
So would a diagnosis of gender dysphoria have to be 100% accurate for you to feel comfortable for it to be levied at kids?
I would be happy with just longer assessments and don't immediately affirm and get people diagnosed with autism if they have autism. Like, just find the right treatment that is right for the right person. Like, this affirmative model just seems to be sort of like a one size fits all.
I mean, I agree with the idea we should do our best for every individual, but it could be the case that that's already happening. And what we're seeing right now is an inevitable proportion of people who regret the procedures done in a way that could never be fixed, right? Like, even if we took all the time in the world, and the point of hormone blockers is to give more time, that's the whole point is, all right, well, while we're deciding, you're not going to get armpit hair or whatever, Godspeed with you. And I think that's why they're so beneficial, because the alternative to that, I think, would be a greater pressure to jump on hormones immediately. If we could get 99% success rate with regards to detransition, would that be sufficient?
We're a long way from that. I mean, it takes 4.5 to 8.5 years to realize that you made a mistake in most cases.
Well,
for detransitioners.
That, I don't know how you could medically assure would you have to like wait 8 years before any diagnosis of gender dysphoria?
No, I'm talking about detransitioners. It usually took them 4 to 8, sometimes 10 years to realize they had made a mistake.
Well, ain't that their prerogative? I mean, folks make mistakes. Doctors can do a fine job diagnosing, but ultimately they're doing so based on the reported feelings and experiences of the patient. If the patient's incorrect in reporting those experiences, goes through a year of hormone blockers, then decides to take hormones, I mean, there's a limit to what the medical system is capable of reasonably accommodating with regards to potential doubt.
What was the question?
Oh, I mean, people are going to doubt the outcomes of these procedures. They're going to have regrets sometimes. But I don't know how you could use the existence of people with regrets as evidence against the efficacy of the current model, because even an ideal system would produce people who later have regrets. It's unfortunately unavoidable in any kind of procedure.
It is avoidable if we have better assessments, better individualized assessments. I've talked to a lot of detransitioners who were immediately affirmed. We've talked to Dr. Erica Anderson, who knows that who's spoken with parents who said that their kid was affirmed after 20 minutes. There's detransitioners who
Affirmed for what?
in a diagnosis of gender dysphoria.
Well, what were they prescribed after that?
Usually the path is puberty blockers, then cross-sex hormones, and then if they want surgery.
Well, the whole point of the puberty blockers is to give them time to decide not to, right? You could, if you later decide that's the wrong path for you, you've got a year, 2 years, however long they're on it to stop taking them, and your life will continue on.
But this is where the iatrogenesis comes in. There's like some psychological influence going on. If you were socially transitioned and you're on puberty blockers, like you just sort of are on this conveyor belt to the next step, which is cross-sex hormones.
Well, maybe the diagnoses just tend to be pretty accurate. If 92% of people on hormone blockers then go on to take cross-sex hormones, it seems like usually the kinds of people who get on hormone blockers are just going to end up being trans, right? Not every kid just wanders into an office and says, oh, actually, I think I'm a boy or a girl. Usually some thought goes into it beforehand, probably years of internal debate and deliberation. I'm not trans, so I'm just assuming here, but it seems like a big life decision.
Yeah, which is why a lot of the friends that I have who are trans say this is a big life decision. It takes a long time to really come to terms with it, and it's a decision for adults to make. The part of the brain that deals with the prefrontal cortex isn't fully developed until they're 25, like that has to do with like thinking and planning and decision making.
Sure, but we can't postpone all medical decision making to that point. The age of consent from a medical perspective is often as low as 15 in a state, sometimes medical decisions have to be made earlier than that.
Yeah, but this is sometimes involves, surgery when we're talking about cutting the breasts off of a teenage girl. It's just something
if
that
they
should
decide it's good for them.
I know, but
that's
it's
not a
something
day
that
one
should,
thing, that's a day two thing. Takes a while to get there.
not always. I ran into a Facebook post about a girl who's 11 planning for her mom was planning for her surgery. Like it's just, this is the kind of thing that just requires more care.
Right,
And
but data wise, surgery on youth, or especially for trans stuff, it's pretty uncommon. Hormones and
over
puberty blockers.
1,000.
Well, in a country of a third of a billion, maybe. It's not unheard of even with cis people. I know, for example, I believe there was a girl in my school, not in my class, but in my grade, who had a breast reduction surgery. Probably would have been 15. She just was hurting her lower back. They were too big, probably. But we'd
Yeah,
agree
but that's
to
the
that.
sort of an aesthetic thing to make them look different, not like just removing them entirely.
Both the same surgery, just depends on the amount of fat you take. And in both cases, it's being done to enhance the health of the person doing so. I don't think the surgery stuff is usually done that spuriously. You usually have like the diagnosis, then the hormone blockers, then the hormones, and then like usually like 18 or past, they do the actual surgery. But it seems like, I guess what I'm curious about, or what I want to get at is, it seems like you don't think there should be any medical intervention before 18 at all. Like you like there should be like, maybe you get a diagnosis, but the wall should be at 18. And I think that's potentially quite harmful.
My problem is with the affirmative model of care. So I don't think with that current model that kids should be able to make those kinds of decisions.
Well, so you don't think there could be any circumstance where it's acceptable for a kid to get on hormone blockers at 12, 14, 16, wherever in that range?
If we're talking about exceptions, but this isn't like the exception. That's the rule right now. And there's other countries who have rolled back on the affirmative model. They've conducted reviews of the evidence. They found that it has far more risks than benefits.
Yeah, I've reviewed some of their assessments and I found them lacking, especially with the closure of that NHS clinic. It seemed like the problems they had were mostly political. I heard a lot of anecdotes when I read those reports, heard a lot of, well, this could happen, that could happen, here's a person, here's a person. Not a lot of data. It's one of the reasons why I don't like it when politics gets mixed up in medicine. In medicine, the best you can do is you work with the best standard of practice you're capable of. You assemble the data you have, and the data we have right now affirms the affirmative model. We just don't have much of a body of evidence to contradict it. Doesn't mean it's perfect. There's always room for improvement. But a lot of the challenges to it have been political. They've been, here's little Sally, hear their story, or what if this happened? And, what if it happened?
I
Mistakes
think that
happen.
there will be. So, I mean, that is where we are right now. No, we don't have all of the data on detransitioners. We don't know how many there are. We know that a lot of them won't follow up with their doctor when they do detransition, so we don't have that data. But I believe that we will. I've talked to enough of them. There's a growing population of them. I mean, even on the detrans subreddit, it's growing by it grows at least like 1,000 new members every month. There's just so many posts on it that are heartbreaking and similar. They were just sort of affirmed immediately and not questioned.
But
So
the affirmation is considered psychiatric best practice. That's the affirmative care model, because there's no point in a doctor debating a kid on their gender identity. Therapists do the same thing. But even if every one of them 1,000 people a month who joined were detransitioners, and a lot of them could just be people who subbed, that could still very well be in line with a proportion of only 1% of people regretting their decision to go through, the transition
we'll
process.
see. I mean, we'll find out in the coming years. I suspect that there are going to be quite a lot of them. The data is going to show that there is a large portion of them, and I think that they're mostly going to be autistic. The Tavistock data, you said that didn't produce any data. We know at least like 33% of those kids were autistic.
Well, I figure a lot of the conditions that might make a person trans might also make them autistic, or like there's probably a shared variable there.
Gender nonconformity is a trait of autism.
Yeah, that would.
And I think that we should embrace gender nonconformity, and I think we should embrace, masculine girls and feminine boys. And I mean, the thing is, like, when you transition, then you are getting put on the path towards lifelong medicalization. Wouldn't it be better to just, if you're a gay kid, not to transition and to accept who you are, and
if that's what they wanted to be? But if they wanted to be a girl, then that's also open to them. But
what if they're told they're a girl because they like girl things?
Yeah.
And they come to believe that.
I hear a lot of this. This is like the grooming rhetoric, basically. The idea that like the upswing in trans youth are being sort of cajoled into him. There ain't no data for it. Like
the ideology.
I can't take it serious because there's just literally no data to go off. It's stories. But you can make stories of anything. You go to the wrong part of the internet and you can hear stories about, like an epidemic of rabbis beating people to death in the streets of New York City. Make a political ideology out of that. It's cutting through the noise. There's no reason to believe that that's a meaningful issue. If there are parents that are like pressuring and cajoling, their children into being trans, I promise you 1,000 times as many are pressuring and cajoling their trans children into being cis. The social pressure to conform is overwhelmingly strong compared to the social pressure to, as you said, adopt a lifelong path of medical intervention and social ostracization. So are there some parents doing that? I'm sure at least somewhere there is at least one, but I do not think it's proportional at all. I would say the opposite's probably a greater problem. You have gender nonconformity, sure, and there have been, in this past era, more feminine boys and masculine girls than ever before. But there have also been more trans kids, and I just don't see a
But what
reason to
is a
think there's a
trans
mix-up there.
kid? Is a trans kid somebody whose gender identity doesn't match their sex? Is that what you view it as?
Oh, someone was born like me, but they wanted to live as a girl. That's all I would need to believe they were a trans kid.
I just think that's something they should decide when they're older.
Oh, why?
If they can be, because it involves being a medical patient for life and having a medical leash on you and a lot of horrible side effects. I think if there's a gay kid and he doesn't understand his sexuality, but he likes dresses and sparkly things, then we should let him embrace that. Let him embrace his individuality, but he might think he's a girl, but he's not. He's a little boy, he's a
Well,
gay kid, and he might grow out of it.
you
And
might.
wouldn't it be better for him to grow out of it and live his life with like a functioning sex life? And I
Well,
mean, there's been a lot of
trans folks have functioning sex lives. I can tell you that much.
I won't pretend to understand how it works, but there's been a lot of studies that show that without socially and medically transitioning them, they will desist. They will no longer believe themselves to be transgender, and they will usually grow up to be gay and lesbian adults.
I don't know if I've seen any of those studies. I know that gender incongruence, like gender nonconforming behavior, often does not lead to people being trans. I'm unaware of any data that an actual affirmed consistent belief in gender dysphoria will go away if left alone. It's worth noting, though, that the same thing happens with gay people, right? Like if you have a kid, 12-year-old boy, says he's gay, parents beat the shit out of him and say, no, you're not. You just like pink. Give that boy enough time, and eventually he might start telling other people that he's straight. People are really malleable, and the social forces they're subjected to will probably play a pretty large role in the decisions they've made. I just don't think there's anything inherently better or worse about somebody being trans or cis. There's more medical stuff involved with the trans route, that's to be sure, but things are getting easier now than they were before. That's the whole point of hormone blockers. If you take hormone blockers, you no longer have to medically undo a male or female puberty when you actually get around to being an adult and settling everything. The work it takes, facial feminization surgery, years of hormones, not to say that's not a road worth taking or there aren't happy people down that way, but you skip a lot of steps if you take them hormone blockers, because then you just have a female puberty as a trans girl, I mean, you just skip the whole thing, which, considering the rate of suicidality and depression with this demographic of kids, it seems like that could alleviate a lot of their suffering.
Those stats on suicide ideation, the 40%, right? We're not talking about committing suicide or attempting suicide, but suicidal ideation.
Yes, that's that stat. But we do know that LGBT youth do have a very high rate of suicidal ideation compared to non-LGBT
and
youth.
autistic, right? And I'm very, very sympathetic to that.
I don't actually know the rate of autistic suicidal ideation. Let me see if I can look that up. Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry. It's not a data point I'm familiar with.
No, go ahead. You can look it up. I don't know the exact number.
I would have to Google Scholar this for a little bit. At any rate, we do know that when people, given the very low regret rates, I think we can safely assume that the path to transition and transitioning, usually one that these folks, don't in retrospect disagree with. They're happy with the changes made. I know a lot of older trans women, for example. By older here, I mean like 20 or older, like not kids. Wish they'd been able to go on hormone blockers when they grew up, because it would have saved them a bit of time, on the uptake. And it's not as though it's just youth, right? There's been an upswing in trans identification in millennials as well, people who are old enough to make their own decisions. The fact that there would be a proportional swing in Gen Z indicates that it might not be
it's a little more than proportional. I think like the most recent data from UCLA found that the rate of youth between 13 and 17 doubled while the rate of adults had stayed the same.
rate of trans people?
Youths identifying as transgender, that rate had doubled. Adults had basically stayed the same from a 5-year difference.
Let me see. UCLA has some data on this.
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to.
Let's see. 1.6 people. Oh, sorry, 1.6. 1.6 million people ages 13 plus identify as trans in the US. Whew, that's a lot of people. My goodness.
Yeah, but don't we know they're trying? I mean, there's a lot of activists who are sort of trying to do away with like gender dysphoria being a meaningful diagnosis. So now like there's different organizations like I think Planned Parenthood, ACLU, CDC, other places like that sort of define transgender now as just sort of an umbrella term.
Well, it includes non-binary
that
people.
includes gender non-conformity.
Oh, I will say though, I'm looking at this data, the UCLA thing. It says that 1.43% of ages 13 to 17 identify as trans, and 1.31% of ages 18 to 24. It feels pretty proportional between the two. Like that's only a difference of 0.12%.
From the past 5 years, it's doubled.
Oh, sure, but at the moment, it's about the same rate. So I feel like that would argue against the idea that grooming is a major factor in this, because you have people in their mid-20s who are proportionally as likely to be trans as, people in their early teens.
I don't necessarily call it grooming. I just think that the idea of what being transgender is has expanded, and the definition has included all of these other types of things, like not conforming to sex-based stereotypes, that more people are identifying as transgender now.
Yeah, well, because you can be trans without going down any of the medical route. There are non-binary people and so on and so forth. And I imagine most of the accountings for that. I remember, speaking of Matt Walsh, who we were both lovingly recounting earlier. Yeah, I remember he was on Joe Rogan, and he was,
God.
Yeah. He was asked, like how many youth are on hormone blockers, and he was
said
like,
millions,
billions, trillions, the whole population of the planet, who knows? And then it was something like 4,000. What was it? How many?
Well,
Jamie, pull it up.
Reuters had found there was like 17,000 who had done either puberty blockers or cross-sex hormones, but those numbers were they said a significant undercount because they were just looking at insurance data, not anything paid for out of pocket or otherwise.
I imagine most of it would
what's
be
funny
paid for.
about that story is my employers basically had said after he did that all of them need to check through me what the latest data is to make sure mistakes like that didn't happen again.
Hey, there we go. That's some trust. That's very funny.
Yeah.
Well,
that's what happens when he goes off script.
Yeah, well, tragically from my side of the aisle, there aren't billions of trans 5-year-olds or whatever, but inshallah, we're getting there. Look, I don't mean to pretend that this is all settled science. The process of forming best practices for medical care, it's always an ongoing thing. It never stops. There's always going to be change. And I'm receptive to the idea that there are refinements to the model that could be made. But from what I've seen, it seems like a lot of the evidence that we have is really positive. What I'm seeing when I look at the data is like, yeah, go. Like we're doing it. We're correcting a long-held imbalance in social well-being. And then when I hear we should roll it back, we should step back, we should hit the brakes, it seems to be more anecdotal. Like, well, here are some people who are unhappy. I don't think we shouldn't listen to them. I mean, a person who's detransitioned or who mistakenly identified themselves as trans or who was misdiagnosed, those are stories worth hearing. And I don't think they're bad people or anything like that. I just think that in the absence of more compelling data to criticize the affirmative care model, we've got something good going on here. We've got.
I don't view those studies as being evidence that things are going right, though. I view them as all it shows us is that if they start puberty blockers, they're more likely to take cross-sex hormones.
Well, we might one day see a study, and I'd be interested in seeing it as well, where we get regret rates on people in their early 20s who transitioned when they were young, who did the whole diagnosis, puberty blocker, cross-sex hormone, yada, yada, you know.
Mhm.
And we get like a total proportion. At the moment, the data we have from all age groups brings a really low regret rate from
But we don't
1%.
want that to happen, though. Like, we don't want a whole bunch of people to regret it. We want to be more cautious now so that everybody gets the treatment that is right for them. Like,
But-
I don't want there to be huge numbers of detransitioners.
But
I feel like if we could just be a little bit more cautious now and provide better individualized assessments instead of just affirming, and get better diagnostic criteria to detect autism earlier, I feel like that might be the best route. And I know you're not, you call detransitioners sort of anecdotes or whatever, but they're people who have been like medically traumatized. Like, they have very important stories to tell. There's a lot of them. Their numbers are growing, and pretty soon, like, there's going to be so many that people can't ignore it anymore.
I'm all in favor of evidence-based approaches towards our medical model. But you have to
Yeah.
remember, there isn't one regret rate. There are two. And the second regret rate is trans people who regret not transitioning earlier. And that regret rate, by the numbers I've seen, is massive. Since we've only recently started affording proper medical options for trans people, you know, what we're doing is correcting an existing regret rate. The decision to do nothing is not a neutral one. You know, we take a stance either way. We have affirmative or we have more resistant, less affirmative models of care, but we're producing regret rates on either side, both directions. And right now, we do have a lot of evidence that trans people have been begging and screaming for medical care like this to be accessible earlier, to be more thorough, more available. We don't have evidence to indicate that the number of detransitioners exceeds an acceptable proportion of the total people who have been serviced by transgender healthcare. That's not to say that, you know, cut our losses, people are hurt, whatever. There's just always a regret rate in both directions.
But
So
more of the recent studies are showing a higher regret rate. In the UK, 7 to 10%. In the US last year, 29 and 30%.
do you know what the names of those studies are by chance, or which publications released them?
Yeah.
Because all of the studies that I've seen, including ones from this year, like 2023, have suggested very low rates of regret. If there's a specific subsection of the population that's being focused on, I'd like to see it.
It's usually adults. So, like, when adults are making these decisions, they have a lot more life experience. They know exactly what they want, so they're less likely to regret it. This is the Journal of Clinical Endocrinology and Metabolism.
Journal of-
How do I send this? Do you want me to send it to you somehow?
Clinical endocrinology,
Uh-huh.
trans regret rate. I can probably get it pretty quick here. Is it, is this from the Washington Post? No. Trans endocrinology. Detransition among transgender and gender diverse people. Here we go. I believe this is the one. From June 2022, the 9th.
What I'm looking at says April.
April. Uh-oh.
Can I send you a link?
I believe there's a chat in Zoom. Yeah, there's though they updated Zoom, so it might be. Oh, you found it. Great. I couldn't find it that fast.
There's a couple.
Let
I'll
me pop
just send
these up
you
real
all of
quick.
them.
Thank you very much. Okay, let me take a look. Shifts in gender-related medical requests by trans and gender diverse such and such. And then there's this continuation of gender-affirming sentence, detransition. Okay. Let's see. Our results suggest that in excess of 70% of TGD individuals who start gender-affirming hormones will continue use beyond 4 years, with higher continuation rates in trans feminine individuals. Patients who start hormones with their parents' assistance before 18 years have higher continuation rates than adults.
Did you know that today is Detrans Awareness Day?
Is it? Oh, that's fitting.
Yeah, and there's a big protest, or well, there's a big event going on right now in California at the Sacramento Capitol that a lot of my detransitioner friends are there protesting.
I hope the weather's good. I've heard it's a bit stormy in California lately.
Yeah, I hope they're enjoying themselves.
We performed secondary analysis of 2009 to 2018 medical and pharmacy. Oh, that's right. Okay. This one in particular, I'm not very fond of. So this one, the one from the 22nd of April, the problem with this one is that it extrapolates the continuation of gender-affirming hormones based on a secondary analysis of pharmacy records from the U.S. military healthcare system. Without any direct testimony from patients or from doctors, there are dozens of confounding variables that might explain why a drop in coverage from the U.S. military insurance system could happen without it having anything to do with the actual identity of the patient. Let me see the other two right here. Or sorry, the one that you linked. Or you linked two more. Okay, hold on. Sorry. I apologize. I don't mean to put you on the hook here. I just wanted to look over this really quick. Qualitative. Of 130 youth receiving clinical gender care at Children's National Hospital, 68 met inclusion criteria. Qualitative analysis performed the identity pattern shift. Oh, we're doing chi-square tests. Oh my God, I'm back in college. Of the 68 youth followed over time, mean age 15.11 years, 47% autistic, me too, 22% non-binary, 20 reported a shift in request, no significant differences. Shifts in gender-affirming medical requests by gender-diverse youth may not be uncommon during the adolescence gender discernment process, may be more likely during non-binary youth. Many individuals who experience shifts away from medical treatment may later resume their request. Well, okay, that seems all right to me. So they're looking to see here if there are any shifts that have taken place in the type of care with the acknowledgement that it might resume later. That seems all right. I don't think this necessarily refers to like a regret. I mean, even if it does, like a shifting away from like hormone blockers could just be like a legitimate part of the process, right? I don't know if you could fairly say one is detransitioned if they get a gender dysphoria diagnosis and then like 5 months later they're on like 3 months of hormone blockers and they're like, I don't think this is working for me, and they get off it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Hormones. And then there's, I'm speed reading as best as I can out of politeness, but I'm a bit out of practice in reading here. Detransition among transgender and gender diverse people. No, that was the one I found, not the one you found. Right. If I find this and click on that. I can't see the Cambridge link. Okay, National Library of Medicine. Care of trans patients, a general practice quality improvement approach. Primary care must ensure high quality lifelong care is offered to. No primary care. There's inconsistency between multiple UK gender identities. Oh, that's right. I saw this one. Yeah, this was Thomas Hackett. This was one of the articles that was made criticizing the broader like NHS gender clinic care standards, right?
Uh-huh.
Given the findings of long waits, high rates of medical complexity, and some undesired treatment outcomes, including a fifth of patients stopping hormones, of whom more than half cited regret or detransition experiences. Regret or detransition experiences. I wonder what's lurking in the conflation of those two variables. This small but population-based quality improvement approach should be replicated and expanded upon its scale. But yeah, without the expansion, I don't really know what could be done with this. These are all... What do you think an ideal regret rate would be? Or like an acceptable regret rate? If we're talking about youth care.
0 if we're talking about kids. I don't want anybody to cut their breasts off when they're a child, like, and they don't know what they're doing.
Well, but we're talking about hormone blockers than hormones, right? I mean, the surgery is almost always done past 18. But even then, like a regret rate of 0 is impossible. No medical procedure has a regret rate of 0. What if, like, I mean, for every like 50 children who are whose life quality is improved with trans healthcare, maybe like 1 goes down the wrong road a bit and has to detransition later, and their life is worsened for it?
I'd rather not focus so much on what the regret rate is and then what the assessment process is like. Right now, I feel kind of reckless and overly broad. If transgender can be defined by not conforming to sex-based stereotypes, if there are a lot of girls who have not received their autism diagnosis, who are on the spectrum, who might be led to believe that they are transgender. Like it seems like there just needs to be some more safeguarding put in place to prevent mistakes and
Sure.
regret.
But ideally, after that safeguarding has taken place, we'd have like kind of an acceptable regret rate, right? I mean, because we do that with all processes, like how much like how much prior criteria should we need to fulfill before we do this surgery or that surgery. There's always room for error. But if you can imagine like how many people helped versus how many people harmed, I mean, what do you think like a fine result would be?
I don't know. I just think that with something like this, I mean, cross-sex hormones, that produces a lot of irreversible things too. I mean, we're basically like, for at least the detransitioners, we're creating dysphoria in people.
Well, we are when we
A
refuse to take care of trans youth as well, right? Like we are creating dysphoria in them by choosing
But
not
what
to
if
give
they're
them medical
not
care.
trans? What if they're autistic?
Well, what if they're what if they're both? Or what if they are trans? And a lot of them are. Like again, the regret rates certainly indicate that a high proportion of these people treated are trans, right?
They self-identify as trans. We know that a lot of kids self-identify as a lot of different diagnoses that they're introduced to, like on TikTok. I mean, have you been following what's going on with like the TikTok tics? There's
I
a great New York Times article about how a lot of them are recovering from that.
People are very psychologically susceptible. But remember that a
Yes.
lot of the criticisms you're making right now were made in the 80s with gay children. The idea that, oh,
The
you're not,
gay is biological,
well,
being gay.
no, we haven't found the gay gene, but
Not the gay gene, but it develops in utero. Sexuality is
yeah, but
develops in
to the
utero.
extent that that's the case, and it's not entirely because sexuality is fluid after birth, that might also be the case with trans youth. There's some evidence to suggest that a lot of it has to do with the proportion of hormone washes you receive in the womb that might have an impact on your
Are you talking about the
sex and
brain scans, the studies of the brain that find like a structural region of the brain that resembles the opposite sex?
I think
Those
that
are all of those people are gay. What they're basically doing is sort of rediscovering this research that was done in the 90s on, the gay brain.
well,
And
wait,
they're,
that's not true. What you're accepting a premise for one set but not another. We have
yeah.
very tenuous evidence that there's like a fundamental causative biological root of being gay and of being trans. Not in all
You mean
cases,
gender
but in some.
dysphoria.
Gender dysphoria, sure. But they're not consistent and it's not settled science. But in both cases, what you're saying, oh, they think they're trans, but they could not be. But people said this about like gay youth. And this idea was a component of a lot
I
of
know,
abuse that
but
like
they're so different.
it's it's not in the sense that these are both socially aberrant identities that people say are fake, and they often levy a lot of abuse at the hands of children for falling into it. In both cases, we had the groomer rhetoric where it was like, well, you're getting this off of TikTok or your neighbor or whatever. And
But gender dysphoria is a psychiatric condition. I do not see any convincing evidence that it's in any way like innate and biological, other than there are like something like neuroticism, something that can predispose you to
I
mental
mean, being
illness.
gay isn't in the DSM-5. There are, I don't think there's any evidence to suggest that people are born gay or born trans. There might be correlative factors in the brain chemistry, but it's certainly not causative. And even
There are a
then,
lot of
changes
different
in,
kinds of trans people. There's like a cohort who are mostly gay.
yeah, but even then, like brain chemistry can be changed over the course of one's life, right? It's not just a thing that you're set in with birth. Like a lot
Wait,
of
you
our
think
brain chemistry is affected by
their
habits that we set.
sexuality can change?
Yeah, people's sexuality change. There are plenty of people who spend their 20s, 30s, 40s thinking they're straight and then they turn out to be
But isn't that the
bisexual.
argument against conversion therapy?
Well, I don't think that this is a process that can be beget by like torture. Even if conversion therapy was effective, I would oppose it because it's still torture.
Well, the methods that they used to use, right, with like shock therapy, or are we talking about psychological torture?
I mean, either or. They still do that. There's a lot of rape and shock probing they do at the current conversion therapy camps as well, or whatever.
Where?
I mean, I'm pretty sure there was like even just a few weeks ago, there was like a conversion camp or like stay away place that was busted because there was a bunch of sexual abuse. This was like a big news story. This was only a couple weeks ago, though. I mean, I don't have any like rigorous floor plan data on.
Oh, I'm not looking for data. I just wasn't. I haven't heard anything about this before.
But even if these processes were effective, I don't think there's anything better or worse about being gay or straight or cis or trans. Whatever people settle on seems to be fine by me. And if they're happier, these trans identified youth going on hormones and such, which the evidence seems to suggest they are.
Testosterone also has mood boosting properties, so I would assume that people would be happier if. I mean, we look at, there are some data that shows that like trans girls are usually report improved mood when they're on testosterone than.
Do you think I can't help but get the impression that you believe that everyone who transitions makes a mistake. You don't.
No, I have friends who are transsexual, and I work with the Gender Dysphoria Alliance. That's a group of transsexuals.
And we're aware then that there can be people who have gender dysphoria when they're youth. I mean, if it takes place with adult, right? So if there are youth with gender dysphoria and they receive gender affirming care, that's a life improved, right? If 50 people's lives are improved, but one person's life is worsened, that's not ideal, but that's a better case than we get from most medical procedures. I would consider that to be a win. Ideally, you'd refine it, but I think that's, at least a good place to start.
If we're looking at the difference between like what the Dutch are doing or what anywhere that has done away with the affirmative model of care are doing, like there's a lot more rigorous assessments and individualized approaches going on. It's very selective, and those people seem to have better outcomes rather than this affirmative model.
Well, what if there are many, many trans people there that aren't able to get the medical care that they want because of this model? What model do the Dutch even use with regards to trans people?
We don't have any data for that either. I mean, I don't.
Well, then, well, wait, we do though. The fact that like trans people suddenly became more socially acceptable and now there are millions of them, I think is a pretty strong indication that like with gay people, it's like the left-handedness graph. The moment social acceptability ticks upwards, we see a huge spike in how many of them there are that'll eventually taper off. And with regards to like the desire for trans healthcare for adults too, not just for youth, I think it's pretty clear that like millions of people have been underserved medically, trans people who should have been getting trans healthcare. We had the ability to provide trans healthcare a century ago. That was one of the first things the Nazis destroyed when they took power. And we've decided to not provide it to them because we haven't considered them to be worth it. So now we're correcting that. And
there's a lot of people who identify as trans now. It's, there's a lot of appeal to becoming transgender.
This is what they said about gay people.
You get to like reinvent yourself. Like you get a new identity. You get to you get this new community, you get love and acceptance from people. There's a lot of things that might appeal to people to become transgender.
If people want to do that, they can become goth. I don't think people are going to commit themselves to a lifetime of medical intervention.
Where are all the goths now? They're all trans. Those kids,
I guess that's what they really wanted at the end, wasn't it? And I can't blame them for it. The idea that people are like willingly throwing themselves into a disadvantaged category for social affirmation, I just don't buy it. They said the same thing about gay people. They said this gay thing is like this, it's like a fad, like it's like this social pressure. And then what do we see? No, it just turns out a lot of people in Gen X and Gen Z are gay, like just
I think
a lot
of people are
gay.
gender non-conforming. I think there's a lot of people who are gender non-conforming and they think that they're transgender now.
But we have data on the regret rates of adult trans people and of millions of trans people across the Western world. Like the aggregate data indicates that overwhelmingly the ones who identify as trans don't regret the interventions they get, not after years. So even if we were to nix
Sweden
like
has a
the
study
kid thing,
that shows that they're like 19 times more likely to commit suicide after sex reassignment surgery.
I haven't seen any studies to indicate that suicidality increases after any kind of medical care.
You haven't seen the Sweden one?
I have not seen the Sweden one.
Oh, I can find that pretty quick.
But even then, like it seems like what you're making right now is an argument that people who transition are making a mistake.
I do think that a lot of them are. I
But
think
the
that
data would
we don't
indicate
have,
otherwise.
right, we don't have the data yet, but I think in the coming years, we're going to see a lot of people who are detransitioning. It is my prediction from spending a lot of time talking to people in the space and
We have an well, wait, but that is anecdotal. We have a lot of evidence on people who have transitioned, and overwhelmingly it's positive evidence. Not all of them made the right decision, but that's the case with all big life decisions, right? We just have to be careful with the way we frame this information because, you know, like there is a reason why medical practitioners around the world adopted an affirmative model. It's because it seemed like the evidence supported it.
but
The-
now the United States is sort of an outlier. We have all of these European countries that are reversing course and they're
for
they're
political
doing
reasons.
well, I don't think so.
Well, that's what I saw certainly with the NHS. That was 100% the case there.
Political?
Yeah,
What
yeah.
makes you say that?
Well, the United Kingdom is like one of the hubs of anti-trans activism. When I saw the reports that were written, they were very light on data and very heavy on anecdotal construction. And a lot of the other European countries that have followed suit cited the NHS change, the shutdown of that one gender clinic. I don't think it was like a strong rebut of the affirmative care model. I think it was just like the nations respectively going like, yeah, no, we
But
don't
the
care.
affirmative care model is terrible.
The evidence suggests otherwise. Why would a therapist
but
debate
what
a child on their
evidence?
gender identity?
The evidence that they continue from puberty blockers to cross-sex hormones, or is that what we're talking about?
Well, from a therapeutic perspective, there's just not much point in a kid coming in saying, hey, I feel like I might be a girl actually, and the doctor going, no, you're not.
No, not to say no, you're not, but like, okay, let's sit with that for a minute. Why do you feel this way? And if it turns out they might be autistic, they might have some other kind of comorbidities, they might have some other things going on, they might have trauma in their life. Like,
But they
rather than just affirming, exploring underlying reasons,
do that.
trying to find,
The affirmation comes
don't.
along with the exploration of other reasons. They don't just go,
I
oh,
don't think so.
no, it does. That what they do is they affirm the gender identity and then they try to explore adjacent issues. The affirmative model doesn't deny them the ability to talk about other stuff. It just denies them the ability to flatly reject their gender identity. They can say,
I don't think you should reject the gender identity, but I don't think you should also affirm, like, yes, you are transgender. I think there could be other reasons for why someone might adopt a transgender identity. Even the WPATH's new standards of care have recognized that people can be socially influenced to adopt transgender identities.
but
So I think
we do that for other psychiatric conditions. We do it for anxiety and depression. If you come into a therapist and say, you know, I'm feeling really anxious, any good therapist would say, okay, so you're feeling anxious, you know, let's talk about why. Or, hey, you're feeling depressive.
anxious it's not an identity though.
It's
not who they are.
You're reporting
It's a
your brain
feeling.
state, which is what you can do with gender dysphoria as well. It's all you can do because it's entirely a reflection of your, you know, your emotional state and your self-reported decision making.
But people are now defining transgender as just not conforming to sex-based stereotypes.
But the only
So-
goal of the clinic is to determine whether or not there's gender dysphoria that could be treated with medical intervention.
But sometimes gender dysphoria doesn't need to be treated with medical interventions because otherwise they end up a medical patient for life. Shouldn't be encouraging people to try to be comfortable in their bodies.
So what you're describing right now, it was what was practiced in American medicine for about a century now. Oh, you come in and you think you're a girl? Okay. Well, actually, don't you think you'd be happier dropping that and living as a man? That's been the model for taking care of trans people for basically all of modernity. And it doesn't work. It does literally nothing. It has no. We did the same thing with gay people too. Like, oh, you've been having gay thoughts, like, okay, pray about it. But wouldn't you rather live as straight? It just doesn't work.
It does work. There's been at least 11 studies that have taken place over the decades that show if they're not socially and medically transitioned, they grow up just to be mostly gay and lesbian adults.
Because they didn't actually have gender dysphoria.
They thought they did when they were younger. They identified as trans when they were younger.
Were they diagnosed? And then, like, you're saying the majority of people diagnosed with gender dysphoria then go on to...
Yeah.
That's certainly not the case with any of the data that I've seen.
I can send it to you. But I sent you something recently. I mean, I just put something in here about the Sweden study.
Yeah, it's the overall mortality for sex reassigned persons was higher during follow-up than for controls of the same birth sex, particularly on death from suicide. Sex reassigned persons also had an increased risk for suicide attempts and psychiatric inpatient care. Comparisons with controls matched on reassigned sex yielded similar results. So all this is saying that trans people are far more likely to commit suicide than people from the general population, even after they've had sex reassignment surgery. This is also a study that pulls data from Sweden 1973 to 2003. So all it's saying is that, like, trans people are worse off than cis people 20 years ago to 50 years ago, which I agree with.
But
certainly.
It could be saying that sex reassignment surgery didn't help them.
No, because the evidence we have that compares pre and post surgery does indicate that it helps. We do have research on that.
In minors?
Well, minors don't get sex reassignment surgery. It's almost always adults.
Well, I mean, there's some 17-year-olds who do, but...
Yeah, but that's very much a rare case. Like, it's rare enough that there's practically a news story every time it happens. Okay, sexology.
There was probably one right now.
Do trans kids stay trans when they grow up? In total, there have been 3 large-scale studies. This is from 2016. Not that invalidates it. Just hold on. Despite the large difference, only very few trans kids from the transition turn to regular gay lesbian folks. So wait, what makes them trans to begin with? Do kids grow out of wanting to change sex, or does it continue when they are adults? What hold on, I have to look at these. Count group. If they were diagnosed with gender dysphoria, then chose not to receive any kind of medical treatment, and then they went on to not be trans as they grew up, even then I'd be concerned if it was like a matter of parental abuse, because that happened a lot with gay people. Yeah, see, this is what I mean. So this is the thing. Feminine behavior in boys, aspects of its outcome, 1972. This isn't measurements of gender dysphoria. This is like, hey, most boys who play with Barbie dolls don't grow on to take cross-sex hormones, which I agree. Like, the gender clinics aren't prescribing cross-sex hormones because kids, like, played with a Barbie doll once. They're coming in for evaluation, often after quite a long wait time with a great expense attached. Effeminate behavior present in boys from childhood.
One. There's a number, there's 11 total.
Sorry,
and some of them have been diagnosed with gender dysphoria.
Homosexual outcome of discordant gender identity / role. Early.
All it shows is that sometimes if we diagnose people with gender dysphoria, they might outgrow it.
But they're not diagnosed though. This is just like feminine boys grew up to be boys.
That's the first one.
Well, I know. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I don't mean to. I'm reading through it. They get more recent with time. Early effeminate behavior in boys, outcome and significance for homosexuality, a follow-up study of 10 feminine boys, the sissy boy syndrome and the development of homosexuality. I've seen that video. Gender disordered children, does inpatient treatment seek help? So this is the first one I see that doesn't just refer to, here, there we go, from 1987. Treatment guidelines for gender disturbed children currently are unclear. This clinical report describes 8 children with cross-gender behavior who were treated in an inpatient unit for children. The short-term outcome and long-term clinical observations are provided, which indicate a generally good outcome. The findings may have both practical and theoretical significance because they suggest some gender disorders may be determined by intrafamiliar interactions, which are correctable. So I can't make anything of this because the use of the term gender disturbed children, I don't know what they're actually testing for. the title's gender disordered children, but is it like the boy
It
played with
used to be called
Barbies?
gender identity disorder, right?
Yeah, but
Before 2013.
the clinical standards for diagnosing it back in the 80s would have been like way different than right now.
Yeah, I would guess.
Psychosexual outcome of
It's
gender dysphoria.
com-
Oh, gender dysphoria. Wait, this one says gender dysphoria. Hold on. That's the from 2008. It's modern parlance as well. From the National Institute of Health.gov and CBI. To establish the psychosexual outcome of gender dysphoric children at 16 years or older and to examine childhood characteristics related to psychosexual outcome. We studied 77 children who had been referred in childhood to our clinic because of gender dysphoria. Okay. In childhood, we measured the children's cross-gender identification and discomfort within their own sex and gender roles. At follow-up, 10.4 plus or minus 3.4 years later, 54 children agreed to participate. In this group, we assessed gender dysphoria and sexual orientation. Okay, so here we go. So it's 77 children were referred to the clinic because of gender dysphoria, and they followed up approximately 10 years later, in which 54 children agreed to participate. And in the follow-up, 27%, or sorry, 21 were still gender dysphoric, and 33 were no longer gender dysphoric. Both boys and girls in the persistence group were more extremely cross-gendered in behavior and feelings and were more likely to fulfill gender identity disorder criteria in children than another group. And then a lot of them ended up being gay, which I could definitely see. Yeah, so this seems to be a study of gender dysphoria persisting before and after before and after like puberty, because the initial range of study ranged on children between the ages of 5 and 12. I fully agree that a diagnosis of gender dysphoria should not lock somebody in to taking hormones later in life if they like come in when they're 5 years old. But if you come in when you're like 12 or 13 and then you're diagnosed, you follow through with the clinic, you're on years of hormone blockers, and then you choose to continue taking cross-sex hormones, I feel like that's a much more like that process is way more likely to cast off the people who aren't like legitimately in need of this medical care, you know?
Not if we're talking about autistic kids who sort of lock into this idea that they're transgender and are completely convinced by it and end up getting the wrong treatment for them.
So I mean, I have to return then to my question to you, which is what success rate would be acceptable to you? Because like, unless your solution is to ban all trans medical care for youth, there will always be some like rate of mistake making. There will always be people who have to detransition. It's just a statistical inevitability. How many is acceptable?
Again, I would say like what I see right now, it's the affirmative model that's the problem. And not enough diagnostic criteria for autistic kids. So I don't know what an appropriate number would be. I would hope it would be none. It's just when you're talking about kids, they don't really know who they are yet. They're trying to figure it out. It just seems like a really bad idea to medically affirm them.
What if we reevaluated and we changed our models as an outcome of that? For every 100 people who receive trans-affirming care from youth, only one of them ends up detransitioning as an adult. Would that be, like, if we reaffirmed it, like, and 5 years down the line, that was the system we had, and that was what the evidence we came up with was, would that be acceptable to you?
We're still talking about, like, if it's a guy, like, we're talking about people who aren't gonna have, like, they're sterile or, like, don't have a functioning sex life, and, like, it feels like the consequences are
functioning sex lives.
I mean, but if we're talking about puberty blockers to cross-sex hormones, none of them will ever be able to have an orgasm. This is like out of the mouth of Dr. Marcy Bowers, president of WPATH. I
promise you, they're mistaken. There are absolutely trans people who can have orgasms after having bottom surgery, or just hormones or whatever else?
Well, we're talking about from puberty blockers to cross-sex hormones, so that they don't ever develop the ability.
Well, they do, because when they take the cross-sex hormones, they experience that puberty.
I'm saying out of the mouth of Marcy Bowers, surgeon who's conducted a lot of these procedures and who's been treating a lot of trans youth. She has said out of 2,000, none of them are able to have an orgasm. Jazz Jennings can't. It's just like, this is what we know.
So, Abigail and surgeon Marcy Bowers falsely claimed trans girls on puberty blockers lack sexual response after vaginoplasty. That is not true. If Marcy Bowers said that, then on this, Marcy was incorrect. But you avoided my question there, which was like, if you could get 100 to 1, would that be like accept? Because ultimately, this is outcomes
If it's
based,
kids,
right?
then it's 0 for me.
So then you just don't want there to be any medical intervention for trans youth, because it can
I
never
don't
be
think
0.
that the affirmative model of care can be. I mean, I don't think that. What am I trying to? With the current model of care that we have, no, I don't think it's a good idea to medically transition kids. If we're talking about a different model of care, maybe.
Yeah, so if we had a different model of care, one that, I don't know, was more scrupulous, or like the Dutch model or whatever you preferred, and you could get that ratio of care. Because ultimately this is outcome driven. Like you would decide how satisfied you are with the model of care based on its results. We don't really care about the model of care for itself. We care about the results that it begets. For me personally, I think that while detransitioners exist, there are far more trans youth who regret not being able to access an appropriate level of medical care for them.
You mean adults who wish they had transitioned when they're younger?
No, and trans youth. I imagine that for a young trans person, going through a puberty they don't want to go through is quite upsetting, you know? If you're
But puberty is upsetting for everybody.
no, I liked going through puberty. I was already large and strong.
Well, you're a boy.
And it made me larger and stronger. I am a boy. But if I was somebody who didn't particularly like being large, strong, and hairy, who didn't like having a deep voice and hairy arms, then I imagine this would have been very upsetting for me. I liked it. But if somebody was so upset with it that it could send them into suicidal depression, which is often something that transgender youth who are not able to go on hormone blockers experience, you know, I do feel for them if they can't get that medical care.
I feel like sometimes dysphoria can be induced if they believe that they've been born in the wrong body because their doctors told them that. I know some detransitioners whose doctors told them they had a medical condition, that they had a male brain and a female body, and that they were being provided medical interventions for the medical condition.
Well, people said this about homosexuals as well. You know, like you're being told that this is something you can be. You saw this on TV. You saw Michael Jackson dancing on MTV, and you know, it made you gay, but you're not really gay. As for the doctors, like the doctors might not always be misdiagnosing with fault. If a person who will later detransition goes into the gender clinic and says, like, convincingly recites a bunch of criteria for gender dysphoria, then goes on puberty blockers, then goes on hormones, the doctors, I mean, they're not really responsible for that, you know? Misdiagnosis can still take place, but ultimately, we're talking about psychiatric conditions. They're working off the info they're given. It's not possible to medically provably determine gender dysphoria.
It seems like people are being too quickly affirmed when we're talking about kids. I know you're waiting for the data, so maybe we'll follow up.
Right. Yeah, I don't mind following the data. I just worry that underlying your patience for the data is a belief that there's not really any reason for people to be transitioning at all. Because throughout this conversation, you've indicated to me a lot of stuff that makes me feel like you don't really think gender dysphoria is like that real, or like it's not something you
No, it
should be
is.
actioned on? Well, you've said like suicide rates are higher after bottom surgery, or like shouldn't we just encourage these boys to enjoy being feminine boys? And if it were that simple, like there wouldn't be trans girls. If loving being a feminine boy was on the table for them and happiness could be found in that route, that's a far easier route. Being a feminine boy
Yeah.
is easier than ever before. Being trans is hard, very hard.
I
Like,
know you attribute the exponential growth rate in trans identification to societal acceptance, but I believe that there are other factors. Like we talked about social influence, and WPATH recognizing social influence can induce can cause someone to adopt a transgender identity. I'm
same with being gay.
saying there are gender dysphoric people. I'm friends with them. They transitioned when they were mostly adults. It's a real psychiatric, meaningful diagnosis, but there's been this push to sort of de-emphasize the importance of the diagnosis. Like even in the DSM-5 now, it says that you only have to have gender incongruence for like 6 months or something like that, which doesn't seem like a long amount of time to me.
Well, just for the diagnosis, but then it's hormone blockers and then cross-sex hormones. And you can still detransition with relatively little effort after a short time on cross-sex hormones even. So potentially we're talking about years of leeway with regards to decision making. No?
But they could possibly be sterile, and they have hair growth we're talking about girls who have hair growth where they don't want it to be a very deep voice.
Then they shouldn't have
A lo-
taken the medicine. That's the whole point of the
Yeah,
process.
but they should have been properly evaluated. We're talking about
But proper
not
evaluation
referring-
will always produce false positives.
not this many.
Well, yeah, no, this many. I mean, if we're talking about 1.5% of Gen Z considering themselves transgender, we would rightfully expect to see thousands of detransitioners. You talked earlier about how you feel there's this weird campaign of hate from some portions of the right. There's also a very strong push to elevate the voices of detransitioners so that they can further their campaign against trans people. Like, God, I can't tell you how many times I've seen like random story of some detransitioner talking about how they've been victimized by the medical industry, you know. And oftentimes their stories are bullshit. Like you look into it a little bit and they're actively lying. Oftentimes they're not.
What?
Yeah, people lie
I
in the
know
media.
all of them.
People lie, like go on Fox News and lie. It's been known to happen. There are a lot of people who aren't lying when they say that.
I'm pretty sure I know every detransitioner personally who has ever gone on conservative media, and I can assure you they're not lying.
Well, I wish I could remember the name of that one. It was a trans guy who was like, look at what testosterone can do. It ruins your body. And he was pointing out his male pattern baldness, which is, of course, that's something testosterone can do.
Casey?
Maybe, but then it turns out he was like, actually, I don't regret transitioning, and actually, I was balding back when I was still a girl before I
Look,
took hormones. Was it that person?
Casey has become very skeptical because she feels she's been taken advantage of by conservative media. So she has pulled back a bit.
Oh,
But
there you go.
what do you mean?
Oh, well,
Her experience is real. I reported on it. I was the first person to interview her, I think. She transitioned when she was affirmed when she was 17.
If you're of the opinion that social relations, like social pressure, the word of a doctor or a parent, could convince a child that they're gender dysphoric when they're not, do you think it's possible that right-wing media is capable of making people feel like they're detransitioners when they're not? Like a person might legitimately be trans, but then they would see a bunch of conservative media about how trans
What is
people are ugly and such.
legitimately trans, though? That is just it's just what they call themselves.
Well,
If they
wait.
don't,
That's a good question. What is legitimately trans?
somebody who identifies as being transgender. That's all you need to do to be transgender is just identify as it.
If you can doubt the veracity of a person's transition decision, you know, maybe you feel this way, but you shouldn't transition. Could one not do the same for detransitioning? Like, oh, sure, you started taking testosterone when you were a youth, but hey, don't stop now. The only reason you thinking you should stop is because a bunch of right-wing media is hyping up the detransitioner
It wasn't
narrative.
right-wing media in Casey's case. It was another detransitioner most of the time they're introduced to, or they come to these realizations that they were influenced by social media and other transgender influencers. And in her case, it was a few of the transgender
Doesn't Casey go by
influencers.
he, him, or am I misremembering that?
No, she's a girl.
Yeah, I think it's okay.
We're talking about the young lady who went viral on Twitter, who had posted a video and she had considerable hair loss. That's Casey.
Yes, I think I remember that.
Well, detransitioners, they usually find each other on the Reddit forum that's up to like 45,000 members now. And yeah, it could be just a lot of people could be just following it because they're interested in it. But there's also just heartbreaking posts every day, new ones.
do you think she might have been like groomed into detransitioning?
No, I think she realized that she wasn't really transgender. She had been influenced by YouTube influencers, and actually some of those YouTube influencers had decided to detransition.
Well, then it sounds kind of like a social contagion, this detransitioning. Like maybe she would have continued transitioning.
I think
like
she
the
realized
doctors
that she made a
recommended.
mistake.
Well, it seems like social influence could have played a pretty heavy role in it, no? I mean, you just admitted yourself, like, she was exposed to an environment where this detransitioning stuff was sort
She
of
was exposed to the
prominent.
belief that she was born in the wrong body and that she wasn't really a girl. She was exposed to the gender identity ideology that says that you can that what is it? That if you don't conform to the stereotypes associated with your sex, then you might be transgender.
Yeah. And then obviously she went and got a doctor's affirmation, of course. That's how she was able to
She
get
thought she was a
testosterone.
boy. She realized that she can never be a boy. She's a girl.
Well, why couldn't she just be a feminine boy?
Because you cannot change your sex. You can change your outward appearance and you can change the secondary sex characteristics, but you can't actually become one and should be a medical patient her whole life.
Well,
And
I didn't say biological male. I said a feminine boy. She transitioned to being a boy. She could have just been a feminine boy, but she might have been swayed by these social media influencers into detransitioning, which can have significant repercussions to your body, you know. After all, after you stop
I-
taking cross-sex hormones, your body has to start producing them themselves, which means that potentially you're going down a road of lifelong medical intervention if you decide to detransition.
I've talked to her at length. She's a very sweet and genuine person. She realized that she wasn't transgender. She realized that she wasn't a boy, and she was not happy with the side effects of medical transition, so she stopped. And she's also sort of retreated from publicly talking about it. She did for a little bit. She got really skeptical because she felt like people, media reporters and people were taking her story and just sort of making her into this, you know, look what could happen to you, and she didn't like that. She wasn't comfortable with it, so she retreated from publicly talking about it.
And I think that's the right decision. The media landscape is not very forgiving right now. The only thing I mean to point out is that I feel like a lot of this is influenced by a kind of doubt on your part that there's sort of like a reason, a rhyme or a reason or a legitimacy to the whole business of transition. That it's ultimately kind of a ruinous process and not a wise one to take. Certainly not one that a young person could commit to engaging in. But oftentimes when we believe that, we fall upon sort of the comforting message that, well, okay, people are making these bad decisions because of social influence. But the God's honest truth is, all we are is social influence. Outside, I don't know, your height, your skin tone, and not even necessarily those two either. Social influence determines pretty much everything we grow up to be. Our sexuality, our gender identity, a huge portion of how our bodies develop. And I don't really think there's anything more legitimate to being cisgender than being transgender. Maybe easier. I think it's easier to be cisgender. But as decisions go, whether we decide to take cross-sex hormones or not in youth, we're ultimately making a decision. And I feel like right now my sympathies, if they must lie somewhere on this scale, they have to lie with the people who are trans, who are actually properly trans, of which there are quite a few, you know? Not groomed into it, just people tend to gravitate towards things they think are possible for them. That's why a lot more people identify as gay now.
I have a lot of sympathy for people who are trans. But I also have sympathy for detransitioners and the autistic community.
I also have sympathy for them. I do think that autistic diagnoses should improve. I do fully agree with
Yeah.
that.
I didn't get diagnosed until I was in my late 20s or early 30s. And my teen years were hell. I got locked up in a treatment center that Paris Hilton is trying to get shut down for a
Oh.
year. Like I was very disturbed young person because I just couldn't function in society.
Well, I'm happy that I'm assuming that things have improved. And follow up, I'm happy that they have. I agree the situation is quite dire with regards to that, in terms of acceptance of neurodivergent people. I think ultimately these are shared goals. A lot of trans people are autistic, not, I
Mhm.
think, because there's a mistake that's been made or something, but rather because, you know, whatever social incongruities lead a person to be trans or autistic, I'm sure there's some shared space there. At the very least, you know, it makes people spend a lot of their time online, so they have that in common. I
Yeah, me
I
too.
I have massively overtaxed your time, and I do appreciate your tolerance of that. I said I'd only have you on for an hour. In 13, I have to listen to two idiots screech at each other, so I have to get ready for that. I have to get in that headspace.
What do you mean two idiots screech at each other?
I'm hosting a debate between two people of very different ideological dispositions. There's go.
Well, that should be interesting.
It's going to be very
Well, I
tiresome,
had
I
a
think.
really nice time talking to you, and I appreciate you having me on, and I feel like it was productive.
Yeah,
I
no,
mean,
I
we'll
enjoyed the conversation very much. I'm sorry about the Daily Wire kerfuffle. I'm sure a lot of people are going to throw hate your way as a product of that because it's, you know,
yeah,
it's the
they
Daily
are.
Wire.
That's their core audience that didn't even read the letter or try to understand what was going on.
Yeah. Well, maybe they'll improve someday too. Maybe they're autistic. If
Mm,
look, if ever we get that critical data on detransition and regret rates for people who started in youth and started with the hormone blockers and everything, okay? We're at it again, all right? We have
okay.
each other's Twitter. We're locked in.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll be in touch, and I hope your cat's okay, and have a nice debate.
He's getting cuter by the minute. And thank you. You have a
Oh,
wonderful day. Take care.
bye.
Bye. Okay, there we go. All right, I think if nothing else, that was pretty interesting. Um, that was painful. You guys understand what I'm saying when I say like whatever disagreements there may be, at least she believes in a thing. You know, like God, after all the conservative arguments where it's just like I'm like arguing with like a conga line of Nazis wearing different colored bow ties, um, whose only ideological imperative is winning. You know, I do appreciate that. I am thankful she was willing to talk. You know, she doesn't do debate stuff. Twitter is angry you platformed her in the first place. I'm sure things are fine. I am fully of the opinion that I succeeded in making my position clear. And you know, I don't think that there was any irresponsible platforming which took place. People are always upset with me. I can check really quick to see if there's what, like a prominent thread or something? I don't know what. Of course, I'll be reading donations after the debate moderation. Yes, of course, of course. Twitter is done, not important. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I don't see anything. I don't when you said like Twitter when you said like Twitter is upset, did you just make that up? I'm guessing. Yeah, probably. Well, either way, I think that was a fine convo. I'm trying to think. What are my like post-conversation thoughts on that? Yeah. Can you brush up on the stuff in her document? Half the studies she's mentioned are in it. Why didn't you call her out in the whole autism fixation? Okay. So you can always take different directions in a disagreement like that. The direction I wanted to take is that there is literally no way to arrive at a model of care that would produce no regret in detransition. And for that reason, all you can do is use existing evidence to guide your current model, and all you can do, like, and the current model is currently decided by evidence. So my goal was that, but she didn't really want to bite on that. The autism thing is kind of a side issue to me. A lot of people say trans people are just autistic or whatever. The autism thing is obviously personal to her. I got a feel on that, like the moment she said it, which made me not want to talk about it, because I generally don't want to touch on issues that are personal to the person that I'm talking with, because usually then it gets into like the business of like personal experience and anecdotes, which this is like a very strong topic to discuss from a data perspective. So I want to keep it to that as much as possible. And the bit that I did at the end there where I was saying like, oh, maybe Casey detransitioned because of social pressure, is because I want to indicate, like, people say, okay, well, maybe they're only trans because they've been like convinced into it by their doctor or whatever. The truth of the matter is, being gay, straight, pan, ace, trans, cis, all of these have social forces like influencing them. A good example of this, and I don't want to get into like racy historical allegories with her for a variety of reasons, but like in Greek society, the idea that like you were straight as long as you were the one topping the other guy, that is, by our understanding, gay. That is a gay thing to do, but like, and it was way more common back then, and that's entirely social. It's not like the genes of ancient Greeks had like more gay juice in it than we do. A lot of that is social. There are a lot of people who are probably gay who grow up thinking they're straight because they're born into a society with sort of compulsive heterosexuality. So it's like all they hear about is how guys go after girls and girls go after guys, and their parents are always talking about how they got to get a girl and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, maybe they are gay. They may never know. That's why, like, it's kind of a trope of people spending their entire life being straight, and then when they turn like 60, they're gay all of a sudden, you know? And a lot of that is like when people retire and they have a little bit more time to think, they have a little bit more time to like relax. It's like, wait a second, hold on. And that, like something they've been burying their entire life gets like dragged out a little bit into the limelight. I don't know what obviously an ideal rate of like youth transition regret would be 0, but a realistic rate, I don't know what it would be. The current rate of apparent regret we have for detransition or like trans people being between 0.5 and like 1.5% is already really, really good. The rate of regret for transitioning is really low. It's incredibly low. It's anomalously low. It's ridiculously low by the standard of like every other medical procedure that we do. Like people have regrets more for like everything else, including life-saving procedures. So there are literally people who will get like gastric bypass or like a heart replacement and wake up and go, wish they just let me die. And there are more of those people than there are people who are like, damn, I wish I hadn't gotten my dick turned inside out. It's just like, it's so solid for that case, you know? There will always be some detransitioners. There will always be some degree of regret. And one of the reasons why I'm so pro hormone blocker is because that actually serves as a buffer that serves both parties. Because whether or not a person later goes on to transition, a hormone blocker gives you a chunk of time that is fine whether or not you end up being trans. If you end up being trans, congratulations, you don't have to go through like male or female puberty, whatever puberty you were going to go through without any medicine. And if you don't end up being trans, hormone blockers are reversible. I know she briefly mentioned that they might not be reversible, and she's wrong. I've done a lot of research on this. They don't cause cognitive problems. They don't cause long-term infertility. You just get the hormones again. The hormone that you should have gotten just happened. I think there's some evidence to indicate it might have a mild effect on bone density and on height, but like that's really minor for a person who's been on years of hormone blockers getting off them. Like come on, right? You know, like we're dealing with for the kind of stuff we're talking about, the potential of lifelong medical transition, that risk level, that level of potential investment, but backing off of it after being in years in, that's pretty acceptable to me. That being said, we probably are going to see an increase in like perceived detransitioners, like in younger categories of trans people, or like formerly trans people. And a big reason for that is going to be probably because we're going to hear more people getting off hormone blockers. We're going to hear more stories of people who got diagnosed with gender dysphoria, took hormone blockers, got off of them, and then they're like, yeah, I was trans from 14 to 16. I detransitioned. Technically, I don't think you're detransitioning if all you've taken is hormone blockers. That seems kind of dumb to me. But, you know, we might see a tick up in that. That being said, I'm optimistic about the future. I think that the affirmative care model has a lot of really good stuff going for it. And the challenges to the affirmative care model, in my opinion, have been like really insubstantial. Like, for instance, when I was talking to her, she didn't seem to understand that like the affirmative care model just meant that you don't actively contradict their gender identity as stated, but you can still explore other options or like wonder if there are other causes or cases, because that's what the affirmative care model allows you to do. You know, a lot of people think it means like you just say yes and then like that's it, you just like run forward, like yeah, yes, okay, bam, and you just like you should go forward. Okay, I actually did enjoy talking with her. You know, I did enjoy the convo. I noticed the new argument is that trans people are dependent on medicine. Oh yeah, one other thing, by the way, guys, you aren't. Later in life, there are plenty of trans people who have taken hormones for a while and then just stop. I wish I could show you the last two trans shouties that I shacked up with, who are, by the way, achingly beautiful. You would be like sickeningly jealous. You would, oh my God, you would never let me live it down. Both of them have been off hormones for over a year, and they both look, good luck clocking them. Okay. And the reason for that is because they've taken them long enough that, you know, their body's latent level of hormone buildup is, I mean, I don't know the exact science, but trans guy, yeah, a guy and a girl, a trans guy and a trans girl. You should draw them. I'm just drawing like Griffith from the 90s Berserk anime. I'm drawing two Griffiths. I don't know. The degenerate comment should have been addressed. Did she say that trans people are degenerate? If so, I didn't hear it. Like how many people are dependent on insulin? Yeah, well, a lot of people are long-term dependent on medicine. Are they both like 50? No, they're both like 30. She didn't? Okay, yeah, I didn't think so. Okay, wow, we have to, oh, fuck, dude. We have to deal with fucking Haas and, President Sunday. Okay. Okay. Wait, am I creating like a Zoom call? Wait, I'm the host. Should I be like creating a Zoom call? How do I do that? Do I have to like DM Haas? Yes? Okay, fuck. All right, hold on. Discord? Can I mute other people on Discord? Because I feel like I might have to deploy the mute a little bit. Is it, if you host a call, you can mute people? Okay, all right. Holy fuck, how'd you get this job? I don't know. Okay, let me pee. If I'm a minute late, they'll have to suck it up. I need to pee real quick. Hold on. Oh, guys, the thing didn't crash. The thing didn't crash, huh? That's cool. Okay, one last thing before I pee, because I feel like that was a rough one for a lot of you guys, because I had to be really polite, but I was polite for a lot of reasons there. We all good with that last convo? We feel good? Hypers if you feel good about it. I think it was good. I think it was like an opportunity to air those convos in a format and tone that I don't normally. Okay, yeah. Could have been better. Yeah, well, I always try to like dial it down, because I hope you could all tell, being impolite in that environment would have accomplished nothing, like zero, like less than nothing, you know. So obviously, yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me pee real quick. I'll be right here. Then we'll do the thing. Hold on. Oh, yay. Oh, God. Ugh. Woo, big baby. You know what's a really, really good food? Lemon loaves. I fucking love lemon loaves. Lemon loaves are so fucking good. They're like, I don't even know anyone who dislikes them. Okay, reminder, we're going over donos after all this. Rex Gardner with the €2. You're a better looking version of Gavin McGinnis. Thank you. I'm like him in every way. Fun fact, did you know autism does not increase your chance of being binary trans? The increase is basically all NB people. I didn't know that. I'd like to see data on that. Permission to link President Sunday's stream? Yeah, go for it. Hold on. When do you drink piss like McGinnis? Yeah, sorry, I only top for that. Okay, hold on. Okay.
Hello, hello.
What's up? Okay, hold on. I have to... Wait, I need to be friends with President Sunday to start a group DM. We're not friends? Okay, I'm sending you a friend request.
Yeah,
Accept
what the
it.
hell, man?
Yeah, accept it. Go, 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 go. Nice. Okay.
There we go.
I don't know why I thought I might have been Discord friends with Infrared. Okay. Infrared. Nope. Haas. Is it Haas? That's okay, it's Haas. Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's got the lion face.
Yeah. Okay. There we go.
Oh, wait, this is the, here we go, okay.
All right, did we all make it?
Yeah, I
Think
need one
so.
moment.
Nice.
You're looking very, magenta today.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I got it from Urban Outfitters. Okay, now I fix this. All right. Which, nope, not that. Man, I fucking hate OBS. There we go. How are you doing today, Prez?
Oh, I am deathly ill, and the power has gone out like 3 times today, so...
Why are you ill? What the fuck? Why are you dying?
We're all dying, huh? Bosh.
Are you dying
no,
faster?
I just got like a... Just like a cold or something.
Ah, that sucks. I'm sorry.
No, you're not.
Oh, I'm a little bit sorry.
This is a nice shirt, though, Urban Outfitters.
Yeah, it actually has a pair of matching, like, short shorts. Like, 5-inch inseam. If you wear them both, it looks like a romper, and you look like a total douchebag. I love it.
I could see that working with a certain kind of silhouette. My stream's very delayed.
Uh-oh.
Why is my stream very delayed?
Haas!
Doesn't look delayed on my end.
Haas infrared. Infra, open quotes, Haas, close quotes. Red.
Are we getting on with it or what?
Well, we couldn't hear you up until now, Haas.
Okay, well, I just got done setting everything up. Moderator.
All right, let me close all these tabs. I'm
Moderator.
transitioning into this from a 2-hour conversation that was very data-driven. Let me just close all... Okay. Now, I expect an equal level of of big brain engagement from this one right here. Can one of you two gentlemen please remind me what the fuck it is we're talking about today?
We're talking about political theory.
Okay.
His political theory in particular. So
Oh,
we're
okay.
important
All
guests.
right. We have a home team advantage then. Okay. Here are the rules. The rules are that I'm going to try my best to not be partial. I am like the wind. I blow over the whole countryside, okay? I'm an undifferentiated force of nature. The only thing that I care about is that people respond to the arguments that the other side made, and that everyone gets a fair chance to talk. So, while it may make me seem as though I'm being partial, if people start screeching directly into the microphone to blow out everyone else's eardrums, that would be an example of not letting other people talk. I believe in both of you. I have nothing but faith in you. This is obviously Haz's topic to start. I'd say let's go with 5-minute openers, starting with you, Haz.
I think we were kind of iffy on the time. Can we like say 10 minutes caps, and then if we go under, we go under?
10 minutes. All right. Let me get my giant.
Are you cool with that? Is that
chess clock?
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on 1 second. Need to do something real quick. Just preventing my OBS from self-destructing, as it has been wont to do lately. There you go,
What's your
Ryan.
favorite sword, Haz?
I like the swords.
I like the swords.
Oh, shit.
I need a place for my swords.
Okay. There we go. Very nice. All right. Starting with the one, the only, infra, open quotes, Haz, close quotes, red. 10 minutes to talk about his political theory, followed, of course, by President Sunday. Then we will do our back and forths, give everyone a fair chance to talk. And the timer starts now.
Modern politics is beset by the same fundamental contradiction, the same asymmetry defining modernity as a whole. Thinkers like Bruno Latour once framed this paradoxical contradiction as between a process of purification, establishing some ontological zone, such as man, reason, cogito, civilized people, etc., and opposing it to its other, such as nature, the animal kingdom, outsiders, etc., as well as the process of translation, where the actual effect of applying this pure form to actual reality leads to hybrids between the two, proving modernity's inability to fully conquer its own premises. Political modernity, understood in this same vein of purification, establishing the universal rights of man, privileging the abstract and generalized concept of man as the supreme political subject, without any essential regard for the particular details of personality, background, estate, religion, or even race, gender, and wealth. Likewise, political modernity has given rise to various hybrids of its own, strange combinations of this universal subject with its opposed particularity, in the form of different classes, separatist ethnic and religious identities, interest groups, racial animosities, and the form of identity politics itself today. I merely propose, drawing from the ideas of Slavoj Žižek's ontology, that an even more fundamental political contradiction pre-exists that between universality and particularity, state and civil society, human and nature, etc., which is internal to the abstract form of political modernity itself. Both the political left and right take what Latour calls the rupture in time of political modernity for granted. The political left is revolutionary wing of modernity, representing the abstract form of change. The right is its conservative wing, attempting to derive a definite political logic out of this modern process of purification, situating people in their rightful place with respect to objects in the case of private property, and with respect to other persons in the case of various hierarchies. So modernity implies a paradox or internal contradiction that pre-exists and arguably engenders the division into left and right. On the one hand, it implies a revolutionary change. On the other, it also implies a new order and form of preserving itself. In the aftermath of the French Revolution, various thinkers attempted to resolve that contradiction in some kind of end of history, such as Hegel, Kojève, and most famously Fukuyama. But none of them were able to anticipate our current multipolar world. My basic argument is that the contradiction has to do with the political subject of politics, which is an individual substance. In today's era, with the October Revolution, I argue, playing a comparable role to the French, the subject of politics is neither individual nor substantive, but collective and virtual. The modern universal state and its hegemony, founded on human rights, has already synthesized both the left and the right, accomplishing the goal of the fascist third position. Progressive change is already the order of the day and is in no way revolutionary in the sense of actually challenging state power, but on the contrary, is situated within a hegemonic order that preserves it. Here enters a new kind of political subject, which I call the partisan, partially drawing from Carl Schmitt. Rather than being some neutral subject or atomistically individual substance, the partisan is already virtually disposed and partial towards some kind of collective political identity. The partisan embodies the internal contradiction of modernity itself into one political subject, rather than solely giving expression to one of its forms. It doesn't represent one of the asymmetrical forms comprising the difference. The partisan essentially is political difference itself. Partisanship implies a way of differing into a specific collective political reality. Because of this embodiedness, the deeper order of rural life is fertile ground for the partisan subjectivity. But because the partisan gives specific content to politics, such as in the form of class struggle, they are revolutionary with regard to the modern state, positioned in such a way that already regards it as illegitimate, for example, serving the interests of a particular group. The partisan is not strictly defined by a specific ideology or set of values, but a position with regard to what Antonio Gramsci calls that hegemony, or what Popper calls the open society. Their revolutionary stance makes them fundamentally left-wing, but coupled with a profound social conservatism, reflecting an embeddedness in the deeper premises of civilization. Many mistaken this for third position syncretism, but the difference is that the partisan conservatism isn't based on ideology, but popular sensibility. If the goal of political partisan were created by individual thought, such as by a theory or ideology, the goal would only coincidentally be effective. Its realization coinciding with some deeper, objectively established and material premise that makes the partisans' movement across the social fabric effective in the first place. Without their position being rooted in an objective reality, a partisan is no longer a partisan, but just some guy with an opinion. I argue that the partisan is the subject of a polarity, an objectively existing orientation toward the reproduction of an existing civilization. The source of a political polarity, the force of partiality in the partisan, is a specific resolution of the contradiction between the universal state and its real civil society, a resolution whose development is already propelled into motion and arguably even implied by the nature of the contradiction itself, a logic reflected in Marx's Communist Manifesto. This resolution is the universal partisan empire, the authentic unity of a people given expression by a people sovereign, whose power takes the form of, rather than pretending to be elevated above, the contradiction between state and civil society, such as in the case of a proletarian dictatorship, the class struggle. Thus, my political philosophy implies an entirely new notion of subject and object itself, drawing from the concept of hyperobjects of speculative realism. The universal empire is a hyperobject, an object participating in its own phenomenal disclosure by engendering the very conditions of its own development, and whose scale in both time and space exceeds what can be reduced to individual experience. That is the objective common sociality that pre-exists individual subjectivity itself. The stakes of this theory are clear. In a historical situation defined by the crisis of Western liberal democracy, many leftists have joined in with the State Department's characterization of the current multipolar world as a struggle between democracies and autocracies, labeling all sovereign counter-hegemonic states challenging the so-called rules-based political order as fascist. I argue this is reactionary from the current historical perspective. As an ideology, Western leftism is the vanguard of the current ancien regime's hegemony, which has become outmoded by history itself. It is for that reason that it is also a vanity. It will be condemned to the dustbin of history as a multipolar order rises from the ashes of the globalist empire.
Is anybody else smelling burnt toast?
I can see why 10 minutes was necessary. All right. Burn toast aside. President, it's your call.
Thank you, Haz. Thank you, Vosh, for moderating. So we are apparently debating my opponent Haz's groundbreaking theory of the political spectrum. At least that's how I understood it from our messages prior. I'm not entirely certain now. The principal source for this being an essay on the Infrared Substack entitled The Rise of Mega-Communism, the purpose of which, given in the heading, being to establish, quote, how can mega and communism be united? For one is clearly far right and the other far left, unquote. Putting it lightly, this essay is bizarre. At over 13,400 words, it is meandering and overlong, filled with esoteric terminology which, while in more rigorous hands might be sufficiently explained so as to mean something specific, is here ultimately included only to be put to the service of motivating statements like, quote, leftism is a type of mental retardation according to which the latest quote-unquote open agenda constitutes real historical change, unquote. But the essence of my opponent's thesis can actually be given rather quickly. In a move of breathtaking erudition to which one can only react with awe, Hawes proposes the revolutionary thesis that the left, the right, liberal elites, and quote-unquote globalists are in fact all the same people, and that these refer to the political opponents of globalization, trans rights, BLM, free immigration, other left-wing causes, and so forth as quote-unquote Nazis to obscure the fact that they themselves have in fact inherited Nazism. Thus, it was in fact the right, who are actually the left, who beat the Nazis in World War II in order to establish a global leftist hegemony that is in fact a rightist hegemony to disguise the fact that they actually were the right all along. And in a stroke of diabolical genius through, quote, agents of deception like Ron DeSantis, unquote, they simultaneously persecute and pretend to be the genuine right, which they are, except they aren't because they are the left, with the result that, quote, a complete takeover of the Hitlerite kind is all but now inevitable, which will attempt to satisfy the patriotic aspirations of the MAGA movement into consensus for war, a war which will seek to preserve the power of the bankers and globalists, unquote. In this apocalyptic vision, my opponent sees the left being both the right and the left all at once, which is why when he writes that, quote, so-called rightist, quote-unquote, ideologists are thus today split between Azovites and the accidentally based, unquote, rightist is put in quotes because it actually refers to the left, and the accidentally based refers to cranks like Jordan Peterson, whose rhetoric just incidentally happens to run contrary to whatever species of establishment paranoia Hawes wants to capitalize on in the moment. No robust treatment of communism is given, and so no robust ideological goals get in the way of my opponent going all in on an argument for aligning communism with the MAGA movement. How MAGA escapes being right-wing for my opponent is by being partisan. What does this mean? Hawes introduces this term partisan by way of Carl Schmitt's essay, Theory of the Partisan. The partisan, for Schmitt, is a combatant fulfilling four essential conditions. The partisan is irregular, has increased mobility, has a heightened intensity of political commitment, and is thoroughly Tellurian, which is to say land-based. This is what distinguishes partisans from pirates and corsairs for Schmitt, and is, as far as I can tell, the only part of the definition Hawes really takes up. Because introducing the partisan through Schmitt, despite this, rather, my opponent simply insists that Schmitt, despite taking his cues from the likes of Lenin and Mao and readers of the same, is too limited by his Hobbesian formalism, quote-unquote, and argues instead that the partisan is, quote, the political agent at the end of history, for which change is a moment in the development of an order more eternal than can be given form by modern statehood, unquote. And that the leftist is the great enemy of the partisan because, quote, leftism grounds politics not in partisanship, but in some supposedly universal morality, and the fundamental enduring fact of political antagonism vindicates the leftist's sense of smug, self-satisfied superiority, unquote. He then claims instead that, quote, partisanship can also be defined by a specific Hegelian sublation of established political distinction, representing a type of political subject interpolated by a new form of universal statehood, the Kajevian empire, polarity, or determinate globality, unquote. What this means is anyone's guess, but it doesn't matter, because by describing the idea of partisanship as something that sounds sort of like it can easily attach to nationalism or a determinate civilizational polarity. He can now describe MAGA as partisan because it is, quote-unquote, telluric. Thus, it concludes after an almost unbearably long series of paragraphs too convoluted for me to even attempt to recapitulate here, that the anti-communism of the MAGA movement is just an endearing Americanism, that MAGA should form its own discrete party, and that, quote, there is no other choice for MAGA communists, unquote. Hawes isn't stupid. The material he is handling in this essay runs very complicated very quickly. It takes a lot of work. He could just produce run-of-the-mill right-wing content. It would be easier and more lucrative. Despite the overall incoherence of the essay, there is a degree of effort here that doesn't strike me as a pure product of cynicism. Unfortunately, by putting his theory of left and right solely to the service of justifying the absurd slogan of MAGA communism, a move which reduces communism to a street-facing bench with "Imagine your ad here" displayed on the back, all of this work is reduced to incoherence. Thank you.
All right. Wonderfully delivered and well under time from you both. Let's get into the back and forth. I'm sure you both have lots to talk about. It doesn't need to be like 1 minute block to 1 minute block. Obviously, you can engage normally, but give both people space to talk, please. All right, good luck.
First of all, I'm not sure why you referenced the MAGA communism essay if it was too difficult for you to comprehend, but I can already point out
Well,
that
that was the source you referred me to. It was that or the video which you
Yeah, but I don't know why you brought it up here when the only thing you can say is that you found it incoherent. Well, you're going to find out that there is a coherence to it, whether or not you want to acknowledge that. And
All
before
right,
we get
ready.
into that,
Late on.
I noticed a few things you said, just a few that I decided to write down. I'm sure there was others that were completely mischaracterizations of the essay. You said that I was saying the right is the left and the left is the right, when the broader point I was trying to say is that today, oftentimes things that are considered right-wing and right-wing populism manage to outdo the left in many regards. For example, in the anti-war stance and the opposition to the federal agencies like the FBI and so on and so forth, the overall anti-government stance. And what that meant to me was that right-wing populism today can more correctly be characterized in its essence as partisan. There's nothing essentially right-wing about it, but that only makes it potentially left-wing, not necessarily already left.
Well, I don't think being opportunistically against the police when they are enforcing government policies you happen to disagree with, or defending, for example, invasive war is just because you happen to have some kind of ideological affinity with the aggressor. I don't think that makes you succeeding more at what the left generally wants to do than the left. I think it's kind of a silly proposition.
But I find your characterization idealist because you're focusing too much on
What do you mean by that? Can you elaborate?
Yes, well, I was going to, but before you cut me off, you're speaking strictly within the realm of the alignment of ideological values, as if this what it underpins the what I would call the counter-hegemonic position of MAGA. But the ideological alignment is downstream from the fact that there is an objectively real hegemony. There is a real hegemony which is characterized by a specific ideology. You can object to the characterization that it's called globalism. That's just a simplification. It can be called neoliberalism. It can be called liberalism generally. I'm not going to be too picky about what you want to call it ideologically, but there is a hegemony. There's clearly a monopoly capital and a ruling class that is in power in the West, which exercises hegemony through institutions. Both the legal institutions, the federal agencies, the CIA, the FBI, the increasingly politicized
right. So your thesis is that there's an international cabal controlling the world and that the right is more fervently opposed to it.
No, you can be more specific because it, first of all, doesn't control the world. And that's exactly why we are witnessing so-called challenges to the so-called rules-based order. Clearly doesn't control China, Iran, Russia, North Korea, even Cuba or Venezuela, for example, or Syria. I'm sure there's other examples. It clearly doesn't even completely control the so-called second world or non-aligned countries. Maybe Brazil is a good example of this, right? Because other countries are caught in between. That's Gramsci's entire point of the idea of hegemony. There are intermediate blocks that are not necessarily one way or the other, and hegemony attempts to exercise dominion over these intermediate classes or states taken in the realm of international relations. So there is clearly a hegemony based in what we call the unipolar American world order. Now, I think you're roughly trying to make an allusion to anti-Semitism or something of that nature. Well, the idea of a unipolar American world order is not even controversial from the perspective of the American State Department itself. It calls this order the rules-based international order. The various scholars and thinkers of the West, I'm sure, regularly make reference to the significance of the Bretton Woods post-war world order. So you don't need actually to talk about some conspiracy theory.
I'm just not sure what your thesis is, because you're throwing names and references at the wall willy-nilly, and I'm not seeing a coherent thesis.
I'm just defending the idea that there is a hegemony.
But I don't think anybody contends that there's no hegemony. This is why anti-colonialism is endemic left-wing.
Okay,
stance.
well, the colonial era, for example, this is why I don't think you understand what hegemony is. The colonial era, maybe there's neo-colonialism with Francis CFAC, right? But the colonial era belonged to the Bretton Woods era. The period of the 20th century, the mid 20th century, was characterized by various formal decolonization. So the way in which American unipolar hegemony exercises its control over the world obviously is not through direct colonization. It's through the exercise of soft power. It's through the exercise of
I know, but
economic.
anti-colonialism is not strictly concerned with direct colonization. It's also concerned with the residue of colonial hegemony in the present. Like
Okay.
I just yeah.
Well, sure. Well, the residue of a colonial hegemony has culminated into an act. It's not just a residue; it's an active system of unipolar American hegemony. It's not a residue of something from the past. It's a system that emerged after World War II, which clearly is global hegemon. So
Okay,
why did you make an allusion to a global cabal of some kind?
This is you. You're the one who refers to liberal elites and globalists as being the originator.
Originator of what?
Of a deliberate attempt to manipulate through these ideological distinctions.
I don't know what exactly you're referring to.
I quoted you
confused.
pretty directly
you
here.
seem very confused.
I am indeed very confused.
There's an objective system of unipolar imperialism. There are indeed liberal elites who benefit from this hegemony, the hegemonic elites, the cultural elites, and so on and so forth. And then there's
who are the globalists then? Just help me out here.
So I'm referring to globalism as an ideology and a form of.
But you refer specifically to the globalists, so you mean something definite, right?
Yeah, I think for example, the globalists are the hegemonic institutions of society. The mainstream.
But you're not. No. Globalists aren't institutions, right? You're referring to people. These are ists. This is globalism in this context.
So my thesis is that
you don't say globalist institutions. You say specifically globalists.
Are you trying to allude to this idea that?
I'm not alluding to anything. I'm just asking you a question.
Are you saying that social forces are reducible to the individuals that comprise them? I don't know what you're asking.
You haven't.
Are you asking? It kind of sounds like you're asking.
But
you're asking who is.
That doesn't work though, because you juxtapose liberal elites and globalists as if these are one and the same. But liberal elites aren't institutions. Liberal elites are people. Globalists,
but they are people,
and you don't say globalist institutions or whatever.
But they are the people that have benefited from the hegemony characterized by these institutions. They are the people who epitomize the rule of these institutions. They are the people whose interests coincide with the hegemony. That's all.
Okay, sure, but who are they?
All of them? Do you want me to name millions of people? What are you asking specifically? What do you mean, who are they? Do you need an example?
I thought we were here to debate your political theory, but it seems like you've just completely ignored my critique of it, and you're now insisting that the right wing or something.
You didn't have a critique. You said that it was incoherent, so now we're trying to educate you.
Yeah, but on fairly particular bases, though, because you deploy a bunch of terminology that you cherry-picked to build to a thesis that somehow mega communism transcends the right and the left on the grounds of being telluric.
That's not what I said at all. I said first of all the exact opposite, that I'm against the syncretic position of beyond left and right. I completely rejected that position. If you actually read my paper, it says that first of all, MAGA communism is a slogan. The basic idea is that a communist movement can be derived out of the MAGA movement, which would indeed be left-wing because it's revolutionary. But there's a difference between left-wing and leftist. Leftism is an ideology supposedly trying to be authentically left-wing. It's not an actual position with regard to politics. Positions are not about what your beliefs are, what your ideas are, but where you are actually positioned in regards to the status quo. So I said leftism is an idea of change. It's an ideology of political change. It doesn't actually represent political change. So no, I didn't say it transcends left and right. You're completely fabricating that.
I'm I'm not, but we can move on from there. The essay is extremely long, and I don't have the quote directly to hand.
Well, you didn't read it with enough.
I read it pretty
care, I
carefully,
guess.
actually.
Okay.
I don't know, Haas. Where do you want to go from here?
Well, your thesis is that my position is incoherent. So let's get into the specificities of.
Well, why don't we make it coherent? Why don't you start from the top and let's go from there?
I gave a nearly, I think it was like an 8-minute intro. Were you not listening, or?
I was listening very carefully.
Okay.
I could not. I got to be real with you, Haas. I think I speak for everybody. I could not follow that at all.
I don't think you speak for everybody at all, but I could help you in particular and educate you about what I'm.
Please help me.
Yeah. Okay. So the idea from the MAGA communism Substack and the political theory underlying it is basically that there is a political realignment we are facing right now because of a transition from one historical era to another. The previous historical era could be characterized as classical modernity.
Can I stop you right there?
Yeah.
A political realignment of what? What are you referring to?
Basically, in the West right now, speaking like very in the like as of the 2010s, what's developed as of the 2010s, for example, like this immediate. There has been a specific association of this is what the left is and this is what the right is, right? So I'm saying we are witnessing.
Is there? I think that's debated. I don't think there's much consensus on that at all. This is like the whole leftist infighting meme. Nobody can decide on who the hell the left is or who the right is.
I think leftist infighting is transcended when it comes to people like me. So no, I don't think there's any problem as far as how to identify leftists is concerned.
How so?
But so there is a political realignment going on.
But how so do you transcend that? And what does that mean?
No one's talking about transcending anything. There is a realignment.
No, but you said that you transcend that distinction. Can you clarify? What do you mean by that?
No, I explicitly said I don't believe it's possible to transcend political difference.
But you just said you do. You said you transcend leftist infighting somehow. So.
No. I said the leftist infighting is transcended. Sorry, you focused on the word transcended. It's put to the side when it comes to how they treat people like me. So all these leftists can fight each other, but when it comes to Haas, they are suddenly aware of their common enemy and realize they're all leftists.
Wouldn't that just point to them recognizing you as right wing?
That's their view, yeah. Well, you can say that means they recognize me as if this is the case, but there is clearly a association of this is left and this is right? I mean, you yourself saying this, that's an acknowledgement of that. There is clearly an association of what is considered left and right.
Well, I think I've definitely encountered a lot of people who would characterize you as right wing on the grounds of your associations and your rhetoric, et cetera, et cetera. But in terms of like an actual theory, I'm not committed to the stance. Therefore,
can you speak louder? My association with what?
What? Sorry?
I didn't hear what you said when you said because
I'm not committed on the grounds of observing that people associate you with the right wing fairly unproblematically or seem to treat it as unproblematic.
That's not the point though. The point
No, but what I was saying though is I'm not committed therefore.
All right, I didn't think this would be that I didn't think it would be that controversial to say that there has been a vague association of these are the leftist values and these are the right-wing values that has developed in the 2010s, especially because of the culture war and if you're on the internet, I guess Gamergate, things like that. I mean, these clearly have defined different.
Well, that's largely, I think, tracking electoral politics in the United States. It's not quite that clear cut at a higher degree of resolution.
Okay, well, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm talking about the actual reality of popular ideologies and political views in the United States. I think it's fair to say there are
in the United States. That's what I just said.
Okay, there are conventionally established associations of what it means to be a leftist or what it means to be a right-winger. And I'm saying that is changing.
But where, like for example, our moderator, for instance, is considered Not left-wing by a bunch of people who we would probably agree are leftists. It's considered liberal by a bunch of people who
I
would
think
probably agree are
that's
leftists.
part of
Same
the
with me.
confusion. Yeah, I think that's part of the confusion defining the political realignment that's going on. The moderator, I guess we have to reference the moderator now.
No, we
It-
don't. I'm just
Okay.
as in like an obvious example to hand.
Yeah. Well, the moderator is assuming positions that traditionally, from a broader historical perspective, were not associated with the left, and that's why. But that's still, many people still believe it's left wing because on the cultural front, it had been established in the past decade, I guess, or maybe depending on how long you want to go, the past few decades, that culturally it's left wing. So I'm just trying to say there's a lot of confusion and obscurity about what it means to be left and right in this day and age. It's pretty simple. I don't know why it's controversial.
I'd
Well,
like
I
to ask
think
one moment.
Oh, thank God, please.
I'd like to ask a brief question. Haz, when you use your definition of this distinction, acknowledging how confused it is to everyone, when you think of what it means to be a leftist, are you thinking of a position with regards to one or maybe several specific issues? Whether or not the economy should be decommodified, democratic ownership of the means of production, opposition to American geopolitical politics, that sort of thing? Or do you think it's an emergent property of a haze of positions that can't be so easily quantified? How concrete, distinct can it be made?
I tend to object to answer it simply. I don't think that political distinction is based on differences of opinion when it comes to, I think those are all just symptoms. I think the real political distinction is based on what position you have with regard to some kind of status quo. So historically, the left wing was defined by those who were in a revolutionary position with regard to the status quo. They wanted to kind of overthrow it, basically, and overturn it. And leftism, I have diagnosed, is a more recent phenomena. Maybe it's coming from, I don't know how far back you can really go, but I would at least the new left, right? Which I think is an ideology of the hegemony, because the progressive changes that it is characterized by advocating for and trying to push correspond with the goals of monopoly capital, and as
Okay.
well as yeah.
If I may, though, you say that your positionality has to do with an actual like position that's not simply reducible to ideas and opinions that you hold, but then your point of reference for what makes people these things is specifically to refer to their attitude towards revolution and things like that. You're not referencing anything more concrete than their ideas and opinions.
Because it's not about the ideas or opinions, but where those are coming from and whose interests those serve.
But we're still talking about ideas and opinions, right? You're talking about the attitudes of actors, not like specific actors.
We're talking about a hegemony which utilizes or exercises, disseminates ideas and opinions as a form of, for example, soft power.
So to clarify then, and hopefully to put an end to this specific semantic bit, you would
Please.
say then that leftism is a property of taking a revolutionary attitude towards a given hegemonic position, that one being, in this case, global capitalism, and that any position which is revolutionarily against that one would necessarily be a leftist position.
I think there's semantic confusion because for me, leftism is not the same as a left-wing alignment. A left-wing alignment is not a position about attitude. It's where do you stand positionally, right? Let's say as an agent of information or as a candidate, electoral candidate, doesn't matter, political actor, even a Schmitt's actual partisan, people who were like on the ground waging guerrilla warfare. Where are you? What is your position with regard to the status quo? Are you considered a enemy of the status quo? Are you a fighter against the status quo of some kind? So, but leftism to me is an ideology.
Okay, what does that mean? Can you clarify that a little bit?
Yeah, leftism is an ideology that tries to reduce the historical tradition of left-wing, real historical left-wing traditions into an ideology. So, there's not a continuity.
So leftism is an agent then, like it attempts things.
Leftism is an ideology. People attempt things. I don't know what your leftism is an ideology.
Well, when you're saying it tries to, that to me
Okay,
signifies intent.
I'll clarify then.
Sure.
The ideology of leftism attempts to develop the idea to arrive at somehow the idea of the left. So it's an idea of the left, right? It's an
Okay,
ideology.
sure, but it's okay, but it's a directed thing, right? It's a thing that has a goal and a purpose. So I guess my is that fair? Like it has...
The goal, the purpose of the ideology is to distill the essence of change, modern revolutionary political change,
All right,
into an idea.
Okay, so whose purpose then? Because we're not just talking about like an aggregate of ideas that are just kind of sitting inert. We're talking about something that has like it's purposed to interfere in some way with the world. It's doing something to these ideas and turning them into whatever.
Okay, yeah. Well, I think I get what you're trying to ask.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that for the purpose of realizing the aims and exercising the hegemony of monopoly capital, for example.
Oh, okay, well, my question is then referred a little bit farther back.
So this is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
So the hegemony has weaponized the hegemony has goals that could be called progressive. That's the whole ideology of progressivism, right? For example, Rockefeller, the oil guy, Rockefeller, he had a whole progressive vision of an international integrated society, and he championed progressive social causes and so on and so forth. We all know how corporations champion progressive causes and so on and so forth. So somehow revolutionary change, I don't know if I would call it revolutionary, but change, political change, cultural change, has been assimilated by monopoly capital and by the hegemony, okay? And leftism is the ideology corresponding to that hegemony, having assimilated change, modern political and cultural and social change, movementism, and so on and so forth.
All right. Okay, so what is leftism just equivalent to wokeism then, or what are we doing exactly?
I mean, I guess you can call it many things. Maybe wokeism can be a form of that, but I think leftism, contemporary leftism, which at least dating since the New Left, has served that purpose and can, I think, fairly be characterized as that. I don't think, for example, that the New Left, the legacy of the New Left is based on some kind of like grassroots thing going on with the working class. I think the New Left was propelled into significance because much of its legacy was appropriated by the culture industry, by Hollywood and mass media. These people went on to become yuppies.
That's in response to like fairly harsh criticisms of Hollywood and mass media from outside of it, though. That's not a thing that happened spontaneously from within. You could argue that it was definitely cynical on the part of certain studios to predictably, for example, gender bend or like
right.
do
but then
things
I'd have to ask you
in a strangely motivated seeming way, but that
I
doesn't
don't
strike me as an indication that they're.
But I don't think it's fair to say that
the impetus to that is
I don't think it's fair to say that the New Left and the counterculture spread and emerged in a purely grassroots way. I think it's also fair to say that the influence of the Ford Foundation, the influence of
I don't think anything spreads in a grassroots way.
Okay, so it's not just that Hollywood.
But I mean, the definition of the left has never been that it's grassroots.
So the culture industry and the counterculture and the New Left worked hand in hand. It wasn't that one was criticized, so they became better because they were received too harsh criticism. I mean, I think the election of Nixon kind of proves that the so-called silent majority was a real thing. The hippies and the new counterculture and this New Left were not really actually that popular among the people. So I don't see how popular pressure could be responsible for example, corporations and
hang on. It's not exactly true though, or it's not exactly fair to refer to that as kind of a naturally arising majority position when during this time leftists of many stripes are being directly persecuted, as well as many of the groups of people who they now advocate for.
Persecuted by whom?
This was the time. Sorry.
Persecuted by whom?
This is the era of McCarthyism. This is when you could be what?
It's not the era of McCarthyism.
Communists and socialists and leftists weren't being persecuted in universities and out of office at the time. It wasn't illegal.
That was something that was happening in the 50s. That was not what characterized the counterculture. If anything, the New Left was criticizing the established.
What do you think the basis?
So the New Left was a critique of the established communist parties, both in the United States and in Western Europe. It wasn't. Those were not the people being persecuted under McCarthy are not the same people being persecuted by local police departments, hippies, and so on. It's completely different kind of people.
Okay, Hooverism then. I don't know. I just don't know what this gets you exactly. This was still.
So I asked you who was persecuting these new leftists, and my best guess would be that
it would be police.
Yeah, local police departments. So there was a conflict happening at this time where, and I'm not defending local police departments, I considered them reactionary, but there was a conflict going on between local police departments and the growing hegemony that was associated with the federal government. I'm not giving like a, positive appraisal of police as resistance of anything. It was just,
sure, but the point though is that it was only fairly recently that it wasn't the case that you could lose your job or you wouldn't be viciously excoriated or persecuted for being even vaguely left wing. That's why we have the whole notion of like a pinko, for example.
How recent do you imagine this to have been?
Probably actually until present day, to be honest. We were doing research for a debate with Destiny on whether or not there was persecution of centrist or otherwise professors in university for not towing the woke line, and we found practically none of the examples provided to that effect.
So you're trying to
but we found multiple people who were persecuted out of university for criticizing, for example, local police departments, local politicians, oil magnates who were donating to the universities, etc.
Wait, so you're saying that until recently, and to be generous, that's the 2020s, you're saying that people who hold left-wing views were being, on a significant level, being persecuted in universities?
I would say they're still being so. Very much so, actually. Universities aren't collapsing their philosophy programs.
Sure, I don't want to be that guy
because they're being run by administrators who like have strong left.
I don't want to be that guy who's going to ask for a source. It's just that my personal experience contradicts that, and the experience of everyone I know contradicts that. So, do you have a source for that? Universities fire people for having left-wing positions?
I actually can produce them, but I'd have to search through and get those documents again. It's been a hot minute. But I put the ball back into your court, though, since you say it is your experience. To what are you referring to in particular?
I'd like to add something, if I may.
Please.
In my lifetime...
Haas, actually, hang on. Haas, are you okay with that?
I think that's fair. Haas?
What? Did I hear what?
I want to know if you're okay with me adding
interject.
something.
Are you cool with that?
Yeah, I don't care.
Well, I can't speak much to the persecution of left-leaning professors in my lifetime, but the most significant, I guess, political excision that I've seen while I've been politically active was after the Iraq War. obviously, there was a very gung-ho attitude towards the war back when it began in 2003, and I remember there being quite a lot of talk of contrary media pundits, professors, and the like who were openly anti-war. A lot of them did get the boot for that. I don't know how much that's necessarily a left-wing position, though there is a correlation, of course. That's more of a broad anti-state hegemony position that gets cracked down on.
I think that's true during the Iraq War, but I think the reason for that was that, as you said, it wasn't an essentially left-wing position. The Ron Paul libertarians and those kind of other, even kind of, the Alex Jones Infowars guys, that was a broadly counter-hegemonic position to be against the Iraq War at the time. Now it's this popular thing, but yeah, at the time, being against that war, and it wasn't even just because, conservative was in power. Another thing people don't pay attention to, there was a lot of hegemonic left-wing apologia for that war that was drawing in many ways from the legacy of the counterculture. Like, for example, we have sexual freedom and we can do drugs and we are the free West and they're conservative and backward over there. So I think the Iraq War speaks to an even greater argument for how progressive change has become assimilated by the status quo.
I think that's probably oversimplifying it quite a little bit. A lot of people were praising, for example, people like Chris Kyle, who were absolutely not celebrating America's sexual liberation in contrast to the Middle East, except when it allowed them to dunk on how backwards people in Iraq and Afghanistan were.
Yeah, but
I don't think that was...
Right. But first of all, there's two problems. I never said that this neoliberal justification was the sole one for the Iraq War. Just that it was the one that was this most effective ideology of the hegemony that defended the Iraq War. And this is not even to say that it was just an open endorsement. Even the forms of anti-Arab racism and even in, I remember Saturday Night Live and all that kind of stuff, there were these implicit justifications for the war based on how backward and medieval they are over there and compared to the civilized West.
All right, we're supposed to be debating your political theory here, and we're
right. I think it's related though, because you're asking, for example.
I'm sure, but like the reason why we moved on to that point is because you're making particular assessments of current movements and trying to make arguments on those bases. But we're talking about like identity in theoretical terms, which is one of the reasons why I'm kind of squinting here, because it's like I came prepared for a theory discussion, and we're going through the history of the United States. Maybe this can help.
I'd like it if we could move on from this point, and to that end, I think I'd like to suggest something that perhaps we can agree on. Build a foundation to move the discussion forward. I think that we can both agree that what has been termed left historically has often been categorized on vague and often contradictory standards. As Haas pointed out, we have left opposition to the Iraq War, which I hope most people here would agree is a good thing. But we also have the cynical invocation of Western progressivism as a pretext for, spreading democracy to the Middle East. Now, both of those things have been called left at times. I don't know if we would call one like syncretic or fake or artificial, but Haas, when you talk about, your theories, you're referring here the revolutionary opposition. This would not include the 1960s so-called countercultural hippie types, correct? We were talking about non-co-opted left sentiment.
Yeah, broadly speaking, no. I think there were exceptions, but broadly speaking, no.
Okay, and President Sunday, do you agree that whatever distinctions we're carving out here, there is something meaningful in the distinction between what Haas is referring to here, that non-co-opted revolutionary opposition, and broadly what is termed left, which is used in so many ways?
Oh, categorically. In fact, one of the frustrating things about his essay is actually that it's not entirely incoherent. There is a tendency to once again brute force a specific interpretation on the grounds of what flows best in terms of what piece of terminology justifies the next step in his argument, and in that sense, it's overdetermined, and the schema corrupts the whole. But earlier on, like the distinction between leftism as sort of like a general ideological tendency that doesn't actually correspond towards like the robust attitude of individual actors or parties or whatever towards existing or hegemonic structures. Like that I on board categorically. In fact, I think generally we're actually in agreement on what distinguishes the left from the right, and that the left has not so much a set of policy distinctions that can be crystallized at one given point in time, but rather it's a critical or deconstructive or at the very least non-conservative attitude towards structures, so that like experiments and developments are allowed to take place, and we aren't sort of chained to the ghosts of things that have happened before. Yeah.
So I think can be a point to develop the contention, because I would actually disagree with that characterization of what the left is.
All right.
I don't think the left refers to a unequivocal, or that's not the right word, unilateral opposition to existing structures. I want to be clear that my theory proposes that both the modern left and the right are forming in the aftermath of what we call political modernity. So it's a big misconception, for example, that the right actually truly was defending the ancien regime. By the time you saw something like a political right or reactionaries to the French Revolution, the ancien regime was already corrupted by modernity.
What does that mean? Can you clarify?
Yeah, it means
actually before you clarify that, just for absolute clarity, what do you mean by modernity? Because we're periodizing this.
Sure.
And what do you mean by it being corrupted by modernity?
So broadly speaking, I tried to invoke, just because I thought it wouldn't be that contentious, because Latour is not a right winger, but Bruno Latour's idea of modernity being defined by this dual thing of a process of purification, where you're creating a supreme ontological zone that's chiefly negative in content, and the other, right? So for example, man in general versus nature. That's Latour's favorite example, because he's like a ecology guy. But you can also have it in terms of the Cartesian cogito, or the reason of the rationalist era, and so on and so forth. But modernity, broadly speaking, refers to this abstract universalism that Latour refers to as a rupture in the continuity of time. It's this blind universalism that knows no distinction in content. So in the sphere of science, for example, scientific modernity is we are not going to base our attitude toward the external world on any prior conventions or presumptions or superstitions. We begin totally from scratch, blank slate, and then we establish some method in order to derive knowledge. So that's an example of the cut of modernity, that leveling. So in political terms, that is the universal man. That's the universal subject of the state, of the republic. Now, at first, of course...
You have me at a disadvantage here because I don't know Latour. But my immediate question is, since we're distinguishing between modernity and pre-modernity, if we'll allow that term, by a rupture in time in which we have a fresh start and we start deploying these hyper-rational schemes to sort of redefine everything going forward. Is that a fair characterization, more or less?
Okay, yeah, for purposes of moving it along, yeah.
Sure. So what does that mean, though? Whose time is being ruptured? What like position are we taking to make that assessment? Like, are we taking a universal stance, for example, or are we just asserting that we can't? Everything else is invisible. There is simply the self-purported act of universalizing, or something like that.
Are you asking what are the origins of modernity? Your question's not very clear to me.
All right. Well, if modernity is defined by an attitudinal shift, right?
No, I don't think so.
Well, when we're talking about, for example, like a rupture in time, we're not talking about like time as a metaphysical principle. We're talking about.
I think so, actually, in many ways, because I think the emergence of capital does represent a kind of, yes, metaphysical shift in how time, what is time, how is it measured, the mode of production changes in such a way that leads to generalized commodity production. We are talking about the rise of a structure, an institution. We're not just talking about attitudes. We're talking about a fundamental change in.
Well, sure, but institute.
degree of humanity.
When I refer to time, I'm not talking about time as it is experienced or treated by institutions or by societies or by like just humans, even as a whole. What I'm talking about is like time or whatever that is.
I
when
think
you're saying
that's
that-
kind of too in the weeds. As far, I mean, I don't know how far you want to take this.
Well,
About
that's
time,
that's kind of important though, because if this is the defining
Okay,
moment that
well,
distinguishes the modern from the
I would
pre-modern.
I would say the notion of time, the metaphysical time, it's I don't think I can just take that for granted. Like time,
Me
okay,
neither.
well, for example, that's thrown into question by Einstein's revolution in
Well,
physics.
here's an example that comes to mind, and this goes a little bit earlier than maybe you're thinking of. But for example, one of the major moves that Machiavelli makes, between Machiavelli and Hobbes, is Machiavelli conceives of change as being something that's sort of like there isn't a developmental orientation either within a political community in the sense of like Aristotelian teleology, where a community develops in a particular direction. It can fail to, but it develops in a particular direction. Instead, you have just constant flux, and then the job of the prince, the administrator, or whatever, is to respond appropriately and in a savvy way to changes as they come about. And then you go on to Hobbes later on, and he sort of recreates that teleology in a sense, except it ends up being an inevitable development arising from the content of individual subjects. That's the whole state of nature. We're in like a state of war, and because of our internal drives,
Yeah,
states that it's there.
he begins with a premise in some deeper substance, which is the content of that substance, by the way, is something kind of abstract, because Hobbes doesn't
is a deeper substance. I think Hobbes is Hobbes explicitly removes multiple substances from his theory. He's very
No, I think
flat.
his methodological individualism is substantialistic, because he's saying that the individuals, basically the Leviathan, is an emergent thing out of these base substance of the individual self-interest.
Not really. You're a little bit confused there. So the explanation for the emergence of the Commonwealth, that's as a result of the internal drives of individual subjects. The Leviathan isn't simply the Commonwealth. The Leviathan is the person of the Commonwealth. So it's actually what
Okay,
that
it's
is
the
emerged
body,
from is
the
from.
body politic. I don't know why that.
No, it's not the body politic though. It's very much
You
not.
said it's the person of the sovereign.
Yes. So
Okay.
the person is the face of the thing.
Isn't that
it's
what
the-
body politic means?
No, it's the appearance of the body. The body politic, for example, Aristotle could refer to a political body in the sense of the politeia being the aggregate of the citizens.
No, I think you're confused about the historical usage of the term body politic, which oftentimes does refer to the individual connection between the individual sovereign and the political community.
Sure, but not in Hobbes. The Leviathan is the residue of fading sense. That's why he introduces the term as a result of his psychology. So human beings enter into community with each other.
Okay, but don't
in
you
order to
think? Don't
avoid
you
a
think?
state of
Even if
war,
you were
but what
correct on
affects
that,
yeah,
even if you were correct on that, and just for the sake of the
sure.
debate, I don't know, I don't want to get into the weeds of it, but even if you were correct on that, what does that have to do with the point I was making? That Hobbes, there is a substantialism there, because the political community that emerges, as you acknowledge, the Commonwealth, is emergent from some baser, deeper substance.
Well, no, but he's not implying a substance though.
Okay,
If anything, there are fewer substances in Hobbes than in other thinkers. This is why when you go later on, he's talking. He recapitulates, or
Okay,
rather, he reinterprets. He reinterprets like biblical history in terms.
But that just hinges on a frivolous semantic contention of whether or not you want to call the individual of Hobbes a substance.
The individual. Hobbes isn't a substance, though. It's an individual.
Well, it's a substance with regard to the Commonwealth. It's the substance of the Commonwealth, is the individual.
I mean,
self.
if you want to speak loosely, sure. I guess it's like the thing of which the Commonwealth is a composite.
Okay, I mean, I just think it's really a frivolous point. I mean, isn't it? Don't you get?
Well, we're trying to get at like a rupture in time, and I've heard this language before, so it's not ridiculous. I just don't understand what you mean in particular by it, because it's something we can't really skirt over. This seems to.
Well, I think the rupture in time is defined by, instead of more kind of cyclical or organic kind of experience of time, you have one that is defined by a strict break from that continuity, almost like the year zero of the French Revolution. But it's not only a break in time, it's a more fundamental kind of universal abstraction with regard to reality that reduces the supreme essence of all reality to some kind of negation, some kind of negativity that's devoid of any particular determinate content.
Who does that?
That is what modernity is historically.
Well, sure, but when you say historically, like you're isolating that to a determinate point. So where's the break?
That I think that's a very theoretically contentious argument among theorists in general. Like, when does it all begin? As someone who is has an approach coming from the dialectical tradition, I don't think you can locate only a specific point, one specific point, just a transition from quantity to quality. So there's this broad historical movement toward what we call the modern era, but modernity is never one place in time. It is a specific form of time. That's my argument. My argument isn't that this is when modernity begins. It's just that there is a specific form of reality or time or
okay, but the problem though, yeah. So it's the problem.
Like, for example, modernity is the distinction between the pre-modernity and the modernity is a distinction always happening. It's not just something that happened once and then we're postmodern after that.
Sure. So the problem I'm running into, though, is that you described it as a rupture. A rupture signifies to me like an event. So there's before the event, there's the event, and there's after the event. That is not simply a transition that is.
I get what you're saying,
right? Yeah.
I get what you're saying, but to say modernity is a form, for example, of civilization and time, implies the rupture doesn't just happen once. The rupture is characteristic of characters. So, for example, what is the rupture of the English Industrial Revolution? Where do you locate that? Well, for example, maybe you can locate that in the enclosure movement, right? Maybe you can locate that in the English Civil War. It depends strictly on the frame of reference of what you're referring to as modern. So the rupture,
sure, yeah, but this is the proper periodization.
So political modernity, for example, the rupture of political modernity is 1789, the French Revolution. That marks, right? Is that all modernity is? No, but
why would that be the rupture though? Like for example, there is the radical restructuring of the state and like from the 14th century to the 15th century. You have
but because it doesn't establish. Yeah, but it doesn't establish the universal rights of man.
Okay. Well, they kind of do though. Like the major move that Hobbes introduced, or not Hobbes, sorry, God. The major move that Hobbes introduces is that the sovereign is legitimized by reference to the consent of the governed, and he derives this by a radical reimagining of the human being as a machine. So he draws.
So I'm not denying. Hold on. You just referenced the 14th century or something. Aren't we talking? Why are you talking about Hobbes?
Hobbes, I'm talking about multiple things. So moving forward from there.
Okay, the theory I have acknowledged theories of modern political theory. Yes, you can go back to Hobbes. Obviously, that predates the French Revolution, but the French Revolution was the beginning of modern politics as an actuality, as a real form of politics.
Okay, sure, but it seems like the periodization is playing a really heavy structural role here.
Why?
because you're defining it as a rupture and an event. This is how you're describing modernity in the first place, as the thing that
No, I'm
corrupts.
describing it as a specific way in which a civilization relates to itself in regards to its real content. So, for example, that can be in terms of time. It is in terms of time. That can be in terms of space. It is in terms of space. The West kind
Yeah,
of
but
Westphalian sovereignty. It can be with regard to culture. It can be with regard to other.
I understand, but even in conceiving of a civilization, quote unquote, as an enclosed whole that is capable, for example, of being corrupted in this way, in like a categoric sense, that's not an old notion. That's very recent.
What are okay, I'm sorry, like I feel
Yeah.
like this has gone into territory where, can you please get to the point? Like what are you, what's the point? What's your point?
Let
I
me
just-
let me
I don't-
interject really quickly, if I may.
Sure.
So, President Sunday, it seems to me that you are trying to point out a degree of arbitrarity in the definition of modernity. Now, obviously, we're not hard linguistic prescriptivists. If people want to use terms to describe specific time periods, that's fine. Why are you intent on undermining the certainty of the term? What are you attempting to demonstrate?
I'm actually not. The reason why I'm asking these questions is because he is defining the switch to modernity in terms of an alteration to time.
I was paraphrasing Bruno Latour, who is the reason I invoked Latour is because I didn't want to get into I wanted to basically, okay, you understand this, the fact that it's acknowledged by people who you would consider to have authority and credentials, that modernity can be characterized as a rupture. These are qualities and attributes that are commonly and conventionally attributed to what modernity is. So let's get to the point.
Well,
of
yeah,
what-
but that's from the present tense. We retrospectively categorize these things as being modern and pre-modern based on different criteria. But you in particular are referencing a rupture in time.
No, I'm
Time itself
no,
at a
I'm,
metaphysical
no, I'm
level.
not. I'm just paraphrasing. By the way, Latour's whole argument in his book is we have never been modern. That's the book. But all I'm saying is this is how he paraphrases it. Now, I didn't know it would be so contentious, but why? What do you think are the stakes of that contention?
I don't know. This isn't a book I've read, and I don't know
So,
how.
but aren't we supposed to debate about theory? Like what?
But
what are
your
you trying
theory.
to
So I'm
say?
asking you clarifying questions so I understand where it is you're coming. Like, what are the building blocks of your theory here? So when you introduce, for example, the idea of the ancien regime already being corrupted by modernity, I don't know what that
Yeah,
means.
okay, so let's go back to left and right because that's what this is about, right? So all I'm trying to say is that both the left and the right take as their premise some kind of abstract, universal form of politics. It is literally that simple, right? And I'm saying that it's commonly thought that the right represents the ancient regime. But the problem with that is that by the time the historical right emerges, the first form of which is the Thermidorian reaction, which was within the bourgeois revolutionaries,
Yeah.
the right, even if it appeals to defending the ancient regime, it has to do so according to the terms of political modernity. So, for example, the ancient regime has to be. I wrote this in my MAGA Communism Substack.
Well, that's
It
why
has to-
that's why it's reaction. It's reacting to political stuff.
But you're missing the point. It has to adopt the language of the thing it's reacting to. It has to defend the old order in the language of the new order. So that's what I was referring to of the modern political right. It's not some real organic past of the ancient regime. It itself takes as its premise political modernity. That's all I was saying.
Okay, sure, but what do you mean by political modernity then? Because you were laying in like all of this like hyper specific.
Okay,
like,
all I mean is the form of a modern universal state that knows no distinctions in terms of.
Well, what are you adding in when you say universal? A modern universal state. What do you mean?
Okay, I was.
Oh, sorry. Please
explaining
continue.
that. Yeah, it knows no. Its political. It knows no distinction as far as its ultimate political subject. Now, it may add things. For example, okay, so this is the rights of man, but only white landowning males, whatever. But these are all provisions that have to be added in arithmetically, and recognized later arbitrarily, right? Because modernity, political modernity, begins when the subject of politics and the state is just this abstract individual, abstract individuality. I didn't think that would be contentious. What is the contention there?
It's not that I have a specific contention. It's that in the course of giving a description of these things which form the building block of your theory, of your entire political universe, you introduce things that you do not really define.
Okay.
Or if you do define them, you define them in terms of things that beg like just a massive amount of specification.
Well, I mean,
still have no idea what you mean by time.
So I have to explain this to you. The buck has to stop somewhere as far as where we can come to an agreed upon understanding. So most people who don't intentionally want to be pedantic would recognize, okay, I get what you mean, Haz. Political modernity is this universal modern state.
Okay,
so
look, I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with you. But I have to point out. But I have to point out, it is you who has written, quote, partisanship can also be defined by a specific Hegelian sublation of established political distinction representing a type of political subject interpolated by a new form of universal statehood, the Kajevian empire, polarity, or determinate globality.
Okay,
unquote.
sure. And
okay,
so you want me to
why I'm a
explain
little
that?
bit lost here, please.
So you want me to explain that? Okay, you could.
Can you? That'd be great. Yeah.
Okay, so the reason I say it's a sublation isn't because it eliminates, it's not a negation that destroys the distinction. It's a sublation.
A sublation destroys and preserves, yeah.
Okay, good. So it doesn't destroy the old thing. It recontextualizes it, is another way you can look at it, into a new form. So the partisan, I argue, for example, resolves the contradiction that gives rise to the right because of its telluric. It's rooted in the deeper order of rural life. The modern right attempts to contrive some order, some logic based on universal political modernity to justify hierarchies, to establish the relation between people to things and other people, right?
Okay, but telluric in this case doesn't just refer to the rural, right? Telluric refers to like of the land generally, so it can refer to
but even Schmidt makes it clear. Yeah, but Schmidt makes it clear what relation the partisan, owing to their telluric character, has to the rural masses. Okay, because he's talking about. See, I have to give this context. Schmidt was a German who was fighting partisans in World War II, so his theory of the partisan was made from the perspective of a guy who was engaged.
No, Schmidt wasn't fighting partisans.
Sorry. He was part of the German state that was fighting against.
He was the principal political theorist of the Nazi state. Yeah.
Yeah, but he had some post. I'm pretty sure he occupied some post in the German state. But he was making that text from the perspective of the Nazis who were engaged in
the theory of the partisan is long after this. Theory of the partisan is after.
Okay, can you just let me finish?
Sure, go on.
As I pointed out, Schmidt's theory of the partisan was made from the perspective of the Germans engaged in counter-partisan operations. How do I know this? Because as I argued in the text, he only defines the partisan negatively with regard to how it forms an opposition to the state. For example,
that's not strictly true because he gives positive criteria for them. That's where you're getting the whole Tellurian.
The positive criteria is a series of negative characteristics.
Tellurian's not negative. Tellurian's pretty particular and positive. It's assigning a
no, it's not. Tellurian could be easily identified, for example, from Schmidt's perspective, as being outside of the urban logistical center of operation.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you could do that. It's the same with the urban as well. It's just any positive statement is the negation of its opposite.
Well, that's why sublation is important for me, because I don't do what Schmidt does. I situate the partisan as the subject of a civilizational polarity. which is engaged in a process of revolutionary change to realize itself, but at the same time represents a definite particular content of a civilization, and therefore the deeper order.
But how's that revolutionary though? You're anchoring it to that which has come before. You're anchoring it to an institution, which incidentally is mirrored off of the closed hole model.
It's not. It's not an institution. It's not an institution.
Well, what is it then?
So I try to define polarity earlier in my introduction, but basically, to me, civilizations, although they do change and they do fuse together and they're not eternal, change at a scale that is not reducible to the whims of modern individual consciousness or ideology or anything like that. So my theory is that civilizations undergo a process of reproduction, and that tendency toward reproduction of the civilization can be defined as the source of the polarity.
Okay, you're gonna have
so
to
the partisan is an agent. Sorry, partisan is a subject of that polarity. They are partial toward the realization of a specific civilization whose premises are now in existence, yes. But it's not just the past. It's not the past.
Okay, you're going to have to explain this. Civilizations reproduce. What do you mean?
A drawing from... So my idea is that civilizations undergo a cyclical process of destruction and rebirth that you can witness. For example, let's say the good example of this is the Chinese civilization. There are various dynasties characterizing Chinese history, but there's a continuity of Chinese civilization. And these dynasties mark the points of the destruction and rebirth of at least the form of the civilization. But there's still a continuity across time. So I argue that has a deeper, that to me, there's a deeper objectivity of civilizations. It's not reducible to an institution.
Okay, so to be clear, this isn't, you're not drawing on anybody for this. This is just you.
I don't, not any one person in particular, no, but there's, it's pretty much a conventional view in China among Chinese scholars. And yeah, there's the Dugan guy who will also talk about the different logos of civilizations. There's
okay.
There's what's this?
What is a civilization, Huz?
To me, a civilization. What?
What is it? What is it?
Okay.
Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
Sure. Yeah. So to me, a civilization is a specific way in which the contradiction is maybe a bad word, the distinction between the state and the civil society can be reproduced independently. So a civilization reproduces the distinction between the state and the civil society. For example, if a political community is reducible just to the state, and if the state collapses, it all balkanizes, that's not a civilization, right? If the state collapses and a unity of the people can be reestablished, to me that proves there is an underlying civilization over which the state presides.
Well, the state presides over a civilization now? Civilizations usually include states, don't they?
They can. I mean, but civilizations can also have for example, can be encompassed by an empire, which is a state, unless you don't want to call that a state.
I really don't.
So an empire is not a state?
Well, I don't even know what a state means in this. I'm
okay. Do you think there's
so many every time we peel back, there's like a million different things that seem to have the same structure.
So would you characterize the Qing dynasty as a Chinese civilization?
I don't necessarily buy into the category of civilization as a meaningful term. It seems to be trying to group a whole bunch of really disparate things together for the sake of a categorization scheme that I just don't think holds water. Like, what's the content of civilization? Like, what do you mean?
How you can have any meaningful...
Do you mean pottery? Do you mean political forms? What do you mean?
How can you have any meaningful understanding of history if you don't acknowledge there are different civilizations?
The civilizational framework is really recent. It hasn't. It's history does not rely upon it at all. For example, there are historical frames of reference that solely focus on the history of particular politeia.
So
or
there's
specific
no
communities,
Egyptian
or
civilization.
specific
There's no Incan civilization. There's no Chinese civilization.
Well, what is here? Answer me this. What is the distinction between, let's say, Egyptian civilization and an Egyptian state, or the Egyptian state, if you will?
As you said, the Egyptian state is part of the civilization.
But you said a state presides over a civilization.
Why can't it be both at the same time? Why can't it? I mean, like,
because if a state presides over
so-
civilization, that implies that civilization is subsumed
okay, so
under it
to
in
give
some way.
this a body politic analogy, a head is part of a body while at the same time, in some sense, presiding over the body. I don't know why that's such a hard thing to understand.
Well, because you're waffling between referring to the body as the head and vice versa.
No, the head is part of a body. That's the
Yeah, it is.
it is.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is.
okay.
Okay, sure, but
So what's the problem? I feel like this is extremely.
the problem
like,
is that when we're if
pedantic
we're treating these things as parts of the same body, then if multiple states or different agencies with their own, deliberate action in the world and whatever, the analogy breaks down. You can't say that like a state presides over a civilization, which also involves other states, but then somehow these are still
No,
civilization.
okay, hold on. A state can preside over a civilization of which it is a part.
Could I interject momentarily?
Wait, sure.
I think, and I can see where the schism here is. I think the problem is that the term civilization doesn't overlap cleanly with a lot of other terms we use. Obviously, a civilization and a state don't perfectly coincide. Some people use civilization to refer to, like, ethnic groups, but we have the Chinese civilization, which is multi-ethnic. The Persian Empire was a civilization. Obviously, that was multi-ethnic with all the territory they had, the Greeks, so on. And what's more, it seems like there are weird ethnographic, cultural, and sometimes class biases in how we apply it. The Cherokee Native Americans, for example, are rarely called a civilization, even though there were more of them and they were more organized than some other societies that we referred to as a civilization in retrospect. So I guess my confusion, and I share President Sunday's in this, what criteria would you use to describe a civilization, Haas? Like what, if there was a line, and obviously it's always a bit emergent, but if there was a line or like a point you could build it around, what would distinguish it from a nation, a state,
Sure.
an ethnography?
I think civilizations have the capacity to independently give rise to states from the civil society itself. So that's what I would say is a civilization.
Wait,
They
from the
can
civil
give-
society? What's
Yeah.
the civil society?
A civil society established by convention or mores or tradition, specific way in which groups of people, and I think that's an important distinction, groups of people, not just one type of people, relate to each other, right? So, for example, oftentimes trade relations between different tribes become conventional in some
Okay.
way.
Here, I'm just going to interject right away here. So the problem we're running into is that you're treating civilization consistently with how other people treat civilizations, where it's something that sort of extends over state differences. But then you say it arises from civil society, and then you locate that in groups. So the problem is you're
No, it's the deep, thick texture of relations between different groups, not just different groups.
okay, but within this texture of relations, there are firm distinctions between groups that have differences in practice and locality and
Sure,
stuff like that.
but those eventually, historically speaking, sometimes at least, evolve into common civilizations because they give birth to common states. Sometimes, at least.
Okay, but if different groups form civilizations and then give rise to states, how then do states preside over civilizations which give rise to the components that give rise to them?
I mean, that's dialectics. It's just like that.
That's I don't think that's dialectics. I think it's just a loop.
It's,
Dialectics
it's
is when-
not- it's
dialectics
not
is
a
when-
loop.
no, no,
You're talking
dialectics
about
is when you have-
You're talking about two things that are inexorably connected together.
They aren't though.
Okay, well, you can say they're not, but I don't.
But I mean,
see why-
but hang
I
on,
don't-
the
I don't
explanation
see
you
why
gave
it
isn't
can
inexorable.
I
Like, they
don't
could
see-
just not
Yeah.
interact this way.
I don't see how it's impossible for a civilization to give rise to a common empire, which therein presides over said groups, and which, you know, participates in this dialectic where that extends the empire beyond the form of the state, which gives rise to an even bigger empire. I mean, that's the history of all the land empires of Asia, all the land empires I can think of throughout history. That's how it worked.
But these were hegemonic relationships between states. This wasn't just like
Well, we're talking about empires. We're not talking about different empires right now, like at the same time.
Sure, but
we're talking about the process by which single empires form. That's all we're talking about.
But they form though by conquering each other, by coercing each other into entering into a hegemonic relationship.
Yeah, but then when they conquer each other, oftentimes what happens is that the existing form of the prior empire cannot contain the new relations established between the peoples, and that gives rise to a new empire. So I don't know what the problem is. Yes, it's a dialectic.
No, a dialectic would be if you have
it's a dialectic. Like, for example,
but that's not a dialectic though. Like a dialectic is when you have a relationship between two things where they change one another by the interaction, and then a new plateau is set, and then that continues in that way. A dialectic is not just you have like multiple things that happen to relate to each other in some way.
Dude, what are you talking about? I mean, if you know about Marxism, everyone knows about Marxism now. There's the relations of production and then the forces of production. There's the base and the superstructure.
Yeah, but that's not dialectical. You're just talking about a flat schema. A dialectic goes back to Kant.
Yeah, it's not. You know why it's not dialectical, Sunday? Because you just interrupted me. That's why it's not dialectical. Because if you would have let me continue,
I would make it not dialogical. But continue.
Okay, no, it's not dialectical because you literally cut me off and isolated something that was not given its.
No. See, the escalation of the conversation to a fight now.
No. Sunday. I was planning on speaking a sentence, and then you cut the sentence off in one place and put a period there, and that would not have been a dialectical thing. But the sentence wasn't finished. Okay, so what I was going to say is that at a certain point, the forces of production outmode the relations of production. At a certain point, the base outmodes the superstructure. The superstructure, which presides over a base, changes to correspond to the new circumstances. So that's dialectics. So I'm saying the same thing happens with civilizations. It's the same dialectical logic of things that depend on each other, which also correspond to their mutual transformation.
Well, we're trying to justify the category of civilization here, not talk about.
All right, you know what? It's like, okay, so we're clearly not going to agree about whether civilizations exist. I think you're just kind of arbitrarily preventing yourself from being.
No, it's just that your explanation.
History.
No.
It's just an extremely pedantic.
No, I'm not trying to be pedantic. I'm trying to understand.
Okay.
I'm trying to understand your logic here. But the problem though is that when you explain it, it's circular. So you start off with states. And you don't. I didn't say you started off with. But then you refer to civil society and then refer back into states.
Hold on. Nobody said you start off with anything. We are talking. Any given thing that you take in context has a history, long history of a dialectic between states and civilization. Now, states have not always existed, so there has emerged a state at some point in history from.
But doesn't that mean that statement is false then? Not everything emerges that way. States aren't ubiquitous in history.
States have emerged in history, which means states have not always existed. What's contentious about that statement?
There's nothing, but if you're going to make a statement about how states are what give rise to civilizations, you can't do that if you're going to reference civilizations that pre-exist the state.
But something a specific kind of interaction happens between different peoples, which you can say is a proto-civilization that gives rise to a state. So what's hard about that to understand?
My arsenal of
I mean, it's like these
to explain is running.
I think you should have like a very rigid, like mechanical understanding of how this kind of works. You're talking about things that are working together in tandem. Like the aspiration toward the common state is something that's happening in tandem with the very developments that give rise to its own premises. It's not like one precedes the other in a strict way. You're talking about.
Well, no, but they have to though if the explanation of one is contingent on the other.
No, they don't have to. There doesn't have to be a strict line.
If it's contingent on, if something is contingent on something else, it can't pre-exist the thing it's contingent on.
So I think this is a really kind of silly semantic point you're trying to raise, where you're basically saying
Do you disagree
if
with
you
that?
if you can't define something like okay.
Well, we're
mean-
debating your political theory.
Okay,
You can't
for example.
define a component of it.
No. This is like when you would say like, okay, how do you? This is the thing that makes an apple, right? Okay, well, not all apples will perfectly conform to that, so therefore apples aren't real. It's like it's kind of a really pedantic. I don't see the point of what you're getting at, really.
Well, no. It's kind of like if you're saying here, this is an apple. It grows.
Okay, forget about apples before everyone who's watching this.
I think we're past that point, Haas.
So, okay, so I'm gonna just try to bring this to some kind of sanity. So you asked me to define what a civilization is. I tried to give you my definition of that. It seems to bother you that this means that somewhere along the line in the emergence of the state and the emergence of civilizations, that happened. Now, I'm not exactly sure what the problem is, that civilizations give rise to states which preside over the civilization or represent the culmination of that civilization at that moment in time. And then but that's also entangled in a process where eventually the state can be outmoded by the inner development of the civilization, and it's a reciprocal dialectical process across history. I think that makes perfect sense to me. You have not really given me a clear objection to. You haven't really clearly defined your objection.
No, I have to wonder, like, do you actually want your argument to be understood? Because this is unintelligible.
So, okay, what
Wait.
are you struggling with?
This isn't a matter of semantics. We're running up on the limit of words and phrases we can combine to move any further on this specific topic, no matter how long we spend on it. What is the next criticism that you would like to bring forward, President Sunday? Oh, this isn't a matter of anyone being more right or wrong. It's just, I think we could do this for another hour, 2, 3, maybe a day.
Please, for the love of God, no.
Okay, so to that point, civilizations. If you would like to use an analogous term, Haas, is there anything that you think would be appropriate? Do you think, for example, the use of the term nation, state, culture, anything like that, civil society, would that be acceptable?
I couldn't do that in good faith because I think that the form of the nation state's a modern form, and I think civilizations refer to something deeper.
Okay.
And I think the homogeneity and so on associated with the term nation would not correctly characterize what a civilization is.
So this is why time becomes really super important, actually, because when he's talking about deeper, he's talking about something that transcends the rupture of modernity from pre-modernity. He's talking about this is again why he's like really emphasizing the partisan understood as a purely telluric thing.
We can begin there. Sure. There's a common understanding. You get at least the point that I think there's something fundamental about civilizations that survives modernity, despite the rise of them, that pretends to the rise of modern nation states and the modern state. There's some deeper texture of relations between people that manages to skirt by under the radar and survives the rupture of modernity. So you get that point. That's great. So let's talk about the criticism.
Well, the immediate criticism would be that the categorization scheme of civilizations in the first place is itself a product of modern thinking. It's not something that's consistent with how people conceive themselves or conceive groups historically. So when you group people into civilizational categories and you attach the things that modern civilizational theorists from Spengler through Toynbee to Huntington, etc. do, you're not actually pointing to something deeper. You're pointing to a construction that is distinctly modern itself.
But it's only distinctly modern because before, where it had been taken for granted, now for the first time it's being.
But it wasn't taken for granted, though. It wasn't.
But I'm arguing it was. I'm arguing that the fact that for the first time we're talking about civilizations in general and modernity, that doesn't mean that civilizations had no meaningful reality before. It's just that they were never. I'm really being charitable with the assumption that nobody ever referred to civilizations in the past. Something I highly
Well,
doubt.
they didn't like what civilization used to refer to.
I really doubt that.
No, it's
I
sort
really
of actually
doubt that,
no.
right?
You can even see it in the etymology of the term. It refers to a process. For example, we don't refer to we don't refer to like I don't know, it would be like statization or something. We refer to states. We just refer to states, just a noun. Civilization refers to a process. It's like education,
Okay, so
amelioration, or amelioration.
it doesn't strictly refer to any of those things. I'm just gonna press X to doubt on the idea that no one's
No,
ever.
it doesn't. But what happens though is from the vantage point of certain very like geographically localized thinkers. There's a reason most of these guys are German. They start conceiving of the developments of things like art, music, different political
Okay,
forms,
sure.
religions,
Look.
etc.
Let's just for the sake of time, and for the sake of everyone.
No, but the point I'm getting at though, the point I'm
Okay,
getting at though,
so the
is
point
that there
is,
is
in
a
modernity-
chronological development
okay,
in these things
in modernity, people start
that
talking about
belies the staticness that you're
okay,
attaching
a
to.
lot of things are elevated into the status of general treatment with the rise of modernity. So we treat civilization, the idea of civilization emerges, civilization in general, class in general as a general thing emerges for the first time, right? Commodity form, the universal commodity form.
I mean, like the Marxist understanding of class. I don't think class categorically does. No, like
the Marxist understanding of
old.
class, yes, is a scientific, very strict scientific definition.
Well, no. The Marxist understanding of class is oriented around like a specific economic form that's fairly recent. But the idea of classes is not new.
Okay, look,
You had classes as
I'm
far
trying,
back as
dude, Sunday, I'm trying so hard to help you understand this. Something can become intelligible only in modernity that is revealed to have always existed in the past.
But not if its terms are themselves modern products. Because at
Why
that point
not?
you're not.
Because hold on.
Because at that point you're not revealing.
Dude,
you're not revealing an eternal fixture of the world. What you're doing is you're redescribing things in
forget
terms
about
that are
eternal
intelligible
fixtures
to
of
a
the
modern
world, okay?
thinker. But that's not.
Frederick Engels says that there was commodity production in ancient Greece. Okay. Now, is there any general like notion of the commodity? Not only in terms of a concept, like the abstract universal commodity, but even in practice in terms of production. No, Marx says.
Well, there might have been the economics was lost. But
Marx says that the anatomy of an ape is revealed through the anatomy of a man. So that's clear in the logic of Marx. So you please go argue with Marx about it, because you seem to have trouble with this idea that we can things can become intelligible to us that we just took for granted before and never really subjected to any critical interrogation. Oftentimes we name things because they're no longer given to us. If it's totally given to us, we don't need to.
No, but why would you assume just out of hand that what we name retroactively is therefore given to us?
I don't assume that out of hand, but I think in the case of civilization, I do think civilization refers to a meaningful reality and not just some made-up construct by Germans in the 19th century.
Okay, but even like the ones of which we have like an acute and robust literary awareness of, like for example, like Greeks and whatnot, this is an amalgamation of many different sources that very much cross civilizational bounds at every level of resolution, from
I don't know what you're trying
politics to religion.
say. I mean, what do you mean? An amalgamation of different.
I mean the notion of civilization only has the applicability that you're assigning to it on the basis of ignoring the things that make it fail to apply.
What makes it fail to apply?
Because as an entity, civilization implies differentiation between civilizational groups, but when we actually look very carefully, we don't see.
No. Civilization can be understood strictly in terms of its own imminent development. It doesn't necessarily have to create.
But you're saying it's
Sunday,
as opposed to the imminent development of another. So you are differentiating them in that way.
Sunday.
You're putting like a firm wall between one civilization and another civilization.
That's precisely what it does not need to imply. It just needs to imply.
That's literally its purpose.
No, it needs to just imply different centers. There are people on the border. Which civilization are they a part of? It's ambiguous. But there's different centers that clearly are not the same
Okay,
as each other.
but hang on, careful. Where is the center with respect to what? What defines the center? It's the periphery, right?
Let's
So
say
you're implying a line.
Okay, so this seems to be lost on you that things can be intelligibly different without precluding a strict bright line rule, because they're different in terms of tendencies and orientations, not necessarily different in terms of one strict differentiation, one border, one wall. It's just that these are intelligibly different orientations and tendencies.
I would like to interject.
Okay, just to illustrate the absurdity of what's.
Yeah, go ahead. Then I'll because I think we've actually regressed back to a previous topic that we were.
So I just would find it indefensible to say that Indian civilization and Chinese civilization are the exact same. There's no meaningful difference between them, because on the border between India and China, there are syncretic communities that are profoundly influenced by both. I don't think it's fair to say that China and India are then the same historically.
Well, that's not the implication of anything that I was.
I think it is, though, because you're saying.
Well, hang on. No, it's not, though. The argument is not that there is no differentiation that can even be tracked geographically. The argument is that you drawing a line and calling.
Geographically. Why are you putting words in my mouth? I never said anything about geographically. I said the people living on that border.
When you're talking about a border and a periphery, that's a geographical distinction.
Yeah, but because civilizations are about relations between people, you're trying to say that because
people live in places, right? Like they.
Dude, I just find this like a bafflingly pedantic.
Wait, if I would like to impose, if I may, an analogy. The best thing, if I'm understanding this, and correct me if I'm wrong, the best thing that I can think of is that in a lot of ways, it's kind of similar to a medieval kingdom in Europe, where when we look on maps made at the time, you can see distinct lines, which, across this river and this forest and such. But in reality, where each kingdom began and ended was really ambiguous. There was no border between the two, obviously. There wasn't a customs agency. There were just villages, and those villages would be taxed by the nearest lord or king or whatever. And sometimes the same village would get taxed twice over by the two adjacent competing lords. And there was no consistency. But, and I think President Sunday is getting at this, the distinction here is that while we can acknowledge ambiguity, while we can acknowledge a fluidity at the borders, there is still a central concept that this is orienting around, right? The idea of the lordship, of the aristocracy of the kingdom. There's something there that you can point to and go, okay, well, the lines aren't clear, but this is what we're drawing the definition around. And I think he's confused about that center point when it comes to civilization. If it's not ethnicity, if it's not a state, if it's not citizenship, there's something else, something more fundamental that you're getting at.
Yeah, well, I'm just referring to, but the problem, I think that implies unnecessarily a kind of mechanical logic when you could just say it's a specific relationship between peoples that has a tendency to give rise to a common polity or a common state. And I think that's just because it implies a relation between two variables doesn't mean that those variables have to be fully developed at any point in time, rather than part of an inexorably dialectical line.
Maybe part of the problem we're running into here is when I'm referring to civilization, like when I'm referring to how civilization is used, I'm referring literally to how it's been used in civilizational theory. So, for example, in a Spenglerian mode, it becomes like an almost organic phenomenon where you have a life cycle. Hang on, Haas, just one goddamn second. You have a life cycle where our artistic and cultural and whatnot things develop to a certain like flourishing point and then die out. And there's an implicit there's a whole here that's being invoked. There is a kind of thing that grows, flourishes, dies. So when we're talking about civilization, we're talking about a process that has been captured within an entity that embodies the life cycle of that process. that is still going to occupy a specific geographical area. So when we're talking about Greek civilization or something like that, we are talking about that thing as described, but taking place between, taking place within a biome established by the presence of Greek states and things like that. You seem to be wanting to imply that this thing is in some sense both prior to but also posterior to political developments on the ground, so that it survives the radical social change that is itself responsible for giving rise to civilizations. This is the rupture with modernity.
So
That's where I'm kind of perplexed, because it seems to be going in a circle.
Okay, well, since you don't understand dialectics, I'll just reframe it so you can understand it better, I guess. If you want me to define civilization in a way that maybe would be less contentious to you, then I would just take it at the level of what I would consider to be the unit of the civilization, which is oftentimes the agrarian, the smallholding kind of agrarian unit of subsistence, defining a village or a family or even an individual, which is in the actual subject of, for example, the empire. And the ability for that unit to organically not only reproduce itself, but the implicit myriad of relations that it implies toward others around it, to me, is what defines a civilization.
Kind of like a will to being. I think, if I'm hearing this correctly. At any rate, we'll have to move past
I don't
that
know.
point.
I don't know that I'm talking about.
That completely threw me off. I think we're both lost.
Okay, so a specific unit of human subsistence, which implies a definite division of labor, a specific relation of the family, for example, a relation to outsiders, how outsiders are treated, how people.
Wait, but Haas, if it's comprised of discrete units, then you lose the ability to then gradate it at the border. This now becomes like a homogeneous entity with firm borders. This becomes like a modern state. We're not talking about a civilization anymore.
No, it's a civilization because we're talking about how these units are reproduced.
But the identity of the units remains homogeneous because we're talking about the units of this civilization.
No, not necessarily. It's not necessarily. It's just a unit of the subsistence. It's just Marxism, like the mode of production. How do people reproduce themselves? What are their conditions of subsistence and their conditions of production, for example?
Okay, but like.
And how is that reinforced and reproduced? Not only at the level of the superstructure of the state, but at the level of the superstructure of what Hegel will call, for example, civil society, family life, culture, the thick text of norms, and so on.
Sure, but that reproduction and what is being reproduced is going to differ between that which is within the state and, for example, that which is not within the state. That which is like sort of situated between states, say.
What? What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean?
You're saying it's going what?
How a state, like a discrete state within a civilization, reproduces itself is not going to be identical or synchronous with how another state within that civilization reproduces itself.
But they're
different states, right?
But hold on. But if those states are defined by a specific determinate relation toward one another, that would be included in the form of subsistence and reproduction, comprising an overall civilization.
If states are defined by their relationship to each other,
yeah,
that might work in the context of like a modern.
You're already saying, dude.
That could work within the context of like a modern state that only exists by the fiat of surrounding nations. But if we're talking, for example, about the Prussian state of Hegel, we're talking about something that exists by reference to its own internal.
I'm literally leveling with you. I'm following you down the whole hallway of bullshit you want to go down. You said states within a civilization. Well, if they're part of the same civilization and there's multiple states, I don't know what you mean by that. Maybe like how there are different.
You're begging the question.
How there are different principalities that are part of.
I'm not asserting. I
didn't even know what you're talking about in that.
But
I'm trying to level with you right now.
No, sure. No. I understand. I'm not trying to.
Here's the truth of this debate. I have followed you through down this path of complete pedantic jibber jabber just to level with you so we can establish a common meaning to have a debate. I've been very generous about, defining things for you and trying to work with you to come to a common understanding, but you keep trying to obscure it into these increasingly frivolous
I'm not.
and
It's just that
obscure,
pedantic kind of
no. Jibber jabber debate.
It's
Like,
just that when
what
I
is
ask
your
you,
point? What's
when
the
I ask you to, no. It's just when I ask you to explain something, you refer it to another thing that stands equally in need of explanation.
But that's how everything is going to work. So the buck has to stop somewhere. Everything's going to work with like that. If I try to explain to you, okay, what is an apple? It's a fruit.
Well,
What's a
no,
fruit?
because
What's
look. Because
you know what I mean? Like, it's going to keep going forever.
No,
And
but
so
what you could do, and no, but
like,
hang on. What you could
drop the
do.
bullshit and
No, I'm not bullshitting you. What you could do, and what most political theorists actually do, is they will contextualize their work within the domain of a specific theory, and they will say very specifically what they mean. I am leveraging this particular definition.
No, they don't.
This includes X, Y, and Z
of
qualities,
all the
and then move on
theorists
from
that I
there.
have
But
read,
you're universalizing it.
None have been tormented and annoyed with this demand of such like micro spec. Like, what exactly?
No,
will
wait,
be-
wait. That's it. That's it. Next point. Whatever ambiguity remains in this subject will have to linger in your hearts, okay? It will burn at you in every moment that passes. I will not hear the word civilization again, or I'll start muting people. Please, God, to another point. We are
Okay,
2
but
hours.
Vosh,
We are
hang on
2
just 1
hours
second
in.
quickly.
No,
I want to
wait.
address you very quickly. No, I want something to you very quickly. But to you,
Please don't.
Blah, blah, blah.
Don't make me
Blah, blah.
mute you. Okay. 10 seconds.
You
So-
coward.
10 seconds
Sorry,
for
go on.
what?
No, what's your objection? 10 seconds. President Sunday.
What's my objection?
Yes.
Oh, fuck, we're doing this. Okay, I thought we were going off entirely, and I feel like I'm out of seconds now. Fuck.
Yeah, you're getting there. What is the concern?
The civilizational model does
That's the
not
word.
have wide up.
No, go ahead. Just and then we're
Does
moving.
not have universal uptake among political theorists. So if you're going to assert it and you're not going to specify which civilizational model you're deploying, then
It's the
you have to
Marxist
expect. No,
model.
Marx
It's
doesn't
just
have
the Marxist model.
Marx doesn't have a civilizational model.
I am making literally no comment on the degree of perceived or actual ambiguity or consistency on any of these terms. I am making a comment on we're moving forward. You must account for this inconsistency in the dream world. It can no longer be here. I feel like if we chart the conversation we've had thus far, we're like
without using that
1/5 down the
Yeah,
document.
without using that word, I guess the point that we were supposed to be debating about here is whether or not there are patterns in terms of ways of life, conventions, culture, and ways of living. I already said that survive modernity, which at least rhyme with ones that existed before modernity, and which may or may not be subsumed under the category of a common civilization. Sorry, not going to say the word. So that's what we're supposed to be debating about.
Okay, and as this is a critique being levied by President Sunday, you have, I assume, notes. What is the next point that you would like to get to? It may be predicated on having arrived at a conclusion here, but in the absence of a conclusion, we're just going to have to make it work.
I don't know, man. Like, the problem we're running into here is that the point of reference that I have, which is the only point of reference I was given for Haas's political theory, it incrementally builds to the conclusion that of the whole MAGA communism thesis on the grounds that it is, or I guess maybe being charitable has like the potential.
We should just debate about that. Let's just
partisan.
go with the MAGA communism thing.
Yeah, but the problem though is that you get there by using a bunch of building blocks that we can't find any agreement on. So
No,
like,
I'm
we can.
willing,
It's just I don't think it's going
I'm
to go
willing
anywhere.
to commit to retracing my steps in the form of
Please.
this debate for how we get to MAGA communism. So I don't have to invoke any of the things that confuse you, like certain C words that happen to, like, we don't have to use any of those words. let's just get into the meat and potatoes. Why MAGA communism? We can just debate about that. How about that?
Sure, but you're just gonna pitch it. Go ahead, whatever.
Okay, well, you have a critique, so do you want to give a
Well,
broad?
but the critique isn't how you get there. Like the thesis is absurd by itself.
Okay, well, now let's talk about that then. What is your
Sure.
objection to the thesis?
Well, my objection to the project that seems reasonable on its surface, like if you can find a way to creatively redirect MAGA rhetoric towards growing the left or towards like leftist goals, that sounds eminently.
That's not what I say.
I know it's not. What you do instead is you actually redirect leftist language to promote Trumpism in the hopes that some of them will buy into your stuff. And
Well, I don't know what you mean by Trumpism, but if you're just referring to vaguely the MAGA movement, then yes. My argument isn't that I want to just convert MAGA people to leftism. I want the context and meaning of communism to be rediscovered in what I consider to be America's most powerful counter-hegemonic movement, despite all of the ambiguities within it.
how is it counter-hegemonic?
Sure, I mean,
I mean, like a premise of it is a whitewashing of American history to get rid of criticisms
great.
of.
So great. That's beautiful ground we can begin with. I consider it counter-hegemonic because I think the MAGA movement has been primarily defined not by any specific positive goal or ideology or policy, but by a collective distrust toward hegemonic institutions of our liberal democracy. That's why I consider it counter-hegemonic. The content of that hegemony doesn't even need to be anything I agree with. It's just the only thing that is true, though, that I find relevant here to qualify it as counter-hegemonic is that it's built on collective distrust toward the institutions of our society.
But practically every political movement is built off of distrust of institutions of modern society, including.
I disagree. I don't think
all the non-MAGA leftists, et cetera, et cetera.
But I don't think. Okay, what other movement?
Even the glasses wearing like people embedded in universities and whatnot, they're predated upon by administrators and things of the sort. Nobody trusts the.
No, I think they do trust
you're
the mainstream, because the universities are one such institution. By the way, that's an example of the institutions of society. So you can say those institutions may be self-critical.
Well, no, but the bare fact that the bare fact that somebody interfaces with an institution in society as a part of their job doesn't mean that they therefore trust the integrity of that institution. For example, like institutions are striated between administrators who are not necessarily teachers or academics, and academics who are often thwarted or bullied by those.
Okay.
Or vice versa. Like for example, a lot of women's studies departments were able to be
sure, there can be
were able
conflicts.
to be just hang on a sec. Were able to be negotiated on the grounds that some professor or someone somewhere was caught quite literally with his pants down in some scandal, and so to cover it up, they're like, here, I'll tell you what, you shut up.
So I'm not denying the possibility of conflicts within institutions, but I think broadly speaking, and there's of course individual exceptions and everything, but broadly speaking, people who earn their living on the basis of working for these institutions tend to have a worldview defined by, broadly speaking, trust toward the integrity of the hegemony overall, and yes, of the ruling institutions of society.
But then why is the big bugbear of the MAGA movement critical theory? It's in the name. They're critical. What are they critical of? Well, they're critical specifically of institutions and received understandings of the natural.
From a MAGA perspective, critical theory is not about critiquing institutions. It's about critiquing social norms.
Yeah, but that's because the MAGA perspective is based on total ignorance of the content of critical theory.
That may be true, and that may be not true. But as far as they're concerned, critical theory is a critique of the social norms of their everyday normal lives.
Sure, fine, fair enough. But then my question to you then, though, is given that Marx indeed is one of the earlier, not the earliest, but one of the earlier inaugurators of that critical movement. Why do you want to? He is. Why do you want to wed communism?
Criticism is just Kant. That just begins with the Kant. That's
No. Criticism. No. You're way off there. Criticism
Marx-
goes way far back. Criticism goes all the way back to Rousseau, back to Machiavelli, who like recapitulates the underlying basis of states as being that which is.
Thing.
Sorry.
Marx employs criticism, of course, but critical race theory and this kind of stuff, MAGA is just.
Well, critical theory is just a deployment of critical theory to race. The idea of critical theory as a concept, that's fairly recent. But in terms of people having that critical
So you're talking about
attitude towards
the whole cultural Marxism thing? I don't know what you're referring to.
Well, I mean, we could also add that as well, but cultural Marxism goes farther than critical theory.
So
right?
These kind of right-wing populist catchphrases generally refer to trends that they perceive to be mounting a critique toward the normal everyday life of.
Sure, but why? Why do they perceive that though? It's not because they're all going to university and they're just seeing with their own eyes. Oh, the professors are teaching everybody.
Yeah, but I think you forgot the relevant point in contention, which is you use this.
Well, no. I'll tell you where this is coming from though. The reason why they think that is because this is received wisdom from a massively moneyed media empire that is forcing this down their throats all the time.
Okay, I am willing to bet with you. However massively moneyed you think that media empire.
I know this because I'm a Canadian and I was pro-Trump a few years ago as a result of the same dynamic.
Okay, again, let me finish. However massively moneyed you think that media empire is, it is dwarfed in terms of what revenues it can accrue by the mainstream media as an institution.
What are you talking about? That's patently untrue.
Okay, well, if you're going to refer to the decentralized information kind of flow of right-wing information on the internet, maybe as an aggregate it's more, I don't know. But in terms of like as a one block of a hegemony, there's no equivalent to the mainstream media that comes close, coming from the right.
The right-wing media is
the closest the closest you might get to is Tucker Carlson, who's part of Fox News, which is huge. But Tucker Carlson's the exception, not the norm, even when it comes to Fox News. So you're dealing with an overwhelming hegemony.
Let's see here. So there's a Forbes article from February actually.
Okay.
So Fox has finished first with an average total audience for total daily ratings of 1,349 million viewers. CNN has 524,000.
Yeah, Fox
this is like an order of magnitude of difference here.
Right, but we're talking about the difference between, for example, success for audiences and on a market and institutional hegemony. Institutional hegemony is actually, I mean, that actually benefits my argument because given how unpopular the rest
CNN is multinational, so CNN is not institutional. CNN is just a news station.
I'm gonna go ahead and ignore the comment that CNN is not institutional just for the sake of.
Well, why wouldn't you say that Fox News is?
Because
they promote presidents.
Both Fox and CNN are clearly institutional. Fox has managed to increase its ratings by allowing people like Tucker Carlson on the air, clearly, right? But in terms of, I mean, these are mainstream media companies that are all owned by the same corporations.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah.
I'm interested in the definition of institutional. When it comes to academia, professors have been variably pro or anti-institution depending on the era and the context. Professors in Berlin were famously pro-Nazi. A lot of them were Nazis, which is weird. You'd think normally the professors are more progressive. Here in the States, there were plenty of leftist professors. Go further on, like economics profession has always been heavily institutionalized. I'm not entirely sure where these lines are. You say Tucker Carlson isn't institutional. When I think of Tucker Carlson, I think of a wealthy heir who's admitted to being, a voice for the interest of billionaires, speaking on a very large institutional news network. Something distinguishes him in your mind. I'd like to know what.
Yeah, I mean, his background, he may be from the ruling elite in terms of his background, but the information he's putting out there is discontinuous. Clearly, at least everyone here would not object to the fact that it's extremely contentious in general from the perspective of the institutional hegemony. And to define what institutional means, it doesn't just mean privileged. Institution refers to the specific way in which power is exerted over grouping individuals under a specific form.
So
right?
what does
for
he what does
example,
he disrupt then?
Well, objectively speaking, he's extremely contentious when it comes to how he's disrupting the most of the information people get from the mainstream media. So most of the mainstream
what is mainstream when this is the most watched and the most moneyed platform?
because it's the most popular, but MSNBC, CNN, probably even other mainstream voices.
But what makes them mainstream
Fox
though?
News. Okay,
what does this mean?
I'm trying to give an example.
Okay,
of that,
please.
Okay, all had a narrative about J6. Now Tucker Carlson, almost alone in terms of people who have this reach that they do on television, is going against that narrative. So here you have an example of a consensus on what J6 was, and Tucker Carlson is contradicting it. Now, regardless of whether you agree with Tucker Carlson or you think he's being honest, clearly he is going against the consensus of the mainstream.
Well, but you clearly think that the right wing makes up a larger proportion of the population than the left wing, which is why you think it's of the working class and of the people, and why you think that the
That's not
quote-unquote
why at all.
mainstream is.
That is absolutely not why.
Wouldn't that definition of disruption then not have anything to do with institutional values? I mean, like John Oliver frequently does segments that are contrary to mainstream liberal values and a bunch of institutionally accepted stuff. Liberals, being as they are incapable of understanding systemic critique, probably find his points on slap lawsuits to be revolutionary. There's certainly a deviation from what normally gets talked about. Would that
I
too
don't think
be
those kinds of
anti-institutional?
But I don't think those deviations bleed over into antagonistic differences. Of course, there's a range of difference among and within hegemonies, but they don't become antagonistic until they become so severe as points of contention, so as to, for example, be labeled enemies of the country or dangerous people who need to be censored and so on. Like, I don't really think John Oliver has ever said anything that would make it, I don't think you would have members of Congress talking about the threat of John Oliver.
What about AOC?
However,
Members of Congress have talked about her as a threat. People on the right frequently talk about her as a disruptive influence that's trying to destroy America. And a lot of her values when it comes to economic reform and the Green New Deal are systemically controversial enough to lead to some borderline mass panics on the effects her laws might have.
I mean, but I don't think AOC and John Oliver are comparable because, first of all, the right is opposed to everyone who they can. Sorry, I don't know why we're referring to the right here, just for the sake of convention, because there's a difference.
Bit of a Freudian slip.
There's a difference even growing in the Republican Party. So I think there is a realignment. But the people you're talking about who are fear mongering about AOC will probably also do it about John Oliver and others because they see AOC as part of the hegemony. So I'm not
What
sure.
is the what's the realignment in the Republican Party that you perceive?
What's the what?
What is the realignment in the Republican Party that you perceive?
Between the MAGA wing and what they're calling
yeah.
the rhinos and DeSantis and others. I think there's a acute split that's going on there that I don't think the party will be able to.
What's the substantial difference between them as you see it?
Well, I mean, I think on face value, it's simple. DeSantis is part of the establishment, and Trump created his own movement, which is built on collective distrust toward that establishment. Now, the difference with DeSantis is that he is breaking from a lot of the cultural kind of messaging coming from that hegemony. But when it comes to his ties to the neoconservative establishment, when it comes to his ties to the war machine and the military-industrial complex, and basically a lot of the money that's behind politics, I think it's clear that DeSantis is part of the status quo, and I don't think DeSantis is an outsider.
Sure, it just seems like to me though then that even if I leave aside like all of the serious issues I have with your rhetoric and your positions with respect to a whole bunch of people yet again, and with respect to the identity of communism and the MAGA movement as being compatible in any way, shape, or form in a real way. It seems that what you're proposing is stillborn because it's tied to the cult of personality of a specific embattled persona that has no need of you.
But first of all, whether the MAGA has any need of me is beyond the point. But the significance of the cult of personality, I think, is interesting because it's a cult of personality solely built around that collective distrust that I was talking about. Trust in Trump, which is, by the way, not unconditional. The MAGA crowd has booed Trump on, like, it's been recorded on occasions where he's talked about things I don't think we are allowed to mention on YouTube. Just, I don't want to flag the censors relating to health issues, for example. He's been booed on that. So I don't think there's an unconditional trust in Trump. I just think his cult of personality is proportionate to the severance between these people and this part of the country with what I call the hegemony.
I don't know. I suppose, but at the same time, like, that distrust, it doesn't seem to be by itself to be unique. What seems to be unique again is a reflexive distrust as directed by media sources against specific ordinances, not against institutions as such. Like,
I
one
think
of the
it's institutions because
well, no, because well, not really though, because, like, for example, January 6th, well, it was in like a real sense against the institutions of American democracy. It was premised on the thesis that in some sense that had been corrupted. So it's not
well,
it's
I
not
think
really
the institution of American democracy is something very ambiguous and old, going back to 1776. But when we're talking about the hegemony that emerges after World War II, we're talking about something that is outside of the Constitution. We're talking about this artificial, I mean, it's what Soros will call the open society. It's a network of NGOs, academic institutions.
well, that's the Open Society Foundation, but the Open Society as a concept is what those NGOs and whatnot are purposed towards.
That's what I was
They
just
are
saying.
distinct.
I was literally just saying that, the open society.
Well, no,
It's a
because but
network.
that's not the Open Society. The Open Society is like an ethical goal within a state. It's not.
Okay,
That would be
maybe you
contradictory to
haven't
Popper's
read Popper,
theory.
but Popper
have.
characterizes the open society as defined by this union of various different civil society organizations that will maintain vigilance in regards to.
But that's within a state though. That's not like a global thing per se.
Of course, it's global. How could it not be global?
What do you mean? Because it's within a state. You
But-
have a civil society, or you have an open society.
Yeah, it encompasses various
Within a
states, but
state.
we're talking about this artificially created civil society defined by the promotion of open values in the open society, which is, for the defense of democracy and so on, which in reality has translated.
Look,
to
I
align
don't
with-
think in your head you're incoherent. The problem though is that you're using a whole lot of terms in like really fast and loose ways. So if I'm trying to like take you seriously on a theoretical level and follow you, I literally can't, because you mean 6 different things at any given time.
get to the content instead of generalizing. Like,
I'm trying. That's what I'm telling you. Like
so you
it's like a
object to
maze.
the idea, the use of the word open society. We can use another word if you want, but there's clearly these.
Yeah, but when we use a different word though, then you actually start to mean a different thing, and not just by dint of doing that, but what I'm perceiving though.
I'm just trying
you
to
actually
arrive
do.
at a common understanding of what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is that when I talk about institutional hegemony, I'm not strictly talking about the state itself, because that has existed since 1776. Formally speaking, hegemony doesn't really become a useful concept until the late 1920s and the 30s, because Gramsci's using it in the context of the rise of fascism in Italy, but it's also can be used to apply to the New Deal kind of system that emerges, the European kind of welfare states, where you have these kind of corporates of these kind of social corporates outside of the liberal state that want to administer and regulate society, regulate information and ideas and so on and so on. So that's where the concept of hegemony becomes useful. But when you're just talking about the Constitution or a classical liberal kind of democracy preceding the 1920s, hegemony is not really a useful concept. The reign of the institutions is not very clear.
No, sure, but if you're characterizing the MAGA movement as in some sense anti-hegemonic, it kind of it becomes a matter of import that it takes its ideological cues entirely from the most moneyed media engine in the world.
Which one?
The the general right-wing media conglomerate with
I
Fox
don't
News at the
think
top.
there's I think the mainstream media is overwhelmingly against MAGA.
Well, it's overwhelmingly against MAGA, but that doesn't mean that the MAGA movement itself isn't taking its cues from that. What am I hearing?
What? So just because they watch Tucker Carlson, that means that we're going to pretend that most of the mainstream
Well,
media.
if they're taking
Democrat
directives from billionaires
Which-
embedded in these
which
massive
directives, by the way?
institutional what?
Hold on, but Tucker Carlson. Hold on, you have to understand something. People
Well,
like Trump,
directives can include
People-
things like the
hold on.
paranoia about.
I'm gonna try to
Isms, et
explain.
cetera,
I'm gonna try to explain to you how these things work. So Trump and Tucker Carlson come from these ruling families. Let's just for the sake of argument, right? But they got excluded for some reason and became outsiders from the big club. So they drew their source of popularity and power from some kind of direct popularity, trying to get or working people. Most elites derive their power from networks and institutional connections.
Well, they didn't really
like
though,
that.
because one of the way in which Trump got on the map in that particular respect was through the Republican Party and through Fox News.
Indirectly, of course, Fox News was
No,
covering it.
directly. He went on there and was able to promote himself as a contender for the presidency.
But I don't think the people running Fox News thought they were actually going to get Trump elected. I think it was a very kind of money grab. Like, this is getting us really good ratings, so we're going to keep covering it. They didn't really, I don't think they really expected he was going to take over the Republican Party in the way he did. But the Republican Party did tolerate Trump on condition that he compromises on a number of things, which he did, right? But that's not who made Trump. You know, Trump got on the debate stage at the Republican debates. Who was for him, right? There was nobody in the status quo who was for him. His message resonated with people. It was extremely popular, and that's why they eventually had to compromise with him. But
Well,
no one,
no.
he was not
Once
handpicked or chosen by anyone. You know,
once they saw that he pulled a crowd, they did. Like it was contingent
that's
on
the
his
key thing,
marketability.
though. But he pulled a crowd because he was saying things that no one else was saying.
Sure, but that doesn't distinguish him from the institutions themselves. That's just how the institution recognized him as.
So
as
I think Trump's message was not created in
sufficiently
institutions.
palatable.
Trump's message wasn't created in an institution. He was probably created. He was on Twitter on the toilet someday.
He was
That's how it was created. So there's a big difference there.
He's a wealthy heir and a media star.
Okay, his level of wealth doesn't speak to whether what he did represents the hegemony. Typically, yes, you're right. Most people who have wealth do so because they benefited from the hegemony. But that's not universally the case. For example, Bitcoin billionaires who bought 1,000 Bitcoins 10 years ago and that just became extremely rich right now, they tend to actually be anti-establishment, despite how wealthy they are, because they got their money in a way that was outside of the traditional game for how you do that. But Trump was an outsider even within the ruling elite before he ran for office. He was like considered a joke, and he wasn't well liked among the ruling class. So Trump came into relevance entirely at the expense of what we call the hegemony.
I don't see this as like a really strong argument when ideologically the two sides functionally align with everything that they're targeting in
I think
society
maybe
generally.
that's your
the bare
abstract-
fact that Trump happened to be a somewhat ridiculous figure in polite society.
Well, I'm not an idealist. I'm a materialist. So you can try and say an abstract.
But you're not a materialist though, because you use terms like universal state.
Right. I'm not a materialist because you don't let me finish sentences. But
no, you're not a materialist because you directly
because
belie
you
a
can't let me finish
materialist
a sentence.
mode of
So
analysis.
yeah, so you may try to abstractly qualify their ideologies as the same, but in actual functional practical reality, we're dealing with very different phenomena between Trump and Trump's MAGA movement and the hegemony.
If you say so, I don't know where to go from
characterization,
here.
Your characterization of them as the same has no explanatory value for how to understand the
But
development.
your characterization of them as anti-hegemonic is impoverished in the extreme. Your point of reference is they're skeptical of vaccines.
No, the point of reference is that they are built on collective distrust toward the hegemony as a whole.
Yeah,
not
but when
just
you when pressed as to what the hegemony as a whole is, it literally is just they distrust scientists in general or doctors in general. They
No, not just
conspiracy
scientists
monger
and
about
doctors.
wokeism,
Hold on.
trans ideology,
not
whatever.
just scientists and doctors, but also the military-industrial complex. Maybe that's an important one. Also, the agendas being crafted in universities with the funding of
Yeah, but everybody's opposed to the
foundations.
military-industrial complex. It's a scary
Not in
term.
but in practice, that's not true. See, in theory, everyone wants to be a hippie, but in practice, no, not everyone's opposed to the military-industrial complex. But so you mentioned the medical and scientific
I
establishment.
agree. So like,
So
how,
there's
how
no,
apropos it was Trump who assassinated Soleimani.
yeah, he did, but he did so not on behalf of the power that gave him power, the MAGA movement, but because of his agreement with Sheldon Adelson and the neocons and Bolton and Pompeo. That was the condition of the Republican Party tolerating his existence. I find it completely objectionable, those and other actions he engaged in, but that doesn't preclude me from being able to form a unbiased assessment.
Well,
that
the problem
he
is it
was
doesn't
still a
preclude you
political
from
outsider.
nothing you say precludes you from anything. Like you're just going back and forth, as the situation requires. We've gotten
I
to
don't
this
think
point
so.
having established a grounding for literally none of the concepts.
But the
you
problem,
even
Sunday,
get
is
to
you
this
make
level.
these general characterizations of my position, but
I
as far
really
as
don't.
But as
though.
far as a
I really
particular
don't.
argument and a particular position, you're just coming short. You're not able to actually give us anything to substantiate these general.
I don't have to. We're debating your political theory. The onus is on you to substantiate it. If none of your terms
I think you're confusing it. You're trying to say the onus is on me.
It is. We're debating your political theory as per your request.
So
This is your
Sunday,
choice.
President Sunday should be called President Cutoff. You clearly are someone who has come to a conclusion before you've even heard anything I said.
Well, no, I had to go through the painful
I said
process
the
of reading
onus.
through like
I
a
said you
40-page
seem to
document
think
that
the
you wrote to
onus
get to this
is.
point.
Well, let's use this as speaking of generalities. I said the onus is. You think the onus is on me too, and then what was I going to say? You said, well, the onus is on you to make the. Well, we're not talking about that because what I was going to say is that you think.
Is Hawes complaining about being interrupted?
Yes, I actually am.
Okay.
Because I think in good faith, I've actually tried to allow you to make your argument without.
No, I don't think so. I think when you've been
I
pressed.
think you think
I think
that
when you've
onus,
been. I think when you've been even
Sunday,
moderately.
the onus
pressed,
is not on me.
I think you talked quite a bit. I think when you've been even moderately pressed to explain a position, you get frustrated and you say, "What's your point?" As if I wasn't asking you a question and not making an argument.
No, that was earlier in the whole C word debacle, which we don't
I
want
think
to.
this was
Oh
pretty.
yeah,
I think this is
let's
pretty
not revisit
persistent.
this.
So-
Look, what my curiosity is.
I just want to finish one thing he wouldn't let me say.
Okay, go
Is that-
for it, and then
yeah.
I'll. Yeah. Okay.
So you seem to think the onus is on me to convince you to agree with me. The onus is on me, yes, to do the best of my ability, communicate to you. What
I
I'm
would-
trying
I
to
would
say. I
set-
think
I
I've
would
done a good
settle-
job of that. I
I
think I've
would
done a
settle-
good job of that. Just because you don't want to.
No.
agree
I
with
disagree.
me doesn't mean
I don't
have
think. I don't think you have to. I don't think you have to make me agree with you at all. I would be satisfied with you making it intelligible. There are people who have theories that I vehemently disagree with, or nonetheless, I can understand the logical
I
steps
just
they
don't
took
think you're
to
operating
get
in
there.
good faith when it comes to what your standard of intelligibility is.
It
Because
it took way too much work to get here for this to be in bad faith. Consider the possibility that maybe your delivery is actually fraught. Like maybe actually the way in which you go about explaining yourself is extraordinarily
you need
difficult.
to give me
I'm
specific
not
examples.
I'm not a genius and I'm not an expert in this, but I've got some modest capacities in this area.
But
Okay?
Sunday, you're just
if I
going on a
cannot
monologue
if I cannot
based on
understand what
what?
you're saying, most people can't.
I don't agree with that. I think when I say Trump's a political outsider, I think I'm saying something that's pretty not that contentious for most people, right? So I think you're going out of your way.
No,
to
we're not talking about
bad
we're not talking about Trump being a pariah
what are we
within
talking
the
about?
mainstream of
So what are we
Republican
talking
politics.
about? Let's get to that. Instead of making generalities about my arguments, Get to your specific objections.
Okay. How the hell does an anti-communist, isolationist, largely racist and pro-capitalist movement of people who are categorically against any type of top-down organization, how do you combine that with communism?
Sure. So you read my essay, right?
Yeah, the last part was
So you didn't read my
bad.
essay because
No,
I
I did.
because I
and it
thoroughly
was-
explained, and I could probably read.
I believe you that you think you explained.
So okay,
Having read it with multiple people multiple times, I can tell you no, you did not explain.
okay. So let's get to the anti-communism stuff. Drawing from the reactionary populist legacy of the McCarthyite era and the John Birch Society, as well as Cold War propaganda, anti-communist sentiment is as American as apple pie.
Bosh, this
Taken
is like
from-
30 paragraphs long, just to heads
Taken
up.
from the perspective, this is just one paragraph, the anti-communism of the MAGA movement is even in a way endearing, reflecting its grassroots nature. People are simply making constructs out of old materials already laying around at home. To view this as some kind of essential indictment on the possibility of the dissemination of communist ideas,
Yeah. So
or the
look,
compatibility between communism and MAGA,
okay.
is pure Philistine idiocy. MAGA is not essentially defined
But
by
Haz.
It is
the
in the
stuff.
first
No, but
place
Haz. This is why
defined-
this is no, but Haz. This is important. This is why we were talking about the media stuff before. The stuff they have lying around at home is filtered to them
From the
through
past.
these massive media conglomerates.
Why
and
I call
sunglasses,
that
Bosh.
endearing, why I called that endearing Sunday, is because actually it's stuff their grandpa told them from the past. The media in the 50s or the 60s, that could be under contention. Maybe was telling them that overwhelmingly,
What
right?
does that matter?
It's from the past. Today, they're not getting their anti-communism from today. They're getting it from
Well,
the
they're
past.
they're also getting it from today. It's not just from the past. It's being
I don't think
reinvigorated and
the vital source.
redistributed
I don't think the vital sources of anti-communism are coming from the same sources that the MAGA movement got it from. Like the Victims of Anti-Communism Memorial is tied to neocons. It's tied to the Rhino Republican establishment. So no, I think you're dealing with two different things. I do agree there's anti-communism today, but that's just what's so great about the MAGA movement. The MAGA movement is less likely to buy into the actual contemporary forms of anti-communism, instead drawing on this eclectic, contradictory, ready-made anti-communism inherited from the past. It's just as old and inherited as something laying around in their garage from the 1950s. It's not any indictment on the essential possibilities of the MAGA movement. It's just some immediate
it is though, because they're also pro-capitalist as well. Like it doesn't matter where
So
they
you
inherit
say
it
you
from,
say
it's a
two
fact.
things. You say
Moreover,
two
when we're talking about
Make-
you're talking about inheriting it from like 70 years ago, that's not that long.
So that is outright a superficial judgment, and I'll tell you why. Because when
it's
you ask
addressing a superficial point.
because you're just looking at the words they're using, not what they mean by it. When most MAGA
I'm
people,
looking at the words you're using.
okay, well, you can't follow the argument. You're talking about MAGA being.
Well, that's because the argument is incoherent. But,
Can you
but
let me
even
finish,
even
Sunday?
here,
Sunday,
in this
Sunday,
one statement
Sunday.
you made,
Just let me finish.
no, you've talked a lot, Haz. I've actually let you talk for the majority of the conversation.
So,
I've
dude, so what? You
very
can't have.
I've actually allowed you to
Okay.
speak at length.
I'm just going to continue speaking anyway. So the MAGA,
Sure, but when
you said that the MAGA movement is pro-capitalist and anti-communist, and I'm saying that's superficial
there we
because
go.
you're just looking at the words they're using rather than the
look,
underlying meaning
when
of
you
what they're
say-
trying to say.
When
When
you
MAGA
say,
says that it's pro-capitalist, it's not referring to the actual system of capitalism we have, which represents everything they hate. It's referring to some abstract
yes,
kind of
they don't understand how capitalism gives. They don't understand. They don't
their own-
understand how capitalism is what gives rise to the fact that every single city they live in is an unkept trash bin with tons of homeless people, tons of poor people
Okay.
who can't afford
So-
homes. Da, da, da.
So
They don't
you
understand
admit
that, but
you're-
that doesn't-
so you admit
that doesn't
it's a
matter.
superficial judgment.
That's not
It does
super.
matter.
No, that's not
It
superficial.
does
that's,
matter because
no, that's
because
not
if we're
superficial. That's
materialists-
them being superficial.
So if we're materialists, we have to look at the underlying.
We are not materialists. I am a materialist.
Okay.
You're like spirit
Dude,
science for
So
tanks.
do we have a moderator or what? Because I just want to say something really quick.
No, he's on my side. Remember, I stacked the decks. It was between him and
Okay,
Hinkle.
sure. So if I'm going
was
to
a
be,
joke.
if anyone is concerned with being a materialist, thank you for cutting me off on that completely relevant point.
You're welcome.
Then you're going to have to ask the question of what is the source? What is the meaning? When they express anti-communist sentiment, is this because of something from a material perspective essential, or are they just anti-communist because they see, for example, the way BlackRock is taking over everything and monopoly capitalism, they're associating that with communism. They're associating this homogeneity
Look,
process of capitalism.
yeah.
with
Look.
communism.
As I
They
said
say they're
before,
pro-capitalism.
as
Are
I
they
said,
actually
hey,
referring to capitalism?
Haas, I'm going to meet you halfway here. As I said earlier, if you can find a way to actually repurpose the language of MAGA and the MAGA movement towards like a robust, genuine left-wing development or something like that, power to you. But you're not doing that. What you're doing is you're selling yourself to the MAGA movement as something that's palatable to them for your own benefit.
Am I doing that?
The entire essay that we're responding to here and everything you've done here so far is for lack of a better word, essentially cucking out the language of political theory in order to make the MAGA movement appear more robust and more theoretically sound than it actually is.
For example?
Well, your whole notion of partisanship, you rely on a specific notion of partisanship that Schmidt actually directly criticizes. You derive it from him just to get to the point where you can say, oh, the partisan is telluric. MAGA is of the nation and of the ground. Therefore, we now have a theoretical justification for combining MAGA with
what about my theory of the partisan was Schmidt critiquing?
About your theory of the partisan was Schmidt critiquing? No.
Yeah.
You deploy a specific understanding of the partisan that Schmidt dismisses as being
which one?
The one in which it is simply that which is independent and in some sense has an enmity with respect to like existing structures or whatever in like a general sense. He dismisses this on the grounds that this is simply too abstract, and you end up just with a theory of essentially any sort of individualism. That's a very loose paraphrase.
Well, that's not my theory. I'm not saying anyone who has a different opinion is a partisan. In my opening statement,
what makes MAGA partisan?
MAGA is not partisan because individuals in MAGA have different opinions. MAGA is partisan because it's referring to that's exactly why. It's referring to a collective political identity, a collective reality of America, right? That is both based, yes, as you said, telluric in America, but also opposed to the form.
But it's not telluric though. They had to get bussed into January 6th. They traveled to different conventions. They're not of a specific locality.
I don't think that demographic who live in Washington, D.C. would be called telluric in the first place. Like, I don't know how many white people living in Washington, D.C. are, I know there's a big black population. You could maybe say that's telluric because it's kind of like a similar role of rootedness in the community. But of course they would have to be coming from elsewhere if they're going to be in Washington, D.C. What a stupid point.
Well, no, the point is they aren't partisans. It's not a partisan movement. The movement is not a partisan. The individuals in it are not partisans. It is a partisan
movement. It's a partisan movement because of the way in which it has transformed American politics. It's genuinely partisan for no other reason than it is genuinely.
No, but the definition of the partisan is not that it transforms politics. Here's why
it's partisan, according to me. Because it is a genuinely different political movement. I'm not talking about individual opinion. Different political movement than the hegemony, the two-party duopoly, the hegemony, whatever.
Okay, but Haas, the reason why you would call it partisan and why that would have meaning is not because you've decided to just label what you think they are partisan. It's because it's drawing on a established set of relations between the partisan and regular forms of politics or warfare.
Yes,
but they're very regular. It's just a normal populist movement.
In the case of Schmidt, Schmidt is very stressing on the asymmetry of the partisan, right, with regard to the conventional army. So there's a conventional established form of politics And yes, here you have a partisan, unconventional form of political mobilization. in
But
the
it's
MAGA
not
movement.
really unconventional though. It's actually very typical.
What precedent
what's-
is there for MAGA in America?
It's a popular voting and social interventionist movement that's based on sloganeering. That's not new. That's been around since.
I'm going to ask you another question. What is a movement you would consider comparable to MAGA in American history?
Most of them. What makes MAGA toxic isn't its organizational form; it's the policies they pursue and their toxic attitudes towards different groups of.
Can you?
fellow
So you can't
Americans.
give me a specific example. Obviously, everyone sees MAGA's pretty unprecedented. As far as
In
America,
what sense is in what organizational or actually like robust structural sense is MAGA unique?
because for decades and decades we've been ruled by this like one big club hegemony, and then you have a movement which is getting its information and getting its ideas of who rules us and whatever, and how to establish power and what kind of things do we want, what kind of things do we accept, forming a collective political reality completely outside the hegemony. So I think that's pretty
But
unprecedented.
you just attach that into there. Like they're still operating through eminently mainstream sources. They're still taking
Like what?
part in
Tucker Carlson, what else?
conventional political activism and conventional.
What mainstream
voting.
source besides Tucker Carlson do you have in mind?
They're using all of the same all the same resources and points of contact as everybody else.
You mean
They're-
like
they're-
Truth Social?
Like what?
Like Truth Social, or what are you talking about?
I actually don't know what that is.
Well, exactly. So that's what they use is Truth Social. You don't even know
What
it
is Truth Social?
It's the Trump Twitter app.
I'm sorry. Are you
saying they're
suggesting
You're
the
saying
fact
they're
that Trump?
using all the same.
No. Are you suggesting the fact that Trump has a social media app makes them unique?
No, but you just said they're using the same methods of communication, interaction, and all this stuff.
Yeah,
They're not.
tons of people are using like separate Telegram spaces and their Twitter alternatives are proliferate.
Dude, I think you've really underestimated to what extent like this country's very divided. It's a separate world.
Well,
Like, it's
no,
totally getting their
I
information.
haven't, but that's neither here nor there. And
No,
in fact,
it is here. And
No,
there.
no. In fact, the fact that you're defaulting
Okay.
to the fact that there is like
Alright.
a firm
So besides Tucker
bipartisan
Carlson, what
divide
do you
in the
have in
United
mind?
States
So
actually
besides-
suggests that it's more common because now you're
So-
folding into a larger whole.
So besides Tucker Carlson, what do you have in mind from the hegemony or the mainstream?
I don't know what you're asking me.
You're
Oh.
saying, oh, MAGA isn't operating outside the mainstream because it's using the same mainstream everyone else is. What are you talking about?
No. The partisan is not defined by having like a hyper concentration of
Okay,
of
clearly,
weird alternative.
my
fact generators.
concept of the partisan is unique. It's not exactly the same as Schmidt's. I just
But
objected.
it's not only not exactly the same as Schmidt's. It's actually like contrary. Like it
That's
does
what I
not.
object to. That's what I object to because you said that Schmidt expressly reject the one I'm drawing from.
He did.
No, because Schmidt, you said he critiques it for being individualistic. Mine is not.
No. He doesn't critique it for being individualistic. He
Yeah, because it's
Uh,
abstract. Because anyone with a contrary opinion is then a partisan. That's not what I said. It's not what I'm saying.
No, instead you said somebody with a contrary Twitter alternative is a partisan.
No. You said they use the same mainstream sources, and I said, what do you mean by that? And then
But they do. The bare fact that there's also an app doesn't belie that. Like, what do
Well,
you use? You use YouTube
what are the ones
and
you have in mind?
Rumble,
What are the
and
ones-
you take
okay,
your cues
Sunday,
from television and
what?
Twitter.
Sunday, what are the ones you have in mind? I don't even know what you're talking about. Are you talking about an app? Are you talking about the internet? What are you talking about?
I'm referring to all of them. They operate in the same.
Can you name
spaces.
one? Just name one, dude. Just name one, please.
Well, we're on YouTube right now. This would be an example.
Okay, so that's a beautiful example. So big tech, YouTube, you're saying, well, MAGA uses the same sources. Are you not even aware of what's going on? All the YouTube censorship and the controversy surrounding it, the rise of Rumble and
YouTube
alternatives
censors
for that same reason.
YouTube
But hold on,
censors
it's
YouTube
extremely-
censors
this is an
tankies
extremely contentious
and
point.
anti-trans.
This is huge,
whatever, and-
hugely
and-
contentious in America because everyone.
pro-trans sources
Dude,
sometimes
dude,
they censor
You are so out of
bad
touch.
language.
about the
They
basic-
censor like what are
you're
you talking
so
about?
out of touch about the basics.
No, your entire
Dude,
argument at
the
this point
average
is
MAGA person.
no. Your
is not.
your entire argument
Dude, you
defaults at
use
this point.
YouTube as an
Pause.
example. That's really
Pause.
stupid, dude. It's
Pause.
extremely
Pause. If your
sensitive.
entire defense of the partisanship of the MAGA movement is that, like myriad other groups, they're victims of YouTube censorship, like I'm sorry, that just isn't.
Wait. How can you justify such a reductive accusation? I asked you for an example of the mainstream sources. Your example doesn't stand.
My argument didn't require me to have an encyclopedic knowledge
Sunday. This is
of
it's
the
a
media
simple,
figures that
it's as
MAGA
simple as
people in
this.
particular.
Sunday.
No, we're
makes-
talking about
Sunday
the
makes the claim-
definition of partisanship.
So
Haas.
Sunday makes the
We're
claim
not
that
talking
MAGA is
about
using the
what
same
media
mainstream
they
sources.
consume. We're
Sunday
talking
makes the
about
claim that MAGA is
by
using
what
the same
Oh, wait,
avenues they have.
Okay, wait, hold on.
Apparently
Okay, wait.
not true,
Wait,
because-
Haas, you as well. Okay, that was getting a bit too much. I don't mind a bit of back and forth, but that was simultaneous. All right, Haas, did you finish your sentence there?
No.
Okay, finish your sentence.
Okay, so you were saying that MAGA is operating in the same mainstream. I think that's wrong. But in order to allow you to defend yourself, I asked you for an example of that. You said YouTube. Your example doesn't stand. In no way does that make my argument that MAGA is partisan because YouTube censors them. But it is an indictment on your ability to provide evidence that MAGA is, by and large, using the same exact sources for information and platforms that are part of the mainstream.
Well, no,
President Sunday.
Thank you.
Hey, pick it up.
MAGA engages in propaganda through the exact same media sources as everybody else, censored or not, as many other groups are also censored. They vote in the same way. They engage in the same same forms of political activism. What distinguishes them are their policy positions, and their social attitudes, and their
You're wrong.
decorum.
In form, they're completely different in all the things you mentioned.
But you haven't been able to substantiate that except by reference
Yes, I
to
have.
this Twitter app.
So you
turn it
wanted
around.
to bring up big tech, but if you want to talk about how they
I didn't
vote,
want to bring up big tech. You
Okay,
brought up the Twitter app thing.
when most people vote, for example, they do so not because they're part of this homogeneous movement, which
No, you're not understanding the
even in the
objection here.
defense of
No, you're
laws-
not understanding the objection here. The reasons for voting don't matter. No, Haas, just chill for 1 second. The reasons for voting don't matter. What distinguishes the partisan from the non-partisan is the action itself, not the reasons behind it.
Okay, so
They also have to have like an attitude of
Oh, okay,
intense
hold on.
political
So
affiliation.
that-
That would be consistent.
the fact that MAGA people participate in elections and the electoral system means it's in no way possible to describe their method of organization and political existence in general as unconventional. That's what
No,
you're
but
saying.
you need to establish that it is unconventional. And if your point of reference, once again, is that they are persecuted on YouTube and have a Twitter app, that's not good enough.
No, I've referenced, for example, the different methods by which they do not only disseminate organizations, but vote in the first place. How do they vote, and how do they respect the outcome of the vote?
Well, no,
That's
but
completely different.
Haas, not voting behaviors as in who they vote for.
Well, I think that's unconventional. So yeah, that's the voting behavior is unconventional, very clearly.
What do they sneak into the voting booth? What are you talking about?
No, like January 6th, it's pretty unconventional.
That's not voting behavior. That's
Well, it's behavior resulting from their participation in the electoral process, which was unconventional. It's an unconventional way of participating in the American democracy.
well, no,
Because
yeah, and insurrectionary action is unconventional, and that would actually be close. That would actually get you close there. But the one defining characteristic you now have is the attempted insurrection of January 6th.
No, the myriad, dude. Every time I try to name anything, you just interrupt me. So you're not even letting me speak. I could give you a lot
You're
of
speaking right now. Just stop whining and get to the point.
Okay, so I mentioned information, right? That's the method of disseminating information, which is the most important thing, by the way, is unconventional. The method by which they situate themselves in American democracy.
They use
is
computers and
completely-
social media.
What?
They use social.
So
media
you
and
interrupted me
television.
again. So we're gonna
But
be.
they use
stuck
social
on this
media and
point.
television. Like everybody uses
Because I
this.
can't
Haas.
name multiple things if you're gonna get fixated on one of the things. Okay.
I'm talking about all of them. These are all like things
So
everybody
so
uses.
social media, where they are where literally new social media platforms are being built because of the disproportionate censorship of MAGA people, and it is not just everyone gets censored. No, there's a disproportionate censorship of that specific political movement because of the inconventionality.
Well, no, right-wing people across the board are censored. It's not just the MAGA movement.
Okay, what is the right wing? What is the right wing? If we're not, what are you even referring to then?
I don't know. Everybody from like mainline conservatives, if they go too
but
far.
That censorship is in the context of a unified movement built on collective distrust toward the hegemony, the MAGA movement. I think it's important to stress it's not just that.
No, I'm talking about people as milquetoast, as like Sargon of Akkad, for example. It is not specifically targeting the MAGA movement in particular.
The broader censorship of the right-wing voices is within the context of the emergence of right-wing populism, and the American form of that was the MAGA movement.
I got nothing. I can't hold you to any definition. Just everything means.
Because you're not in good faith. You're not like leveling with.
No, that's you.
About.
That's you, Haas. You're not using any of these terms in good faith, and your entire strategy is to.
How am I not? I'm trying to be really simple with you, dude. It's like clearly you're like way over your head.
I'm sorry.
Basic.
You are trying to be simple.
I'm really trying hard to simplify this for you. Yes. Like I'm being very charitable with like just to help you understand like what I'm alluding to at least. Maybe there's a common. Do we live in the same reality? Are we living on the same planet? Like
I am asking that same question
obviously
myself.
MAGA is unconventional in the context of American politics.
Okay, but that's not an argument. Okay, pause. Saying something is obviously unconventional is not an argument in favor of establishing that it is unconventional. That's a tautology. You're just
I know, but most people understand.
That also doesn't get you anywhere. I know. I'm sorry. Most people understand the MAGA movement. No. Most people understand. Pause. Most people understand the MAGA movement as being toxic, racist, and negative. That does not mean they think it is some kind of revolutionary organization.
No, we're just using the word unconventional, Sunday. And here's the problem. We're limited by a Discord call right now and a Discord video call. If I try to say the sky is blue, I can't force you to go outside and level with me there. I can't recreate reality on a Discord call. So we're going to have to try and come to a common understanding.
Okay, but Haas.
That typically speaking, if someone says the MAGA movement is unconventional in America,
let Haas finish.
Typically, when people say that the MAGA movement is an unconventional development in American politics, at least within the frame of the past 2 decades of neoliberalism, most people would understand what's meant by that. It's very common, even in the mainstream media, to acknowledge that. You're objecting to the use of the word unconventional because you're saying, oh, it's the same thing as everything else. Well, I just think you can't really meaningfully engage with.
Okay. Well, I want to ask you. I'd like to talk to you, if I may, for a moment, President Sunday, please.
Yeah.
So, with regards to your definition for unconventional, so here's the way I see it. Let me see if I can maybe bridge this gap. Okay. So in a lot of ways, January 6th and the MAGA movement, because it kind of facilitated Jan 6, was unconventional. Obviously, differences exist, but if I understand you correctly, I'm hearing echo, by the way. If I understand you correctly, President, it is that even though it was unconventional in its expression, the underlying systemic institutional forces that beget Jan 6, the MAGA movement, those are still plainly institutional. So this seems like a distinction in expression versus underlying motivation. Is that how you see it, President?
Well, the reason why we're even talking about conventional versus unconventional in the first place is because he's trying to characterize, he's trying to insist upon a distinction here where this is anti-hegemonic, essentially because partisan or consistent with its partisanship. The problem here is that the simple fact of a rally turned into a riot, turned into what is a de facto insurrectionary movement, even if behind the scenes there were people who absolutely had that intention. And there were people in the crowd who did, as well as people in the crowd who were just along for the ride. That is not sufficient to characterize the movement as a totality, or even just a movement by itself as apart from a single event as being unconventional. What we're actually dealing with here is an unusual event which is distinct from unconventional or irregular. And we're talking about irregular, we're talking about is something that is defined by a kind of activity that is not generally recognized as conventional at all. The problem is that when pressed as to what
Okay, so
those
allow me
are,
to
what we
qualify.
find
Oh, wait,
are
hold on, let me
activities.
finish.
What we find are them engaging in activities that basically every other movement does, including mainstream ones. Like the storming of the Bastille is not a partisan movement, even though it is extreme, radical, and violent and unusual.
Okay, so unusuality is not my qualification for partisanship, but I'll qualify what I mean by conventionality. I'm just talking about how people are mobilized, organized, and given a collective political reality. And I think that in the case of MAGA, that was very unconventional, at least as far as what the norm was within American politics. Because within the norm of American politics has been that people, for example, Obama had a movement, right? But all of that was still firmly situated within, for example, the conventional form of American politics. And the conventional form, by which participation in that politics occurred. Here's the thing. The thing you have ignored is the key concept of enmity, right? In the Obama era, I get there was the Tea Party and there was polarization, but I don't think there was a real friend-enemy distinction between Republicans and Democrats. I don't think it was real enmity. I think what MAGA brought to the table is it introduced enmity, right? It introduced this almost civil war within America, which, yes, is an extremely implies an unconventional movement and political development. And it's unconventional because the prior convention had been a lack of enmity internally. Enmity was directed toward the terrorists and people who did 9/11 and that kind of thing, right? And maybe the Russians and the Chinese, who knows? But enmity was never really internal, at least recently in American politics. I don't think you can try to give a counterexample. I welcome you to, before MAGA.
Well, enmity in the sense of a firm intensification of the line between friend and enemy, that does not have to manifest simply as a single violent event. That can refer to, for instance, just a rigidification of opposition between political parties, for example. You can have political differences that are not intensifications of war. That's just the most obvious case. This is why the concept of the political for Carl Schmitt is at its most clear at the line between friend and enemy, but that doesn't exhaust it.
But no one's saying it does. But what you're saying is that you object to the view that enmity has
No. What I'm saying is that enmity here is not a distinctive feature of the MAGA movement, which is still nonetheless a voting movement that is concerned with policy internal to a government.
What are examples or forms of enmity that you think within internal American politics, at least recently, let's say since Reagan, existed? Because I don't.
Well, if you had, for example, if MAGA, for example, turned into a terroristic movement that was concerned with repeating events like January 6th over and over and over again, and materially interfering with the politics as usual in like a violent insurrectionary way that could not be absorbed into any type of normal party politics, then you'd have a case.
Yeah,
you wouldn't want to have that case, but you'd have a case.
Here's the problem with good faith in plain spoken language. If I went to an average person and I said, this country has been divided like it never has before with this Trump stuff since 2016, most people would either agree with me or understand what I was referring to. This is an unprecedented level of division, okay? And you're trying to say that doesn't cross into enmity, but it actually does.
What?
It crosses into hatred of one half by the other, a complete inability to have
hatred and political enmity are not the same thing. You can
but I think it has crossed
completely
over. I think it has crossed over into enmity, and just because it hasn't spilled directly into violence yet,
it
doesn't
has,
mean
though,
the enmity's
but
not
that's
there.
beside the point.
I think that enmity,
Like
as far as
like January 6th was violent. There were deaths. They broke into
okay,
a
well,
government
that's
building.
better. That's more credence to my point then.
Well, no, it's
But-
not, because you're relying on the fact of a violent event to justify characterizing a movement as partisan.
No, I'm not. I'm relying upon the unprecedented, qualitatively acute polarization that followed Trump's election in 2016.
But okay, but partisanship is not defined by polarization. Partisanship
not
is
saying
defined by
it
the
is,
manner
but
in
I
which
think-
that by the
I
manner in
think
which
that polarization
enmity
can
is
be
activated.
described as a form of enmity. For example, an example of that enmity is the Russiagate hoax, where the MAGA movement and the people behind it and the phenomena was reduced to the design of an enemy of the American state, for example.
No,
At least
where enmity
Russia,
would come.
the outside foreign enemy, is
No,
behind.
where enmity.
That is an example of enmity
No,
internal to American politics.
Okay, but the problem here is that you're actually overlooking like why this term is used in the first place. The reason why enmity comes into play is because if you have a logic of just war, but not of a just foe. So, for example, if you criminalize an entire category of people or an entire state or whatever, so that you do not seek, for example, as the end goal of military contention, a state of subjugating a foe or a state of getting like agreeable terms of surrender from a foe, but instead with the total destruction and subjugation of.
I think you have a
like,
superficial reading, and you can't go below the surface.
That's
in
not
specific
superficial
context.
at all.
Wait.
This is
No,
Wait,
because you're trying
wait.
to-
President Sunday, finish your sentence. You were near the end of it, but you didn't finish it, right?
Yeah. The reason why enmity becomes important for specifically revolutionary partisan is because that is somebody who will still engage in that kind of activity, even outside of the scope of state defensive action. So the first kind, so he has two kinds of partisans. There's the first kind of partisan, which is like the Ukrainian truck bomber who's like disrupting Russian supply lines. Then there's the revolutionary partisan who is like the maybe engaging a lot of the same activities, but they're like part of the Bolsheviks, say, and they don't stop, or their goals are not limited by the defensive needs of a particular geographical region. In that particular
What's the
case,
point of bringing that up?
well, because in that particular case, their enmity towards like a political entity categorically, that could go towards satisfying the conditions of them being like partisan in this sense. But the problem is that the MAGA movement doesn't do this. The MAGA movement, while they do target like different demographics within American society, they still deploy almost entirely, actually basically entirely conventional methods to do so. And with respect to January 6th, once again, the justification is their perception
no.
that the democratic process was corrupted.
Wait, but that doesn't mean again, hegemony is not based in the 1776 Constitution. Okay, hegemony is based in what happens afterwards in World War II. So them holding the Constitution as a sacred thing that was violated, and the democratic process is a sacred thing that was violated, is not an indictment on the unconventionality of their position.
I didn't. Can you say I did? I'm sorry, I didn't follow that. Can you say that?
So
again?
So just because they think the democratic process was corrupted doesn't change that it's an
No. You're misunderstanding me. What I'm saying is not that the fact that they think the democratic process was corrupted means that therefore they weren't partisan. The point, though, is that because their goal was, even if it was comically misinformed, even if their goal was, because their goal was to correct an institution that is domestic, and not actually enmity against an enemy per se, they're not engaging in partisan action. This is just like not any popular uprising or any public action is.
So if a revolutionary partisan is calling for an abstract return to some prior existing status quo that may be idealized and not grounded in reality, which I think democracy is, by the way, it's an idealization. That doesn't change their partisan stance. But that doesn't change their partisan stance.
Well, no, but you've assumed the partisan stance in the example. The question is what makes them partisan, right? So you said that if a partisan does and they're a partisan, then
so let's say a revolutionary partisan is acting on behalf of an organization with revolutionary goals for the overthrow of the status quo. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
Just because those goals are based in an idealized version of the legitimacy of the prior state, for example, democracy, doesn't make it any less revolutionary when the actually existing state, not the ideal state in the Constitution or democracy, functions in a way opposed to that.
I agree. However, in this particular case, we aren't talking about them doing anything at that scale. We're talking about them being under the misperception that there is a criminal cabal that has tainted an election. Like, from their vantage
So, I don't know
point,
why
they
you
believe
keep
they won
I
the
don't know why you
election,
keep
right?
focusing on January 6th.
No, because well, it
Why
matters
do you keep focusing on that? Why can't you just focus?
because it's
we're
the
getting in
closest, it's the best example you've got.
Because no,
otherwise,
you're jibber jabbering.
no, I'm not. Haas.
We need to get to the point
the
of
reason
enmity.
I'm not. Haas, I'm perfectly willing to throw out January 6th as an example. The problem for you is that that's the best one you've got, because otherwise what you have is just a toxic community that is voting badly.
No, it's not just that. It's a division that has cut across the social fabric of the American people that most people would recognize and acknowledge, but you're not doing for pedantic reasons.
But
now,
how
let's qualify
though?
why,
we're talking about what makes them partisan.
Jay, let me qualify what I'm talking about, and then you can give me your critique, because you're taking this into directions that are irrelevant. Okay,
All right,
I'm going to simplify this.
I'm listening.
Okay? So, and don't interrupt me, by the way, because we're not getting in the weeds of your bullshit. We're going to just simplify this. Okay. So, in the case of enmity, we are dealing with a conventional ground of political existence, which is not only the sacred institution of democracy in the formal electoral process, but everyone being interpolated, I don't know if that's too big of a word for you, as the same political subject of the liberal democracy by the mainstream institutions of society. So to translate that to you, at the end of the day, no matter how we vote, we're all Americans and we're all on the same team. And we can at least all agree that, you know, we don't hate each other. We don't see each other as an enemy, right? But with the rise of the MAGA movement, there's a perception from one side, for example, that these people are not even American anymore. This is the Russian agents. Or these people, to be fair with you, are the globalists. They're not true Americans. So you have a level of enmity that just if you interpret it at the level of the information being communicated before January 6th even happens, at the level of the information being communicated, it is enmity. It's a position of political enmity.
No, I understand that, and I'm in agreement with you. Obviously, I've mentioned multiple times there are demographics within America that they have marked out as the enemy. The enemy, like that implies enmity. But we're talking about what makes them partisan, and that's not the sole distinction, because again, the friend-enemy distinction is the most clear case of the political in any context.
I'll explain that in 1 second, okay? If you just don't interrupt me. I'll explain, and not 1 second exactly, but not too long, okay? So the reason I'm saying the enmity thing matters is because that enmity is cut across the line of an established conventional form of politics that used to contain and be the vessel of political difference, and a completely new political movement that has its guns metaphorically pointed against that. And that's the distinction in which the enmity is based. One is unconventional, one is conventional. So one is partisan and the other is based in the hegemony.
No.
So what do I mean by partisan, by the way? Let me just do this simplifying, okay? One is partisan because it's actually a political stance. It's an actual political stance that will go so far as, yes, January 6th can be an example of that. But it's actually a real political partial subjectivity, partisan subjectivity. It's not like one system with two parties where, okay, no matter our differences, we're all on the same side. No, it's actually partisan, really partisan with regard to the entire system and the hegemony. So that's important. Real politics has not existed in America for a long time.
You said you were going to explain how it's partisan.
American politics, because here's why. Because before MAGA, politics in America is like a sports game. You have different sports and teams, but it's still the NBA, is still on the same court, right? MAGA is what upsets that. And that's what I'm trying to say. That's why the enmity thing matters.
Okay, but a partisan isn't just any splinter group within a political party, Haas. That's not what that means.
What? It's not about the political party. It's about the entire, basically, in functional, practical reality, the state. The state's
But we
in
already have multiple parties then. Parties themselves aren't simply partisan. Like, obviously, the term is a common root in German, but
I
when we're talking
agree.
about the partisan, we're talking
The
about something
two
different.
parties are not partisan. I agree with that because they're subsumed by a single hegemony. MAGA alone is truly, actually partisan, a real partisan stance.
But how? Here's where you're losing me, okay? Because you have a violent event.
Because it's a
no.
form of
Hang on.
political identity that goes beyond.
One sec. Just one sec. You have a violent event that sort of roughly corresponds to the kind of thing you would expect for a
No,
partisan
forget
movement.
January 6th. We don't have to mention it.
But if we forget it, we'd lose this one, and you want this one. This one's important, okay?
No, I don't even
This,
need
no,
it.
this one
Let's
helps
pretend it never
you.
happened yet.
This one helps you.
No, let's
This-
pretend it never even happened yet. Let's pretend it's January 5th right now, and let's have this debate. Because you get into the weeds of so much irrelevant bullshit. Let's just talk about what I was mentioning before. At the level of information, clearly
Okay,
there's
but then literally all you have then is like a subgroup within a party that is generally disdained. That's not a partisan.
but hold on, it's not a subgroup within a party because it has polarized the country down the middle.
But
okay?
but it didn't though, because the Republican Party, as we were talking about earlier, is itself bifurcated between MAGA and the Republicans.
Right,
and
but
the
who are-
divide is between
Hold on.
the two mainline parties, not between
But
them.
the Republican Party's bifurcated. What are the demographics? Is it really a popular social base of the rhinos? No, they don't have a popular social base. They have suburbanites that are rapidly
Well,
going
neither
over to
does
Democrats.
MAGA though. Like if
What?
you look at the
Yes, it does. MAGA does have a popular social base. If you go down to East Palestine, Ohio, and talk to a random guy, he'll be for MAGA. There's chances he will be. Who are you going to go find some random guy who likes Mitch McConnell? I'm sorry. If you go to the gas station, you're not going to find.
I think you're
who's a fan
not.
of,
No, you're not following me here. The point is whether or not there are a lot of people who are invested.
It's a popular.
in
It's a movement of the people. It's.
I know it's popular. I'm not saying it's not popular, but
Okay.
What was he even arguing against? Fuck.
So okay, Sunday, this is the debate. You're saying, obviously, my concept of the partisan is not identical to Schmidt's, but you're saying Schmidt directly contradicts mine, and that's not.
But
I don't think that's
but
what
he
you're saying.
does, and moreover, you don't
doesn't,
derive.
actually.
No, but
You
this
haven't
is-
given me one example.
You identifying this as a partisan movement is critical to your thesis, but you
Yeah.
seem to pull it from nowhere. So if you're just making it up,
No, I don't. I've given you multiple reasons why I think it can be characterized as a partisan.
yeah, but
movement.
every single one of your
because it
reasons are like this.
operates
Imagine,
outside. Hold on, because it operates outside the established form of politics. Done.
but it
Done.
doesn't though. It really
Okay,
doesn't.
why does then let's debate about that instead of arguing about semantics. Why don't you think it operates outside the established form of politics?
Because it engages in the same system as everybody else in the
So
same
you're saying
manner.
because they participate in the electoral process, that means it's not outside the established form of politics.
That would actually be a critical one, but in addition to that, they also use the same sources for propagandization, for propagandism.
Even if I were
Propaganda.
to concede that extremely tenuous and outright wrong point,
That's not tenuous.
What
You have
difference would
literally
it
nothing
make?
that distinguishes them except for fifis. Like that doesn't do it. I'm sorry.
no, what distinguishes them is that it's a unified movement built on collective distrust toward the status quo and toward the hegemony. That's not just fifis. That's actually like
But that also.
So,
the
for
other
example,
the other Republicans
Sunday-
also complain about the mainstream media
they might
and about
but hold
globalists
on,
and
they
about
might,
like all these.
they
like,
might they might
They
but
do.
ask them what they think
That's
about
their
the-
bread and butter.
They might, but ask them when push comes to shove, who is more likely to be critical of U.S. foreign interventions, the MAGA movement or these people you're mentioning? And why is that?
Them having policy preferences vis-a-vis foreign
It's not
intervention.
just policy preferences.
No. But
They
those
are
are policy
not
preferences, though. Huz,
consumed by the hegemony's agenda.
MAGA people are not flying to where the United States has military interests and subverting them.
They don't have, dude. Even the military.
But
First of all,
what
they
you're
don't have-
referring to are opinions. They're just
They
opinions.
don't have to. We're talking about the Third World War, according to Marshall I don't know how to pronounce his name. Information warfare. It's a national security concern, according to the military. It's important. What do you think the Russiagate thing was about? Do you think information war is not a theater of war? It is, according to the U.S. military. It is.
Okay, but a foreign power being speculated to bankroll a political movement within the country doesn't make that political movement partisan. It's actually kind of the opposite.
It definitely proves that according to the people in power, they don't see this movement as coming from their own hegemony. So whether they want to attribute it to Russia or Timbuktu,
but that doesn't
it's
matter.
not coming from their own houses, that's for sure. So that's the point.
That doesn't matter.
It does matter because it means that
look. There was a point in time. There was a point in time.
They're outside the established form of politics now, doesn't it?
There was a point in time when Catholic presidential candidates were heavily discriminated against on the grounds that they thought they would be influenced by the Catholic Church. That does not make
by
Catholic...
the hegemony. Hold on, by the post-war globalist hegemony that we're talking about. By what? By prejudiced people on the ground, prejudiced hillbillies living in some rural part of America. By whom were they accused of this? It matters because one represents the...
No, it doesn't. It doesn't matter because...
because one represents the hegemony of the homogeneous universal state, and the other represents prejudices of some potato farmer in Idaho.
What a political organization or movement is ontologically is not determined by what its critics call it. That doesn't work.
No, but nobody's reducing it to that, but it's clearly an example of how even the ruling class recognizes them as outside the established form of politics. If they're accusing Russia of being behind the MAGA movement every day, even the mainstream media recognizes
international media meddling is ubiquitous. It's done in both directions.
How could MAGA be an extension of the established form of politics when the established...
I didn't say it was an extension of the established form of politics. They engage.
So it's outside the established form of
conventional politics. No, they engage in conventional forms of politics.
Is it outside the established form of politics, yes or no?
No.
But then how could that be when they're accusing it of having Russian origin? Why would they say that?
Because them being accused of having Russian origins, even by the way, if they're correct, doesn't make them unconventional in terms of their political activities.
So is Russia part of the established form of U.S. politics?
What?
Do you think Russia is part of the established form of U.S. politics?
No.
And how can MAGA be coming from Russia?
I didn't say MAGA was coming from Russia.
But the establishment thinks it did.
It also doesn't matter if MAGA is coming from Russia. We're talking about the form of the organization.
Even the establishment recognizes MAGA doesn't come from the established form of politics because they think it comes from Russia, which you accept is not part of the established form of politics. Kind of simple, dude.
Sorry, what's simple?
That MAGA is not part of the established form of politics and is outside of it.
No. A partisan is not defined by being a part of established politics or being outside.
Okay, now we're back into semantics. We're back into semantics.
Not semantics. This is
we
the
are,
definition of the thing.
We just agreed that we're going to get out of semantics and talk about whether it's inside or outside the established form of politics.
As per...
Now you want to go back to what the definition of a partisan is. Dude, you're President Semantics. You're not President Sunday. You're President Semantics.
I'll take it. Haas, as per your insistence, we are discussing theory. This means we are discussing concepts. You need to be able to justify your concept.
Okay, my concept of the partisan, in the case of MAGA, one of the reasons MAGA is partisan is because it's outside the established form of politics. There's other reasons we can get into the weeds of, but you seem to object to the label of partisan.
No, because look. Here's how you define a concept, right? A thing is defined by being X, Y, and Z, and maybe not being...
No, it's not strictly just defined. That's a one-sided, undialectical view, because there's a lot of other things, too.
Well, no, it's not undialectical or one-sided.
It is undialectical.
No, because I've actually just referenced the corresponding...
Defining a thing
in the definition.
Reducing something to any kind of definition whatsoever, definition is undialectical.
That's what concept
undialectical.
Is.
Frederick Engels,
I understand that. But
Frederick Engels calls it undialectical explicitly, so that's what he thinks.
When I die, Marx will judge me. But when we're dealing with concepts,
well, I mean by dialectics what Engels.
When we're dealing with definitions, we are quite literally dealing with what a thing is and what a thing is not.
Okay, MAGA.
Even if we want to take a
I can
dialectical,
say-
no,
say-
because Haas, even if we want to take a dialectical approach, we have to know what the dialectic is between. If we can't differentiate our concepts, then we can't do that.
No, dialectics means you don't just look at something in a one-sided sense. You look at the broader.
No, but you need sides, right? That still implies lines between things.
Okay, but you
There's still
just brought up
definitions.
one. You've just brought up one, and there's multiple.
On what?
It's outside the established form of politics, and for example, it has a specific relation to the American.
It doesn't have to be outside the
Oh.
established form of politics. For example, for
Yeah, I
example,
think it does. I think it does.
it doesn't. For
To be
example,
partisan, it does. As far
no,
as my
not necessarily. Not necessarily.
okay, explain.
The reason why you end up being able to characterize revolutionary political actors as being partisans in present day is because we have the total politicization of the entire population. But for example, you can have partisans that are deeply embedded in conventional politics in the case of an invading force occupying a territory, and nonetheless, despite the fact that in international law they would have the right to govern with a certain minimal degree of humanity the area that they are occupying.
It's so stupid.
They're nonetheless
It's so
undercutting.
stupid, Sunday.
That's-
What conventional form of politics exists when a foreign country takes over your fucking? How does that? what conventional-
For example, it may be the case that this place is occupied, but they still maintain the institutions and the police force, and let them run more or less
which
autonomously.
no longer has
place.
any sovereignty.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't have sovereignty.
Okay,
But that
So
is
it's
neither here nor
outside-
there because we're not talking.
So it has no political power. Ergo, it is
Well,
not.
no,
established
because
politics.
no, it's been subsumed under the sovereignty of an invading force. But
Okay, but the sovereignty of the invading force is the.
but
newly
therefore,
established
but hang
form
on,
of
hang on. Just because of that,
Dude, this
though,
is so stupid. This is so.
no,
fucking
it's
stupid.
not because the
The
entire
established-
point. No,
the
Haas. The entire
It's
point
so
of the partisan.
stupid, dude.
No, the
What
entire
are you
point.
talking about?
Haas. The entire point of the partisan is that it's irregular vis-a-vis conventional
Okay, I can
state-based
nuke your
military
argument.
forces.
Let me nuke your argument. When an invading force comes
Nuke
and
my
takes over
argument,
your
Haas.
country, when the invading force comes and takes over your country, they become the new established form of politics. Any vestigial prior.
No. You're
Any
confused. The
vestigial
established
prior
form.
convention. Any vestigial
no.
prior convention of politics subsumed under their sovereignty,
Pause.
when weaponized against them, is indeed outside the established form of politics. Because the established form of politics is the
No,
invading.
the established form of politics is not
New-
defined by there being persistent sovereign.
Oh my
power.
God!
In
Yes,
fact,
it does because
No,
politics is about
that's why.
sovereignty.
No, Haas.
Yes, because politics is about
I thought you were a
power.
Marxist. Haas, the entire international system
Politics
of liberal.
is
Haas, stop
about-
interrupting for 5 seconds.
Wait. Okay. President Sunday.
The entire international system of liberal states is itself conventional, and if people are taking part in politics consistent with that, then vis-a-vis that, they are engaging in political conventions. This is why we have, for example, the idea of international law and the idea of the partisan, which specifically emerges from a case of an invading force having the occupancy of a region and then being undermined by what they would deem to be criminal actors on the tail as they pass through. Like this is like resistance movements and things like that. These are partisans.
And
So,
Haas. Yes.
so politics is based in power, and if this priorly established by convention form of sovereignty is recognized by some international system, then the international system is the real hegemony. In which case, it's not really a partisan movement, at least from a global perspective. It's part of the international hegemony you're talking about. If you're talking about that,
See, look, like you say this
politics
like this is
about
a
losing power.
no,
It's
but
not about-
you say this like this is a statement with context. Politics is about power. You may as well just say politics is super duper with how much content you put there.
But you know what's stupid, especially
Power is
because-
not defined
Schmidt
by
uses-
sovereignty.
Schmidt uses the example, for example, of the peasant rural agrarian partisan, which is very much rooted in forms of power or forms of politics at the village level and local level that are oftentimes subsumed by a greater force, and it's still deployed in a revolutionary way that's outside the established form of politics. So just because there's a structure that's
the reason though is because in the event of an occupying force with internal to the occupied territory a state of stability with a police force and with government in place, nonetheless actors can independently or as in some sense illicit groups can still engage in violent or insurrectionary action vis-a-vis the invading force. So, for example, you can have resistance movements that do not have the sanction of government, do not have the sanction of any like police force or any military, but nonetheless, by their own lights and direction, will bomb supply lines, will assassinate like enemy like officials or whatever, and like this is one of the reasons why as well. Schmidt points out that there may indeed need to be a situation which we have to consider the
What does that even have to do with
civilian
anything?
population as itself requiring protection from the partisans. Sorry?
Okay, but the fact, what are you saying? The partisans establish a new.
I'm saying the MAGA movement is not partisan. What you're talking about.
But that has none of what you just said. Because they're not bombing supply lines. What are you trying to say?
They're not doing anything that partisans do, and they vote conventionally like everybody else.
They're not doing any of the things Schmidt observed partisans to do in his time. But we're in an information warfare age where
Okay,
I have a
Oz.
new concept of the partisan. I just rejected the idea that Schmidt contradicts
Being an
mine
edgelord on
outright.
YouTube does not make you a partisan either.
No, it doesn't. But
Am I
being
not
part of a broader political movement that is built on collective distrust toward the reigning institutions of society, when you're situated in that context, you're part of a broader partisan
No,
movement.
Vosh, you're a liberal, remember? Sorry, what?
So yeah, Sunday, you haven't engaged with the point at all. You object to the view that MAGA is outside the established form of politics. I find that baffling.
But
You
your
haven't been
argument is only that you find it baffling.
So
It's
let
not
me
very compelling.
get to the President Sunday's argument is that MAGA is not outside the established form of politics. It's not bombing supply lines. Okay. Good luck. That has no explanatory value.
Hey, look, if you can produce something else, bombing supply lines is not exhaustive of all the things you can do that would be irregular. And by the way, unconventional is not my term. That's your term. Irregular is not exhausted by the unconventional, and the unconventional is not
these
sufficient to
fucking
ground the regular or the
Holy
irregular.
shit. Now we're going to hinge on the difference between irregular and
It's
unconventional.
a theoretical discussion, Haas. We are talking about the concepts
No,
you're
they're the
deploying,
same.
and if you're
You know
deploying
what?
them in a
I'm
way
going
that
to put my
doesn't
foot
track,
down and just say irregular and unconventional are the same fucking thing. Like,
they're not.
we're
though.
not, I'm not, this is such a
No, because
stupid-
the irregular can be contained within conventions, and indeed they are. Like, for example, the
No,
Geneva
they
Convention is partially
No, they
concerned with dealing with
Irregular okay.
irregular combatants.
Irregular and unconventional can refer and often do refer to the exact same thing. So we're going to
They
stop with this
can, but
semantic
not in this
difference.
case. In fact, if you've actually read Schmidt's
Okay.
essay, this is directly what he
President
talks about.
semantics. Let's get to the
That's not
objective.
semantics. This is actually the
No, this is
substance of
fucking
the theory.
semantics. This is fucking obscure semantics.
No,
This
it's
is
really
a-
short. Anybody can
No,
watch it. It's
they
like
can just
read
say-
it. It's like a 50-page
So
essay. It's short.
there can be irregular activity that is situated within regular activity. That's how fucking stupid you sound.
No. The category of the irregular can be subsumed under conventions, right? We're doing so when we talk about it right now.
The category of irregular can be subsumed by regularities.
No,
What a stupid
by
thing to say.
well, actually, yeah, a
Why
little
are
bit.
what
If
is
it's
so different
because it's
between
with
regular-
because it's not
so
absolute.
stupid.
No, Haas, it's not
It's such gibberish.
Haas. We're talking about international law here. We're not talking about like absolute metaphysical irregularity. We're talking about irregularity with respect to conventional military forces, as those are understood by the canon of military and political thinking.
Okay, what is the point of raising this pedantic, legalistic?
Because
What is
what
the
you're
point of
calling
raising that?
what you're calling a
talking about theory. We're not talking about international law.
international law is going to be it's law, Haas. What is law comprised of?
Because when someone refers to an
It has to be
unconventional-
interpreted. It's
Hold on. When
theoretical.
someone
and
refers to an
conceptual.
unconventional method of warfare and an irregular method of warfare, they tend to be referring to the same things.
Well, no, not necessarily. Unconventional.
I didn't
can,
say
for example-
necessarily. I said they
No,
tend to.
because this is
No,
actually
you mean
where.
they don't tend to.
No.
Okay,
This
say
is where.
that.
Haas, in the context of talking about military issues, conventional can refer, for example, to the types of weaponry deployed, but not actually.
But what I
directly-
said was conventional warfare.
But that does not touch on whether the units involved are regular or irregular. Like, for example, state armies can engage in unconventional warfare, but it can be comprised entirely of regular troops.
Okay, what's your point? I said in unconventional warfare. Irregular warfare and unconventional warfare.
Irregular warfare is referring to the types of actors involved, not the types of war involved.
I'm referring to the type of war.
In which case,
Irregular
once again,
warfare. Irregular warfare
in which
is
case, Haas, but Haas, if that is indeed where you're going to fall on this, then the sword you're falling on is you have one violent event that that stands apart from politics as usual, essentially,
we're living in,
which you
January
disavow.
5th, it's January 5th, 2021.
And that's it.
and never
Yes,
happened.
yes. That's what I just said. So what you've got then is you've got a bunch of meanie douchebags who happen to vote in a way that a lot of people don't like, and some people speculate that they were paid off by Russians at some point.
Okay.
But that's not irregular.
And those people just so happen to not carry the baggage.
Similarly, like a lot of them will refer to, will also accuse.
Okay. And those
like when you're invoking globalists, you're doing the same thing.
Okay, you're jibber jabbering. Those people happen to not carry the same baggage that, for example, the average political subject outside of the MAGA movement does. Therefore, it is much easier for actual partisan political ideologies, for example, to find fertile soil among the MAGA people.
Unconventional warfare.
Reason. So you're saying, it's a bunch of douchebags or whatever. Okay, those douchebags are more receptive. Like, who do you think, even if you want to refer to real warfare, where do you think the American militia movement will find more fertile soil? The MAGA movement or Starbucks baristas? It's like, it's so fucking stupid.
Hey, no, Haas. I'm not saying they can't be a partisan movement.
Who's calling for the abolition of the FBI? I don't know. Who's situating themselves against the entire state?
I think
I don't know. It's not the baristas.
A lot of people advocate for the abolition of the FBI. Haas.
But they're not. But nobody takes them seriously. They take the MAGA people seriously for a reason when they say that, because there's actual political sitting members.
Okay, I really, this conventionally irregular point is actually kind of important. Unconventional warfare includes drone warfare. Are drones partisans? Are drone pilots partisans?
Unconventional warfare can just refer to asymmetric warfare.
No, that's called asymmetric warfare.
No,
unconventional. No. You're actually wrong. Unconventional warfare refers to.
There are multiple.
No,
I get there are multiple senses of the word unconventional.
You're wrong here, though. Unconventional warfare.
There are multiple senses of the word unconventional. Unconventional can refer to
I've let you
things
speak
that are novel
just chill.
technological developments.
No.
They can also refer to what Carl Schmitt describes in asymmetric warfare.
Unconventional warfare is engaged in by an agent as a strategy. Asymmetrical warfare is a description of a situation in which you have one force that has some set of characteristics and another one that has different characteristics. So, for example, a state-based army versus a criminal insurgency.
Okay, we know what it means, but you're saying I can't use the word unconventional to describe that form of warfare, even though it was
no.
For all intents and purposes.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
When Schmitt was describing, for example,
Napoleon
fighting the Spanish guerrillas in Spain, or, for example, the forms of partisan warfare that emerged in World War II, which were unconventional, right? So
yes.
Okay, so unconventional
can, etc. Guerrillas.
Yeah, unconventional can describe guerrilla warfare.
What? No, that's asymmetric warfare by irregular forces.
It's so stupid. There's no sense in which one can refer to guerrilla warfare.
Well, one directly is invoking conventions.
You know what? Sunday. This is the jibber jabber palace of semantics. I don't want to dwell in this palace with you. Let's just get to the point of the actual debate. Besides semantics, please. I know you're stunned because you're President Semantics. You have nothing beyond semantics.
No. If we're getting to the point, then please, God, get to the point. I should have set an endpoint on this. That was a poor decision making on my part.
I figured you were a busy guy. You would just have we're gonna do this for an hour. Not.
Yeah,
okay,
I know.
Welcome to hell, people.
No. We're all here together as compatriots. Okay, the point, Haz. You mentioned a point. I missed those. What do you have to say, please?
Is that me or Sunday?
No, you were going to say Haz, so go right ahead. Let's coalesce this. Let's bring this to a non-partisan point.
Okay, well, he was objecting to my use of the word partisan to describe the MAGA movement, all I meant to, but I mean something very specific by that. He doesn't want to level with me there. So Sunday, so do you even intend to meaningfully?
No, I really do. But the problem, though, is that you're using terms in a contradictory fashion because
What's contradictory?
Can I explain? So when I say that no, a partisan has to engage in irregular action, and your point of reference for irregular action is they are in some sense unconventional, and your point of reference for unconventional is they have particular attitudes towards particular things, and you will even disavow the one case that would actually work in your favor of like an actually violent action that has insurrectionary potential.
I think it's I think Trump's, within the frame of information warfare, Trump's kind of phenomenologization of the American state in his MAGA movement is both irregular and unconventional.
How about this? So if we're talking about information, let's try and find like a corresponding equivalent in information warfare. Okay, what I would look for there is I would look for a political movement that is engaged in somehow in a serious way actually subverting the function of the mediums through which that information is conveyed. So that can range from like somehow subverting like algorithmic tools. It could be maybe you do the V for Vendetta thing and you hijack a TV station. I don't know, but something like that.
You realize information warfare also includes a war of soft power and ideology, not just the
okay, so it doesn't. Yeah. Okay, so it literally means nothing then to you. It's just whatever you need to.
No, because there is an ideological superstructure.
What is soft?
MAGA does obscure the ability for it to be disseminated.
Okay, but
that's what the whole fake news thing was about, that everyone was talking about.
Okay, but soft power isn't a form of politics. Soft power is the purposing of.
The government disagrees with you. The State Department disagrees with you. The governments of every country disagree with you.
No, the distinction between soft and no. The distinction between soft. The distinction between no.
Yes, it is.
Information war involves soft power because soft power includes information, but soft power and hard power are distinctions introduced by international relations theorist Joseph Nye to talk about the purposing of different types of forces.
There we go.
Compel political action.
What I mean, you have to give it etymological fucking.
That's not etymological though. I'm telling you.
I know it's not etymological, but you have to give some kind of like encyclopedic fucking description of the term.
No, the difference is.
Why are you so fixated on terms?
Because I know what they mean, and you're making it up as you go.
No, dude, we don't need an encyclopedia, a Wikipedia article for every word I use. We don't need to go through. In 1704, it was the first usage of this term by Joseph Semantics.
But you introduced these terms, and you haven't justified them. Okay, and that would be fine by itself if all you were doing was just naming things.
This is a perfect example.
No, hang on. Wait.
Example of your bad faith debate tactic. What do I mean by soft power? What do I mean by information warfare?
What do you mean by soft power?
Okay, what I mean by soft power is that MAGA is engaged in forms of information that contradict the soft power aims of U.S.
But you're not defining soft power. You're just involving soft power in another sentence about something else.
Okay, soft power are the forms by which the U.S. exercises its hegemony that are not correctly.
Soft power by itself. What is it? When you say the U.S. uses soft power, what are they using?
I was literally trying to give a description of that, but
I don't believe you. Can you just do it, okay?
All right, then it's not, if you don't believe me, then how can I say it? You're just gonna keep interrupting me because you don't believe me a priori. Like, dude, let me talk. Okay? Soft power is cultural. Soft power is through the media. Soft power is through what ideas are being spread. Soft power is what kind of sentiments are being cultivated. Those are all forms of soft power, for example. Do you believe me now, Sunday?
So when you say because they engage in information warfare, the content of that is they engage in information warfare because you just recapitulated that.
Dude, because look, I could literally what does the word "the" mean?
It's an article specifying a particular.
So the just means the?
No, it's an article specifying a particular.
So the just means
I am referring to.
All you just said was the means the, dude. we're never going to be able to communicate now because you're trying to like. Do I literally have to?
Hang
do
on.
I literally have to like have a lightning bolt and like?
I'm just a little
do I have
confused.
to, like, throw up-
Are
do
you
I have to,
no no
like,
are you
across the Discord
pause
video screen and like
pause
kind of enforce the
pause is your example of me being pedantic
the meaning of
based
words?
on
Like, dude, all words are, all words are metonymic, right? They're always going to refer to other words that, in a tautological way, just describe what that word means.
Wait.
I'm trying to give you examples.
No, that's not true.
Hold on.
That's not true.
President Sunday.
That 1000% it's true.
Hold on one moment. President Sunday.
Yes.
Make your point, and then I would like to say something. Go ahead, please.
No, you go ahead. I got nothing.
Okay. So this is we're arriving at, and when I say we're arriving at, what I mean is we've been at for nearly 4 hours, an insurmountable gap. Okay, this is a river that you cannot cross, and this is a difference in communication styles. It is, in the humble opinion of this moderator, the responsibility of people trying to communicate their ideas to understand the language of the people they're talking to. You two speak very different languages. This might literally be insurmountable. So the goal then is to understand the concepts that are being discussed, the basic ideas, on a fundamental enough level that you can talk through it without needing to grasp the subtleties of the language that's being used. We've been arguing the definition of partisans for a long time now. I'm willing to bet that whichever of you came out on top, if ever there could be a winner in that discussion, it would be immaterial to the broader point, or at least very minorly so. Probably because this is one of what could be like an innumerable number of such discussions. So, leaving aside definitions, if we could avoid definitions entirely, if we could just communicate as much as is possible in a vibes-based fashion, let's move on to the next point. Obviously, working away from definitions means that it's difficult to mount a more systemic critique, President Sunday, because definitions are important. They're not unimportant. They're just leading us in a really circular conversation. So, if at all possible, I would like it if we could gesture at definitional problems rather than getting into the weeds, because we clearly can't get anything from that. Is that fine with both of you? Because I don't think there's an alternative.
Yeah. So I will try.
You've said yeah, Haas. Oh, sorry, not Haas. You're Haas. President Sunday as well. Yeah, or
I would like to make one final remark, if that's all right. It's a short one.
Okay, as long as it's a pair to Haas's yeah. Affirmation, disagreement. Go ahead.
I just want to note, as like a final observation on this, that he has simultaneously denied Russia's involvement in MAGA while also relying on Russia's involvement in MAGA in order to justify it being.
I didn't. All I need to rely upon is the accusation that Russia's involved, which implies that at the very least, the ruling hegemony doesn't think it comes.
Well, that's weaker than them actually being involved, so that's not great either. But whatever.
Yeah, so you were wrong on that point.
Well, I wasn't.
It doesn't mean Russia has to be behind it. It just means that there's a perception, even among the ruling class, it's not coming from them, it's coming from somewhere else. I think it comes from the American people, not Russia, by the way. And I think the American people are just as alien to the elites as Russia is. And that's my whole point about why they're partisan.
You mean the American people who are like slashed down the middle by MAGA? That's now
the people who were left behind and forgotten about completely.
The real people.
By the establishment. The people who lost all their jobs in the Midwest and the flyover states and so on. But anyway, it shouldn't have gotten that deep. I'll just simplify it really completely. I think that MAGA has disrupted American politics in an unprecedented way, and that anyone who's interested in alternative political ideas in general will probably have a better chance working within the MAGA movement than working within.
Hang on, this is the commercial.
Okay, well, I'm just trying to make a point for you to disagree with, but...
No, we're not, because we're moving on to the next section, whatever that is. I'm not...
Okay, well, I was trying to move it on to something, but you...
I agree that this semantically counts as a closer to the previous topic of discussion. Haas, continue what you were saying, and then President Sunday, your final thoughts, and then we will move on.
No, we can close that other one, if that's... Because I thought that other one was just a black hole, and I'm going to reset it so we can actually debate.
Do you have any final thoughts then, President Sunday, on that specific subject?
Not really, no.
Okay. So, since you're the one mounting the critiques then, President Sunday, was there another subject you wanted to bring up? Again, I know it's a long document, and I have no idea how far down
it's a very long document, and the essence of what I was what I was primarily interested to discuss was the conceptual stuff that leads to this conclusion, which is what we were just talking about before, which is why we got hung up on the partisan thing, because that's what all this hinges on. I'm not sure what else there is to talk about. I suppose it's a little bit, except for once again remarks on like the strangeness of some sentences. So, for example, one thing that just sticks in my mind is, quote, "A complete takeover of the Hitlerite kind is all but now inevitable, which will attempt to satisfy the patriotic aspirations of the MAGA movement into consensus for war, a war which will seek to preserve the power of the bankers and globalists." It's odd, but there's not a whole lot else to go off of here.
Want to go deeper on it? What you find out about it, or
no? Because we're just gonna loop. So I don't know. Is there anywhere you want to go?
I brought it up, but I stand by that statement.
Yeah, but you understand why it's funny, right?
Can you define funny for me? I think
not even as a joke. Just not even not just why do you know why?
So do you have anything besides jokes, Sunday?
No, I want an answer. That I think that was a valid question, Haas. Do you understand why he might have an issue with that statement, just at the face of things?
My best guess is that he is confused about why there's tendencies in MAGA which might be exploited for a consensus for war, while there's also simultaneously tendencies that can be in the other direction. I think it's an intermediate strata generally, and that's the whole point of kind of Gramsci's idea of hegemony, and even Lenin's notion of the two tactics, where he wrote about.
What I'm getting at here is that is that you fear a takeover of the Hitlerite kind, which is all but now inevitable, but then you place the responsibility for this fear on the nefarious actions of bankers and globalists.
The ruling class, yeah, who are definitely both bankers and globalists, oil bankers in particular, if you need to know. But yes, globalists as well. I mean, if you want, you can just say beneficiaries of the unipolar American system if you don't like globalists, but it's pretty much the same thing.
No, because
what
beneficiaries isn't definite. You're not referring to a particular group of person. Like,
is any
who doesn't benefit in some capacity from?
So
okay,
wait, really quick before this spirals out, really quick. You said it was funny, President Sunday. Why? Is it the ambiguity of the term globalist? Is it the idea that a beneficiary could?
It's maybe the juxtaposition of bankers and globalists as a nebulous world manipulating cabal, as the hypothetical or theorized.
Not a cabal.
It's not a cabal. Okay, they're
nope.
They're partisans.
Globalists. Okay, to be honest, globalists probably refers to like more like, you know, think tank people. The ideas that are coming from the think tanks, and the bankers are referring to where the money for those think tanks is coming from. That's just don't reduce it all to the think tanks, but that's an example.
No, but you know goddamn well that you worded this in such an ambiguous way so that somebody who wants to read Jew there will read Jews.
You know what's funny?
That was funny.
You thought Jew. Globalism is referring to the post-war globalist. That's not, I don't think, at least, that's not a primarily Jewish thing. Jews in the traditional anti-Semitism are accused of being internationalists. Internationalism
as opposed to globalists, internationalists as opposed to
because globalism is encompassing not just continental Europe and maybe the Americas, although anti-Semitism was never that popular in the Americas, but through continental Europe there was the idea that the Jews are internationalists, they're not loyal to any of us. And they stabbed us to the back in World War I. But the global system, I don't even think in most people's head, if I
Okay.
tell a MAGA person, yeah, the globalists, they're gonna be like,
Sure,
yeah,
but
that's Jews. I don't think they're gonna think Jews, right?
you're a Duganist who primarily relies on people like Schmidt and Heidegger, and you're trying to appeal to the MAGA movement.
I could probably accept Schmidt and Heidegger are probably anti-Semitic in some sense, but Dugan is not.
If you say so.
But by the way,
where do you
how can
want to where do you
explain-
want to go next? I don't know.
I don't know. So
my analysis here is exhausted largely because it was intractable in literally every.
By the
Well,
way,
I'd like to
Yeah.
add something, if I may.
Yeah.
I stepped out of line a little while earlier by being a bit too inquisitory and doing more of a debate than a moderator thing. That's just me sliding into familiar habits. But I do want to ask this, Haz. Regardless of how you may feel about the term, I'm sure you're aware of the fact that Nazis do use globalist as a dog whistle. Obviously, that doesn't mean the term.
I am, but I think that's more of a niche internet ideology kind of thing. Whereas on the ground, when I talk to people and they say globalist, who are not like terminally online, like boomers, for example, they do not mean Jews. They are talking about, people in Washington and they're not. They don't. I don't think anti-Semitism is that prevalent on the ground as it is online among younger people.
I agree that
So-
lots of people use the term outside of an anti-Semitic context. I mean, if you go back and you look at some of the stuff that Bernie Sanders has said, for example, if you were really uncharitable, well, he's Jewish, but if you were really uncharitable, you could be like, what do you mean by that? So it's not so much like the innate definition of the term or anything like that, but it is such an ambiguous term. Like, to you, I ask, you say globalism.
I
That can mean a
think-
lot of stuff. Do you mean like food? Like, they say a kebab on every corner, right? Do you want every
Yeah.
country to be a cultural...
Well, I think I'm referring to this kind of the ideology of the unipolar American system built after World War II. But I think it's inherent in the nature of anti-Semitism that, of course, when you say the ruling class, when you say those who rule us and those in power, just because you're not qualifying some specific theoretical analysis, will some people read that and say, oh, you're talking about Jews? Of course they will. But I don't think you bear the responsibility for that unless you say it's Jews.
On the subject of Dugan, does he not distinguish between quiet, loyal, good Jews and bad Jews who are the rest?
Where does he do that?
This is referenced in a couple of places. I am not a massive Dugan reader, but this seems to be...
I am a Dugan reader, and I've never heard him say anything of that sort.
You might want to get up on that a little bit, because it seems like this is a thing
I'm
that a
asking
lot
you
of
to
people are
cite your
talking about.
sources on Dugan's anti-Semitism.
Oh, I just searched Dugan and Jews because I was curious, and it seems to be a fairly ubiquitous point on that.
Okay, give me citations.
Well, actually, give me 1 second. Yoram Hazony apparently has an interesting quote. That would be an interesting one. Bear with me for 1 second.
Just read it out and tell me where it's from.
This is from Dugan by Yoram Hazony, who is a Jewish conservative in the United States, if you're familiar with him.
Okay, so is
the
the
United States? He
Dugan
might
primary
be
source?
somewhere else. This from Dugan, quote, completing the Palestinian genocide is also part of the Zionist plans. Then there will come a period of Jewish rule on a global scale when the peoples of the earth recognizing the supremacy of the Jews and submit to them. This is what Israel lives on.
Where did Dugan say that?
This is quoted in the Asia Times, I believe. Let me pull this up.
Yeah, please find the primary source, because
Give me a
doesn't
second.
really sound like Dugan.
I'm getting there. It kind of does, though, honestly.
Okay.
Here we go. Dugan is a Russian. Okay, so in his May 6 essay for the Chinese website, which is called. Here we go. Dugan's website, which is defunct, which makes sense. So this is older. But the quote is, the traditional pre-modern European order was defeated and completely destroyed at the beginning of the 20th century. That's not the quote. Hang on. Here we go. Sorry, it's up here. I was reading a quote from somebody else. No. On the article, it breaks after a photo of Dugan to somebody else.
So where's the quote?
Hmm?
The quote, dude.
Right here. The Zionists did not recognize either the decision to create a Palestinian state.
Where's
or
the primary
issue of
source for that?
What? Well,
Do
it
you
appears to
link
be
primary
from Dugan's website now defunct. We're not here to debate this. I was just
Hold on,
pointing out that this seems to be a common thread.
because I would be surprised if Dugan said that. So
Well,
link it.
the primary source is defunct. It was Dugan's website. It's no longer.
Oh, so it
accessible.
doesn't. Oh, so it's. I guess we just have to take whoever's word.
No. But I'm not leaning on
Yeah.
Dugan being anti-Semitic. I just looked out of curiosity and I found a bunch of
All right.
quotes that seem to
Well,
refer
I'm
to
not
him.
familiar with any.
So this seems to be there's a lot of discourse about him being anti-Semitic, so it might be worth.
Yeah, he's accused of that. He's accused.
But
of
he's
that.
accused of that with quotations. So if you want to prove those
No.
quotations are false, that would be interesting.
I just want you to cite them from things he's actually said or written.
Source or.
And by the way, the reason I know Dugan is not anti-Semitic
Jews.
is because he has routinely defended Judaism as a legitimate traditional religion of Russia.
Okay, sure, but that's
also-
like how Richard
He's
Spencer.
also- he's
no.
also
But
argued-
hang on.
Dugan
Richard
has also
Spencer.
argued-
Richard Spencer insists
I
that
don't care.
other races should also have their own state to maintain their own cultural.
But Dugan
distinctiveness.
doesn't say
make
that.
him not a
Dugan says
racist.
Jews who are Russians are brothers, and their religion is a part of our civilization.
Yeah, but he defines
Dugan-
being Russian by being quiet and submissive to the Russian state.
Okay, I don't know what you're talking about here, but Dugan also says that he admires many of the aspects of Jewish mysticism and the Kabbalah and so on. I don't ever see him
Doesn't matter.
say anything anti-Semitic, anything bad about Jews. I've never seen it. It would be a surprise to me, actually. But it's interesting how Jews just get brought up for no reason. I just think that's
Well, no, they got brought up in this context because you're referring
But
to
who is mentioning where did
bankers
this
and
stuff come
globalists in the context of fearing a Hitlerite
from? Yeah,
takeover.
we are ruled by bankers and globalists. That is indeed true. Rockefellers.
when you're
were
specifically
Dude,
appealing.
Rockefellers are not even Jewish. Rockefellers
when you're
are the oil bankers.
Sure,
The oil
when you're specifically
bankers are the
appealing,
Rockefellers,
when
and
you're
they're not Jewish
specifically
at all.
when you're specifically appealing for merging communism with the MAGA movement in particular, which is who you're.
So do you want to know why bankers and
globalists?
globalists matter? Because that's the form of monopoly capital today. I'm a Marxist-Leninist. It's supposed to be
God.
united front against monopoly capital. That's the whole.
You're not a Marxist-Leninist though, because you keep defaulting to fetishizing the universal state. That's not a Marxist-Leninist position. That's a Hegelian position, which is the root of fascist ideology.
No, it's not. It's
Yes, it is. That's literally what the doctrine of
No,
fascism directly
Alexander
corresponds to.
Kozev.
Giovanni Gentili
Nope,
was.
nope. It's,
Yes.
Hegel
Yes.
is not the legitimate basis of Giovanni Gentili, who departs and breaks.
He was a
from-
Hegelian. What are you talking about?
Giovanni Gentili breaks from Hegel in the most fundamental of ways. He's not a real Hegelian. He's
Not there, he doesn't.
Yes, the universal state is also employed by Kojev to describe the Soviet Union. I think Stalin would agree with it. Kojev wrote a letter to Stalin, completely. You can read it yourself. But no, it doesn't only. I mean, it originates with Hegel, yeah. But
Well, Stalin
I
said
argue
so.
that. So, if you want to know the Marxist-Leninist position, which is the socialism in one country thing, civilization states and universal states will indeed survive, possibly for hundreds of years, before the final dissolution of the state as such. But the Soviet Union, in Marxist-Leninist doctrine at least, can be described as a universal state, and there's nothing about that that's incompatible with Marxism-Leninism.
No,
because
no, it's
Marx-
actually direct. That's why Marx literally wrote the Critique of the Philosophy of Right, which was directly criticizing Hegel for
But if a
fetishizing the Prussian
universal
state as a
state-
universal
If a
form.
universal state is based in the proletarian dictatorship, then Marxist criticisms don't apply because it's based in class struggle.
But it's not a universal state if you still have class struggle schisming the whole thing, right? That's
Yes,
why
it
it's
is.
not a
That's
universal state.
precisely what makes it universal.
But it's not though.
Yeah, it
you
is because
still
the
have
proletariat
class
is the
divide.
universal class. So a state based on the dictatorship of the proletariat, which is suppressing the development of
It's
all.
not the universal class if they have to be dictators, right?
Yes, it is because class. You didn't listen to my opening statement. Class does not refer to discrete, strictly defined social formations fighting. It refers to
But it does, though.
oscillations. It refers to virtualities competing over intermediate strata. So there's no pure proletariat or pure bourgeoisie. It's a virtual orientation. It's not like classical physics of billiard balls hitting each other in the fucking in empty space. It's referring
no
to
classes.
tendencies. It's
Classes.
referring to orientations.
No, it's not just referring to orientations.
Yeah, it is.
Classes are defined by having real control over real resources or lacking thereof, or having real relationships based on production or the sale of labor.
How does that control work? This is like Marxist critique.
What do you mean? How
about
does that control work?
Because you think somehow that this is like the aggregate of individuals.
How does who owns the material of production control work?
How do they own it? Do they own it as the sum total of individuals enter into a Lockean agreement with each other to own it on a basis of individual discrete?
No, by social convention, the state reinforces their decision-making capacity with respect to its products and its the space.
It's social, not individual. So yeah, class.
What?
Does class refers to something social?
Of course, there's social classes, Haas.
Yeah, that's my point, dude. So you can
I feel like I'm having a stroke.
First of all, the proletariat is identified by Marx as the universal class of capitalist society. It is the class which epitomizes the universal interests of all of society and all of humanity. Point one, okay? In a proletarian dictatorship, when this class is elevated to the status of the supreme subject of politics in a dictatorship, that means you indeed do have a universal state whose interests coincide with the interests of the whole country.
No, apparently
rather than a specific
somebody has a link to the Dugan clip. Send it to me on Twitter. Don't try to post it to YouTube. I can't see it there.
Back to the Dugan stuff.
No, it's interesting.
Okay. All right.
This is purely for your benefit. You've been educating me. I want to return the love.
Okay. I'd love to hear what this is. See what this is.
I think Vosh is completely checked out at this point.
Nope, still here.
What are you playing?
I'm not playing anything. I've been staring blankly forward for the past 4 hours.
Oh.
I'm fully engaged, locked and committed. All of my neurons are right here with us, open and vulnerable to the shelling they've been taking.
You got it yet, Sunday?
Hang on. People are.
I don't think you're gonna get it, but
Not everyone is as technically savvy as I am.
So how's everyone's night going? Good?
No, I feel like death. I'm glad the power hasn't gone off yet. That's been good.
Yeah, I got some coffee. It's really helped.
I caught some kind of cold the other day, and just everything hurts. Like I'm fine. I'm just intensely uncomfortable.
I'm sorry. What about you, Haas? How's your superior... What archaic ethnic term do you use to describe yourself? Haas.
Yeah.
How are you doing?
What ethnic term?
Yeah, don't you have a term? What do you describe yourself as? There's like a YouTube video on this. It's like a thing.
He's a Mongolian Khan, isn't he?
Is it Mongolian? Yeah. How are your superior Mongolian genes holding up? How you doing?
Well, it is certainly a night and a debate.
Those are both true. Over in Russia, it's actually the day.
So are we waiting for Sunday's thing about
Web
Dugan?
archive. Okay. Yeah, apparently I found it. Give me 1 sec. Translate to English. Oh, there's a video. Which is playing automatically. Can I stop this? I don't know if this is going to be TOS. I'll have to read quickly. Oh god, this is a massive brick of text. I don't know what this is, guys.
Well, after this conversation, you should be familiar with those, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm this isn't helpful, guys. I don't know what you're looking at here exactly. But I don't think this is the thing that we're looking for. Oh, here we go. Oh, hang on, I see. So it was the...
Can't we just assume that Dugan is anti-Semitic because all Russians are evil? That's the logic I've been using for my streams for the past year and a half. Works out for me.
That's the quote. I can't remember what the quote was, though. It was too long.
Tough crowd.
Well, Hawes, was there anything you wanted to talk about, or are we just going to sit here sulking while
I
Vault
thought you
Republic
were
turns into a
going to
marshmallow?
provide something for the Dugan thing, but
Well, I'm not invested in Dugan being an anti-Semite. I looked at it when you said he wasn't.
I mean, you just
out
brought
of
it up
curiosity.
again, so I thought it was going to be your saving.
No, because you were
Right.
insisting that you were just completely innocent when you were once again appealing to the mega group in particular with bankers and globalists as the
Yeah, I think I am
big
innocent.
historical bugbears.
I think I am innocent.
Uh-huh. Oh, here we go. Right. Got it. Here it is. Bless you, Web Archive. So we pulled this up. I'll put it into
Can you share it in the group chat?
Yeah. Give me 1 sec. Just let me confirm this quickly. So here we go. So global scale. The completion, yeah, here we go. You'll have to translate it, but here I'll send it to you in particular. The completion of the genocide of the Palestinians is also included in these Zionist plans, and in their opinion, there will come a period of Jewish rule on a global scale, the fifth monarchy, when the peoples of the earth, the Goyim, recognize the supremacy of the Jews and submit to them. Who's he talking about? They're all having violated the Talmudic commandments, the Zionist leaders, in fact, yeah. So it's... Yeah. It's not like a Hitlerite approach to it, but it's...
So isn't he just describing ultra nationalist currents of Zionism? Not what he
I mean,
thinks,
he might
but-
be. I'm not a fan of Yoram Hazoni. I'm not invested in defending the integrity of what he says. I'm just saying there's a lot of people talking about this. I am not... I don't have to hinge anything on whether or not Dugan is an explicit anti-Semite or not.
Yeah, I think he's just describing what some crazy people believe, not what he thinks.
Oh, well, there you go.
No love lost between you two, huh? No banter?
What's your favorite sword on the wall there, Hawes?
Haas, you have to answer the question.
So, I mean, just to be clear, Dugan's also making a lot of like opposite of anti-Semitic arguments here. He's saying that Zionism is against the Jewish religion and stuff from the Orthodox Jewish perspective. So it's interesting you use this source.
Someone just sent this to me. I don't have this to hand.
All right.
I think Dugan's a shit political theorist. I am not invested in him also being like a Nazi.
Yeah, but I think things like that matter when we're talking
And
about.
he's not far off. He's an apologist and theorist for a murderous, aggressing fascist regime, but that's beside the point.
So do you have no objections to raise anymore?
I have myriad objections. However, I am. We've canvassed, I think, the extent of what our generous host is able to.
Whoa, no,
survive.
I'm not the weakest link here. Don't you quit on my account. I got my coffee. I'm fine.
Well, what do you want to talk about, Oz?
You can also stop if you want to. I'm not locking you both here.
I can't. I am unable to. It's a rule now.
How are you doing, Haas?
Well, you seem to have objections, Sunday, and it just seems like you're unable to defend those objections without getting into the weeds of semantics.
Well, no, when you're giving definitions of things and you're
Okay, instead
completely
of
failing to justify them.
accuse me of using words inappropriately, which is already tenuous.
Not
you, like,
inappropriately, contradictorily and inconsistently.
Yeah, which you haven't been able to support, and that's why we can't get into the weeds of that, because it's a loop.
Well, no, I would love to
Can
be
you
able to
make
just like
an effective argument against my political theory or my position? For example, do you think it's in contradiction with Marxism? Do you think it's somehow?
do I think yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, it is.
sure. Why is that?
Well, for a start, you're once again like moving heaven and earth in order to justify orienting this around a particular community that is originating on the basis of capitalist expansion and exploitation. So the Telluric.
Hold on, to be clear, you're referring to the United States of America as a polity.
Yes. The
Okay.
Tellurianism of the
Wait. Then how do you?
Hang on. I'm not done yet. The Tellurianism of the MAGA movement is one that's going to be rooted on a community that established itself by exterminating and abusing the natives and enslaving Africans and other people.
Okay, but speaking of Marx and Marxism, are you aware of what Marx and Engels themselves thought about this community that you're saying is the worst thing ever? Because Engels actually advocated for the annexation of Canada. Marx defended, I don't even agree with him on this point, but he was so fanatically pro.
It's like the most agreeable thing I've ever
He was so fanatically
Engels
pro
say.
19th century America. He defended the annexation of Mexico. He famously, in a racist quip, called the Mexicans lazy Mexicans, and he was glad the America expanded and took over Mexico. So not saying I even agree with Marx in that regard. I think it was mistaken. But Marx and Engels thought, in his letter, especially to Abraham Lincoln, they thought that 1776 was a revolutionary development and that the United States was a legitimate community and soil for socialism. As a matter of fact, Engels said that even European socialism, in some sense, originates in the Americas and the original settlements and the Shakers, which Engels uses as an example directly. Both Marx and Engels are almost ubiquitous. They're very clear that
okay.
They think America is the future, land of the future.
Okay, but Haas, okay. But Marx and Engels were also racist. It isn't like the stinging retort that you think it is.
But we're talking about Marxism. You're saying I'm not.
We were talking about Marxism for a reason, right?
You're saying I'm not Marxist because I'm trying to.
I'm saying the fetishization of historical states is.
What do you mean fetishization?
What I mean, treating them as if they have, in your language, some deeper underlying reality.
Yeah. So the Communist Manifesto says the class struggle will be national in form. Ever since then, real Marxism has acknowledged that all class struggle is national in form.
But that doesn't mean the nation is the end. You have situated the nation.
No one's talking about the end, but we are talking about the definite context within which class struggle is.
But you are though, if you are situating the nation or the land or something like that as in some sense a deeper reality, beneath convention or beneath like historical change or whatever. You would even go so far as
Well,
to say,
no, the notion that a civilization, or we're not going to use that word, is deeper than the artificially contrived modern state is in no way opposed to Marxism.
but it's
How is
not
it?
deeper than the artificially contrived state because it's
But that's
generated
a
by state
materialist.
action.
You realize that's a materialist insight, right? The idea that the real, for example,
Well, that's neither.
Lenin. I'll give you an example of this. So I think Lenin was a Marxist. You might disagree. If you say Lenin's not a Marxist, then there's no common meaning we can have. But Lenin says, for example, as simply and as readily as he says, for example, we want to abolish the modern state. That's what Lenin said. So how will laws be enforced? Well, Lenin says, as simply and as readily as any crowd of civilized people, even in modern society, interferes to put a stop to a scuffle or prevent a woman from being assaulted. And secondly, we know the fundamental social cause of excesses, which consist in the violation of the rules of social intercourse. So he recognized these rules of social intercourse that are somehow not reducible to modern states. I am situating those rules of social intercourse into the deeper
I'm not. Well, hang on.
civilization.
There's a difference between saying that all norms and conventions reduce to modern states and saying that there is a civilizational
They
net,
exist deeper
in which-
than the modern state, yes.
but they don't exist deeper than the modern state. Just because they
But
exist
Lenin
apart
thinks
or
so.
independently does not mean
But
they're
Lenin
deeper.
thinks so. But Lenin thinks so. He thinks when the state is gone, they will still be there.
Well, no, because civilization has not been invoked there. Neither is nationality. What we're talking about in that case.
It is definitely.
No, we're just talking about other forms of
It
association.
is
and culture than the
invoked. He
state.
says the word civilized people. Of course, it's invoked.
Well, civilized doesn't necessarily refer to a civilization as a discrete unit, right? Like
So
we talk
Lenin
about,
uses the word
we use
civilized.
but that this is where once again, like the distinction between civilization as a cultural unit that has an inside and an outside, and civilization as a process of essentially a kind of cultural education. That's where these two things are distinct.
No, you're
So
taking.
when he's
you're
talking about
taking
civilized,
things out of your
like we
ass.
will refer to civilized as like people who are well mannered sometimes. We're not therefore invoking like a specific type of political entity.
But what Lenin's saying, in my view, implies there is a deeper texture of social relations
Than the state, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's civilization, right?
Well, I think it's civilization, and I think Lenin would agree with me, and I think the Russian state, Soviet state, agreed with that insight. I think even Stalin agreed with that insight. He said, for example, in the aftermath of the invasion of Hitler, he said the Hitlers come and go, but the German people remain. The German, basically, civilization remains. So there was a recognition within Marxism, Leninism, that civilizations are indeed deeper than modern states. In practice, I mean, and then when we get to Mao in China, it's like game over, dude. That's not even up for dispute. The idea that China is a deeper civilization than the various states contending in the
China is a massive and highly varied place.
Well, I'm just telling you what Chinese Marxists think, and they're Marxists. They have no problem referring to China as a civilization deeper than the modern state. And if they're not Marxists, I guess I'm not Marxist.
Is that because they have a robust reason for doing so, or because the policy of the Chinese Communist Party recently has been to try and foment nationalism to patchwork?
But it's not recent.
It's
not recent
myriad
at all.
social schisms.
It's not recent at all. Even before they
No,
came.
it's not that recent. It's going on for like 30 or so years.
No,
More longer
no.
than that,
Before
even.
Mao, when Mao was a guerrilla in the 1930s fighting Japanese, in the late 1930s, there were yearly tributes paid by the Chinese communists to Genghis Khan for being, and this is in their own words, having fundamental contributions to Chinese.
Oh, okay, that's cool, but you're invoking just once again like another propagandistic reason for doing this.
Well, Mao was a Chinese Marxist, and Chinese Marxists
and a partisan, by the way, and a partisan.
Yeah,
that would be an example.
But
of a
Chinese
partisan.
Marxists clearly understood unequivocally, there's no room for dispute, that civilization's deeper than just modern states. Not just
Well,
recent.
I mean, and that's why they desecrated.
And you're going to say, well, that just served
destroyed.
their political purpose. I mean,
No. I was going to say, and that's why they destroyed and desecrated all of the Confucian.
who are you to say that?
What do you mean, who am I? This is a matter of historical record.
They didn't destroy all of it, but if
They
there
destroyed
was
most of it. In fact, they made a big show of bringing them back out
who are you to
recently and
say that's
restoring
not
them.
part of? Who are you to say that's not?
In fact, it
part
was a
of?
big thing in 2008 when
Do you think?
when I think was
Yeah,
Xi
keep
Jinping
talking
was
about it.
quoting Confucius.
It's not
at the
like we just
Olympics.
got your point and you're just talking about it. Okay, we got the point.
No, I haven't finished speaking. You don't know what my point was. Hoss.
We got your point. It happened during the Cultural
But you didn't though. No, I wasn't talking
Yeah,
about
we
the Cultural
did.
Revolution. I was talking about 2008.
Okay, talk about 2008 or 2023. It doesn't matter. There's nothing written that says civilizations can't undergo these iconoclasms where they radically try to overturn prior traditions.
Okay,
That happened.
but then
History
it begs the question though. You say the German people remain, but Hitler's come and go. Okay, what are you referring to then? The people clearly don't
We're
remain
referring
because
to
they
an
died.
organic
Their
historical
ethics don't
process.
remain
We're
because
referring to
they.
a- I was going to answer, but you wanted to keep talking. But I
Right.
was referring.
But you were I was answering you. Like.
But I'm referring to
But
an
you were already
organic.
interrupting me.
All right. So
If indeed the Hitlers come and go, but the German people remain, well then how do you account for the radical restructuring of Germany? The obvious
yeah,
fact
because
that all Germans die,
civilizations change. They change.
but you're
You know
referring
that,
to it as a
right?
deeper reality. What
So
are you talking about then?
so the changes underwent by civilization does not eliminate the continuity because it's still the same people's history and development. It's not like there's some idol and then if you burn the idol, the civilization disappears. It's not like there's a statue that
but
the whole civilization
for
hinges on.
something to change, right? It has to have some fixity as well. There has to be something that is enduring the change. It's not just dying and being replaced by something else. It's changing.
Yeah, the people's history. That's what history is. A people's history. That's what history of civilization is. This is like the Archimedes.
But clearly not, because multiple peoples can comprise a civilization and they never interact.
They have to interact in some way.
Well, not necessarily, because civilization doesn't involve them constantly interacting with each other.
You mean
There's family
individuals?
similarities.
Of course, not every individual interacts, but historically constituted peoples, like I'm sorry, I don't. You mean this individualistically or like different ethnic groups? Because within a civilization, all the groups do interact in some way, but not all the individuals, obviously.
Well, no, because the civilization is defined by common practice, ritual, and culture, and things like that, and like forms of
All right,
organization.
no, I don't want to get back into the semantic
either.
debate. But we're just talking about whether I'm a Marxist or not. You're saying I'm not a Marxist because I propose there's this deeper kind of even
I'm saying the MAGA thing is dumb and isn't.
You're saying I'm not a
consistent
Marxist
with
because I think that the historically constituted community of America. So you think the historically constituted community of America is illegitimate and antithetical to Marxism, but Marx and Engels and Lenin.
Because your basis of that isn't materialistic. It's based on this mystical woo-woo perception that there's some embedded cultural identity in the soil, despite the fact that it was literally appropriated by a capitalist
you can give a bad faith interpretation of what I mean by the deeper embedded reality, but it was a reality acknowledged by all major Marxists in history.
What?
Including Mao, and especially Mao with regard to China, where it's just ubiquitous. But Stalin understood that for Russia.
Well, we're talking about now we're talking about China.
Because you're calling it okay. Then Mao is also mystical, woo-woo, deeper reality of China. Beyond.
Maybe like.
Okay,
I don't know what currency you think Mao has with
I'm
me.
a Marxist, like Mao was. I'm a Maoist.
Yep.
If you think that's not a real Marxist, you can have your real Marxism and you're covered in your books, sitting down.
So mega communist is mega Maoism.
Yes, quite literally. Yes, it's something. I think I make it clear in the tag. I am a Maoist, of course I am. Mao Zedong thought specifically.
Does that just refer, as far as you're concerned, to the invocation of
No, I
the
think
orientation
Mao
of the nation,
Zedong
or what are you
thought.
referring to here? Oh,
I
shit,
think
my
Mao.
Discord
I
is
side
dead.
with China and the Sino-Soviet
Oh,
split.
damn it, my internet's dead. Hang on.
Mao Zedong
I can hear you.
thought.
You can?
Yes.
Yeah, we can all hear you. Mao Zedong thought
Oh, Discord's
is
back
an
now. That's weird.
advance in Marxism-Leninism because of his introduction of primary and secondary contradictions and his radical contribution.
I thought you were a Stalinist.
Yeah, I am a Stalinist and a Maoist.
You were
See, Stalinists will typically be divided between the Hoja and the Mao. I'm a Mao guy, so
okay.
I thought that was common knowledge. Apparently not.
Oh, here. Somebody wanted me to ask you this. So, in your essay, this is completely out of left field. It thrusts to the fore the basic question: did America have to culminate in what it is today, or beginning from the very same premises, would an entirely different outcome have been possible? Make America great again really means roll the dice again, repeat, with all the Deleuzian connotations, the origin of America. Reset American history, return America to the mercy of its progenitor. Nothing could evince the sign of middle-class midwit consciousness and historical nihilism more than the slogan, quote, America was never great, unquote. America was great. It was great when it was other than what it only seems now, when it was latent with culminating into something else, a time that has been forgotten because it is impossible to remember. Time passed over, echoing forever into the annals of a lost past, lost but still felt like deja vu, like a trace memory from the future. Last sentence, I promise. MAGA is there in real America and not here in the empire of lies, whose most principal and founding lie consists in the notion that the highest necessity of spirit culminates in the now putrescent modernity. I'm a little bit perplexed. Can you explain this one to me?
Is that what your reader has asked you to explain?
Yeah, in particular, they want to know what the Deleuzian connotations are.
Oh, okay. So this is drawing from also an essay from Slavoj Žižek called Repeating Lenin. So the basic Deleuzian idea is that novelty emerges from repetition. Typically, one thinks that when you repeat something, it's just going to be the same thing. But for Deleuze to truly, so the Freudian kind of slogan or whatever was that which we repress, we are doomed to repeat. And Deleuze kind of inverts this with that which we repeat, we are doomed to repress. So the moment of real repetition is the revolutionary moment where you return to the origins of one's being, truly return to them, and thereby enable the possibility of another alternative. And that's where novelty comes from.
I'm given to understand that in Deleuze, difference is repeated, not a thing.
It doesn't matter. That's the point. Difference is what's truly repeated. Yes, that's the point.
Okay, but
Real
you're not
difference.
referring to difference here, right? You're referring to a conception of America, a thing, like a thing in the past.
That's
a past thing.
No, you can say it's a particular difference, though, if you're going to go from the Deleuze thing. But then why don't you take your gripe up with Slavoj Žižek, who talks about repeating Lenin? Well, Lenin was a person, not just an abstract concept of difference. Because you don't know how these concepts are used, Sunday. You try to have a...
No, I don't. I'm a mouthpiece for Deleuzian right now to exist with you. This isn't... My reservoir was exhausted once you folded on the partisan thing.
You tend to get kind of caught up in trying to give like Wikipedia descriptions of words.
No, this isn't a Wikipedia description. I've got a
you don't
robust,
actually know how to.
I've got a robust following of Deleuzians who are most distressed by this use of Deleuze, and I promised them I'd bring this up.
Well,
I'm out.
Okay, look, just because I invoke a concept from a thinker, by the way, doesn't mean I'm saying, oh, Deleuze agrees with everything I'm saying. Okay, Žižek doesn't agree with Deleuze fundamentally because their ontologies are totally different, even opposed, right? But he can still employ Deleuzian concepts to try and as something useful. So what's wrong with that? That's what I'm doing.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that. If you're going to blame Žižek for this being used in a weird, un-Deleuzian way, fair enough. It's not
No,
my business.
no. I think your understanding of concepts and thinkers is metaphysical. You assume that
What
there's
does that mean?
because instead of trying
I
to
literally just said this wasn't my understanding. I was just asking this on behalf of somebody else.
okay.
Who says Zizek agrees with Deleuze. Deleuze has a Lacanian reading which doesn't contradict Zizek.
No, Zizek's ontology was built in contradistinction to Deleuze. Just because, see, this is the point.
Okay, what do you mean by me being metaphysical? Can you explain that?
Yeah, you assume that if you don't agree with every single thing a thinker says, you cannot actually employ the spirit of the concepts they use to illustrate. Like, for example,
That's not true
Deleuze.
at all. No. Actually, it's entirely the opposite. My issue, for example, with your use of Carl Schmitt and the notion of the partisan, is because you're actually betraying the spirit of what he's talking about in order to
Well, you haven't
reinforce the conception of
justified
MAGA communism as being
But you haven't.
partisan on the basis of word association.
But the problem is that you haven't justified that. I think in the spirit of what Carl Schmitt's trying to say.
But I did, though. I did.
But you didn't. You got into the weeds
But I
of
did. Yeah, we got into the weeds. But
semantics.
your garden needs weeding, my friend. I'm
You're
sorry.
Sunday. You're going off a strict literalism of the dead letter of the law instead of the spirit of the law. Okay, so that's the problem. And
Well, it's not a
especially the case
law.
here.
It's actually the launching point of the theory that you're doing.
It's literally like you're doing it even with the phrase.
Hang on.
Phrase, the spirit of the law, the dead letter of the law. Oh, we're not actually literally talking about laws right now. Dude, it's like this is a
But we're not though, and here's why it matters.
It's
because
so stupid.
No. Here's why it
fucking
matters.
stupid,
Yeah,
dude.
I know you're tired too. Here's why it matters. If you're making a theoretical account of a thing and you are leveraging somebody else's theoretical work to justify it, if
No,
you
I'm not
misrepresent it
justifying
or if
anything.
you
I'm not
fail to follow the spirit
No,
of what
I'm
he's
not
saying.
using Deleuze as an authority to.
No, we're
bolster
talking about Schmitt right now.
credibility.
I'm talking about Schmitt right now.
Well, I'm not using Schmitt as an authority to benefit the credibility.
But you do, because that's the only thing you have to motivate the use of the term partisan in the first place. And you're leveraging the
that's
identity
not-
of MAGA
that has nothing to
the
do
MAGA
with
movement as
authority.
partisan in order to
Dude,
justify it.
I don't use Schmitt to impress people who wear glasses like you. I use Schmitt because anyone who's familiar with Schmitt will see in good faith the continuity, and it's a useful.
What do you have against glasses?
It is useful.
What do you
for
have
the
against glasses? I'm not allowed to have 20/20
Because
vision.
it's like you're this arrogant PhD guy, whatever. I took your PhD from this debate. I have 3 of them now. But because it's clear that Schmitt's concepts are useful for the purposes of my political theory.
Elitism is when bad
And
eyes people.
So I am using Schmitt to make it easier to understand where I'm trying to get to. But you're reading it in the opposite way. Where it's like, oh, you don't have the right or you don't have the authority or the credibility to use Schmitt because you're using him improperly from the perspective of what's allowed in my academic institution. Well, you're looking at the dead letter of the law, and you're being.
But I'm not though. You're invoking a theoretical
hold on,
construct in order to justify an argument.
Resident semantics. The only
That's
reason
not semantics. That's
You
a
focus on
structural
these-
component in your theory. It would be semantics
You
if it was
focus on-
inconsequential to your conclusion.
No, it's
but it's the way you get to your
It is
conclusion.
100% inconsequential when you're using the jibber
Well,
jabber.
it's
irregular versus
inconsequential. It's
unconventional.
inconsequential because the coherence of your theory is not to you a valuable component of it.
Yes, it is. It's just that you are constantly calling into question my use of terms, so as to kind of call into
No,
question.
in fact, no.
on, shut up for a
I'm actually
You're
not
just
really.
objecting to the use of my terms and the way I reference thinkers because you're trying to somehow prove that I'm not credible enough or I don't hold a PhD, so I'm not allowed to reference them. And I'm not.
I've never claimed that.
My
PhD.
goal is not.
I don't have a PhD.
My
by the
goal
way.
isn't to give some kind of neutral encyclopedic description of Deleuze or Schmitt, but to actively put into use the concepts they were employing to analyze our current reality.
Okay, but if the concepts,
more fundamental way.
If
So
the word, hang on though, but if the word,
in the
Haas,
institution and your
if the
goal is
word you're using, Haas, if the word you're using is invoking the concepts they're deploying, but you misrepresent them, then that's a problem because you're still leveraging the work that they did. You're just misusing it. That's
I'm
why
not
the meaning of these
misusing
terms
anything.
matters.
You have not shown how anything has been improperly used. You're saying, oh, Carl Schmitt was talking about war. There's no way you could apply Schmitt's concept to something that is not literally referring to blowing up trains and supply lines. That's the extent.
No,
of
I
your-
gave you an example with
no,
information.
no,
that would be
Sunday.
applicable.
That is the extent of your
Like
ability.
there's a way. Hang on. Let's
The
say
credibility of my use of these thinkers. or
no.
terms.
Let's say if the MAGA movement did all the stuff that like Anonymous was doing, right? Something like
No,
that.
you want to go back to the stupid MAGA movement, Anonymous. Anonymous is not a political movement. Done.
Well, it's not a political movement, but what I'm saying though is if they started engaging in, for example, breaking down, like typical like security barriers in.
No, that would just be illegal acts. That would be a state of literal warfare. It's literalism you're engaged
What?
in because it's the direct dead letter of the law. Okay, if the MAGA is not committing illegal attacks against infrastructure, that means it's
Hang on. So we
not
can't.
partisan. I think the problem, Sunday, is especially when
But Hawes,
referring-
what you're
referring to-
doing.
What I'm talking about is partisanship
You're putting-
versus hegemony in the
you're putting a
ground truth
tremendous-
sense. I'm
you're
not
putting-
talking about partisanship
You're putting
versus
Hawes,
necessarily the
You're putting an astonishing
official
amount of
form of
effort.
law.
Hawes, you're putting an astonishing amount of effort into justifying you basically just making shit up as you go.
Okay, but again,
That's
you're just posturing. You're just posturing. You claim I'm making.
No, I'm not. What I'm saying is that what you're calling your political theory is just you posturing.
No, I'm not posturing for anything. Everything I've said.
You're
is
only
grounded.
posturing. You're only posturing.
You can say that, but you
Look,
haven't
this is.
demonstrated.
I'm going to take my glasses off. This is me
You can
posturing.
say it.
Okay?
You
You're
can say
only
it all you
posturing.
want. You can say it all you want, but your claim is tautological, and I don't know why anyone should be convinced to take it seriously.
How's my claim tautological?
Even if I was making it
I
up,
didn't even make a claim.
hold on, you know how
It's tautological.
disingenuous such a. Even if I was making it all up as I was going, what does that have to do with the meaning that is attempted to be conveyed? It doesn't mean it's meaningless. Clearly, I'm trying to say something. In good faith, your role would be to try either to decipher what I mean to say,
I
or to
tried.
but this whole game of like, oh, you're
Tried
improperly
really hard.
the sacred objects of academia. Dude, I shit
What?
on your academia. All your professors, I'll debate all of them. It doesn't matter. I don't care about your academic institution, and I wipe my ass with it. Okay? You can say that, oh, you don't know anything about Schmidt. Okay, let's pretend you're right. Let's pretend you're right, which you're
But
not.
I don't think you don't
What does
agree
that
with
have? This is
No,
this
I
is
actually
so
gave you
fundamental.
credit.
This
I actually
is-
gave you
this is
credit.
so-
I
no,
gave
this
you
is
credit.
so
Hang on.
fundamental because
Hang on.
it has to do with how these thinkers are being read by
Pause.
people like you. You read these thinkers in this, like, you're putting them in a box, and it's just like these, it's the dead text, this dead letter of law. I'm reading these thinkers, and I'm trying to relate what they were writing to the things that at least I find
No,
important.
but Hawes, if
Today,
there,
right?
but Hawes,
You're just
there are
reading them
examples.
both ways.
Hawes, there are examples of what Schmidt is talking about in the theory of the partisan that exists today. The MAGA movement is
Yeah,
not
I
one
know,
of them.
but I think
So what you're actually doing is using the dead letter of the law, as you put it, in
No,
order to bury those
no.
other things
Holy fuck.
to the advantage of something that's
Dude,
a part
I
of a
don't know.
sales pitch.
Dude, Sunday, the problem with you is you can't comprehend the possibility that a concept can be applied in a novel way.
Of course
Applying-
it can.
No,
but you're not
no.
applying it in a novel way. You're
Hold on.
using,
Shut up for a
no,
second.
you're just
Let me be more
you're-
precise with words
you're
since
just
you're
replacing a
semantic
different
Andy.
thing.
Let me be more precise with words then, since you're semantic Andy. I'm extending the concept of the partisan to domains and spheres that Schmidt was not directly.
But you're not though, because he covered those
Yes,
as
what?
well. No.
He
No.
didn't cover the internet. He didn't cover the American two-party system. He didn't
In
cover.
which case, look. In which case, you could find an analog
Schmidt
to it,
didn't
and that would
cover
be
the
a useful.
information age.
No,
He
if you
didn't-
found,
Dude,
if you
dude,
found an,
what? Okay, let me ask you a question. What would Schmidt have written about the nature of partisanship in the information age? You probably don't know that. No one knows
no.
that.
Well,
He's fucking dead. I'm trying to do
but
that.
but I
You're saying
actually
can't
have an
do
answer to
that
that.
because history has actually.
Pause. I actually have an answer to that.
Stupid.
I actually have an answer to that. So, for example, if some group was engaging in, once again, like breaking down the ability of countries to like exchange over the internet, which has been done as a form of sanction recently, things like that, that would be an example. That would be a very interesting example.
So,
WikiLeaks
what about
arguably engages in something a
breaking the
little bit
ability-
similar to that.
Okay, what about breaking the ability for the hegemony to exercise ideological hegemony over a population?
That's a goal. That is not descriptive of a mode of engagement or the
Yes,
irregularity
it is.
of
Yes,
that mode.
that is literally.
No, it's not,
even
because
Noam
you could do that
Chomsky-
with a bomb, or you could do that with a nuke.
Dude,
You could do that with an
Noam
army.
Chomsky-
That's
read
not.
Noam
That's
Chomsky's
not
book.
uniquely
Noam
irregular.
Chomsky's book. It's called Manufacturing Consent. That is how the system fucking
What?
engages. Yes, that's how the media works. They do actually functionally. Yes, it's not just a goal. It's something they actually do.
Shit. Okay.
It's not just a
So
fucking goal. It's actually.
we got a Chomskyite Maoist.
It's actually. I'm not a Chomskyite. It's just like to bring up someone who I think shouldn't be too contentious because he's a typical left lib. Even people like Chomsky acknowledge that. How can you say it's just a goal? Of course,
I'm not. But what you're describing once again is not the activities of the partisan. Vosh, I am deeply offended that you've been gaming this whole time and you haven't even invited us to play Quake. Like, unbelievable.
Not the activities of the partisan as strictly and exclusively defined by Carl Schmitt in his work. But whether or not the concept of the partisan can be extended in ways that Schmitt did not directly foresee, you can't say that you can't make a definitive judgment and say, no, that's not possible. That's an arbitrary stance. That's completely unjustifiable.
You didn't answer my question. Which is your
What's your
favorite?
question?
Which is your favorite sword up there? Can I see it?
Yeah, I accept your surrender, dude. Simple as that.
Like,
Pause, you
sure.
have to answer the question.
If I surrender though, can I see it?
No.
Okay, well, I don't surrender then. Fuck you. I'll show you my sword.
I don't want to see it.
Mine are
I
cooler
don't
than
care
yours.
about it. I don't care.
Mine are cooler, and they aren't just glittery showpieces. They're actually like cold steel, windlass, like battle-ready stuff.
Well, I pray you don't go to war with words because you'll be ended up getting cut up. I don't care how big your sword is; those words will do enough.
That is such a clip. Somebody please save that in chat. That was beautiful. Well done, Haas. You are truly the warrior poet of the modern age.
Wait, I'm sorry. You're using the word poet incorrectly. Clearly, that's not what the concept of a poet refers to. And there's nothing you said was meaningful just now. You're improperly using and abusing words. No, there's no communication that's possible. It's just an improper use of language because I said it is. And I've defined the matrices and boundaries of what meaning is arbitrarily because I'm a guy who wears glasses and has a PhD that was coincidentally just taken from me.
I have a bachelor's degree, so I'm sorry to inform you you've taken something of significantly lower value than a PhD.
Okay, all right, hold on. That's enough. All right. I'm sure we can all agree that this has been an extremely productive conversation. We all gave it our best, and that's what matters. Nope, and that's what matters.
Letting this go on for this long, dear God.
Now,
this is punishment for the Professor Flowers shit.
If you don't want to be disqualified, both of you have to say something nice about the other one, and it can't be ironic or a thinly veiled insult. All right. President Sunday, you're first.
Your beard is magnificent.
Okay, that was straightforward. Haas, you're up next.
This is a nice cardigan. Come on.
I don't know what a cardigan is, but I am
like a
saying
sweater,
this in
but
good
better.
faith. I'm saying this in good faith. I can't think of a single thing, and I'm trying hard.
Okay, then by default, President Sunday wins this debate. On that and Haas's inability to answer the favorite sword in the wall question. Congratulations, President Sunday.
All right, well, if you want,
I like the middle one.
If you want to say so, I'm confident in the neutral audience ability to judge it themselves. But I thought for a second, I've tried to find something, but I just find Sunday to be such an insufferable and pedantic, pretentious person. And I don't think it's, I think it's just, he's extremely arrogant, posturing, and just doesn't want to have a good faith human debate.
Historians will not forget your inability to say which sword was your favorite. This has been unmitigated suffering. I should have never agreed to this. I hope you both have a wonderful day. I'm going to go eat a day's worth of food, which for me is quite a lot. Thank you for the opportunity to remind myself what true suffering feels like. And are there any final words?
Not so much for me. Thank you, Vosh, for your excellent moderation. Also, fuck you for letting this go on for this long. And thank you, Haas, for agreeing to whatever on earth you
Yeah,
thought this
my
was.
final words is Sunday. You should probably just read the Substack again. You clearly failed at the first time, so just don't give up. Don't give up. That's my word for you.
I'd rather eat myself.
You'll learn. You'll understand one day. So anyway, that's it. Bye bye.
Well,
Hope you're doing well, man.
thank you, Vosh. You have a good night.
Have a good night.
Appreciate it. He's never going to moderate for me again.
I had fun in a very specific way that I will not define. Hello, handsome. Well, I feel like I have kind of an ethical obligation to cap that off with my thoughts a little bit. So like obviously just at the face of things, like I disagree with almost everything Haas believes in. Like I would struggle to find a single overt position of his that I didn't find completely retarded. In terms of the actual like discussion between the two of them, I do agree that Sunday engages at times in pedantry. Sunday is more of an academic, I think, than like a debate lord, which means that one of the fundamental skills of debate, which is very difficult, by the way, is knowing when to pick your battles. It's like, okay, somebody said something that I think is disagreeable in this many ways, and like, what part of this will I focus on? And invariably, you know, you can never get all of it. You want to focus on like the critical elements there, and you want to let stuff go if you feel like it'd be an ultimate detriment to get to it. I don't think that Sunday is phenomenal with that skill. At the same time, Sunday is also being put up against kind of like his arch nemesis, because Haas's way of getting away with being completely retarded is saying a whole bunch of really vague stuff and then like gesturing when asked to define. Like Haas will write political treatises that are just full of jargon. Like his term would be jibber jabber, just totally meaningless, or in best case, like in the best case scenario, not meaningless, but could be simplified with no loss in clarity, which is, you know, kind of the definition of jibber jabber. So you have like a mix of a person who has a tendency to get like netted on the details, and a person who constructs like mountains of bullshit, like giant artifices of incomprehensible and deliberately tangled, you know, like meandering bullshit. So you know, it's not that's a difficult matchup. On some of the specific agreements and disagreements they had, I guess they didn't really have any agreements, but on some of the specific points of contention, I think a lot of them did kind of fall into being semantic. As to the more like substantive ones, for me, my goal would have been to kind of pull the conversation one level back, you know? Well, as for what a civilization is, I would be more interested in what are the characteristics of a civilization in ways that are relevant to the coming terminology, you know? In terms of like whether or not the MAGA movement and January 6th were like a distinct or a novel kind of political engagement. Well, okay, like I don't know if they weren't, but like by not, do we mean like anything outside the norm, or do we mean like anything that defies kind of like hegemonic standards? Because like you can make like the business plot of like 1933, the one where they tried to like kill Roosevelt and replace him. You could argue like, okay, the idea of a bunch of business leaders assassinating a U.S. president and then like replacing him with a pro-business fascist autocracy is definitely novel in the sense that that doesn't happen often, but in the sense of like which institutional forces would that behavior reaffirm? It would reaffirm like the most hegemonic forces. Like that would reaffirm like entrenched capital, which is the most powerful and the most enduring political force in America. It was then, it still is today. So in that sense, it wouldn't be novel. It would actually be as like rote and as normal as imaginable. So these are like the hangups definition wise. Obviously the whole debate was suffering, but you know, I don't mind suffering a little bit to remind myself of the full range of human experience. Yeah. So that being said, I'm really, really, really sorry. I'm gonna have to read these donos next stream. I hope you can understand. I'm sure you can find it in your hearts to understand. I will read every single one. I promise. Just, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for I know there were some very generous donations. I think I remember Sorting Algorithm. I remember Red Redstone. I promise that I will read them soon, okay? I love you guys. I am going to leave. Goodbye. Let me send you guys over to... How about Actual Jake? I want to send you all over to Actual Jake. Bring your positive attitudes and high spirits with you. Ugh. Take care.